motivation to smear the Trump administration has seen news anchors behave like this. Here's CNN's Jake Tapper.
So you have an issue with the First Amendment. You don't think that people should be exercising their First Amendment rights to speak about policies that they don't like. You have more of a problem with that than you have with people killing American citizens. Did I get that right?
Jake, do you actually think you have a First Amendment right to blow a whistle in the ear of law enforcement, to disobey a lawful command from law enforcement, to interfere with a law enforcement investigation, to carry a gun without a proper ID or license as is required under Minnesota law, and then to violently resist arrest? You think you have a First Amendment right to do all that, Jake?
So you think that he should have been killed? It was all his fault?
That was Jake Tapper being schooled by former Trump official Chad Mizell. Witness how he pushes back against conservatives making rational, factual points. Compare that to how he behaves with the left, like this guy.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which literally was built as a concentration camp, and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. I'm not saying they're Dachau nothing's yet, but these are concentration camps.
Okay.
I don't need to argue with you.
Yeah.
Just disgraceful stuff from CNN and Russian collusion hoaxer Jake Tapper, but he is not alone at being a lefty losing it on that station. Here is another anchor, Abby Phillip.
Also, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining in. Good morning. Happy Thursday.
After Ilhan Omar was sprayed by a mystery liquid, compared to how she reacted when Donald Trump was almost assassinated.
Ilhan Omar, in particular, has been the center, and you heard it there from the president, the center of a lot of awful attacks. He called her garbage. Donald Trump is actually responsible for the vitriol. So is there going to be any acknowledgement of that? Should there be? It's not about the politics of the individual. I mean, look at these people. The thing that they have in common is their complete lack of mental stability. Why is that not the conversation? Why are we in this place of who's to blame? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans? The Republicans are trying to assassinate the Democrats. And a lot of talk of they. And then when it's not a they, it's just a person. It's an individual.
And staying with CNN, they're now giving a platform to people too crazy for MSNBC, including this ignorant nincompoop who seems to think it was a right-winger who murdered Charlie Kirk.
Also not forget, Charlie Kirk was murdered. The president...
Not by a left-wing extremist. That person espoused very right-wing.
Look, if you look at the targets, if you look at people in office, there's...
The right attacks the right.
You know, that's why Jimmy Kimmel's lies about Charlie's murderer matter, because simpletons like Tiffany Cross heard it and believed it, and to this day continue to repeat it. And Tiffany Cross has also been on CNN inciting violence against ICE agents by claiming they are militia and white supremacists.
Not just say ICE officers are militia.
Yes, have you not been paying attention?
Yeah,
they certainly mirror the Gestapo.
That's very.
I don't think
good morning. Thanks for joining in, everybody.
We have not seen our gang members committing violence, but we have seen.
He's deaf. He's losing it.
But Tiffany, you're saying that you're just making a supposition here. There's no concrete evidence.
You gotta be careful. There was some support.
CHS.
Well, actually, we have seen white supremacist tattoos
risking their lives, serving the government.
Risking their lives, they're taking lives.
You're calling them Proud Boy militia. Did you say that?
Well, I did not call them Proud Boy militia, but I think it's disgraceful that you're sitting here. I'm actually not. But I think that there are white supremacist tattoos on their
white supremacist federal officers.
Yeah, white supremacist federal officers.
Like, where are you going with this? Why would you say that?
What does one say? Notice Abby Phillip, the host there, defending her, while Kevin O'Leary, who's a fellow panelist, had to step in to be the adult to try to inject some sort of
good morning. Thanks for joining in. Good morning.
Now, let's come home to Melbourne, Australia, where waving the Australian flag and being proud of your country can see you attacked like this.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's just being posted by I can be proud of my country.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Well, then why do you got Palestine?
Well, let's see. I don't know. Because it's genocide, man, that this country is funding.
Hey, stop yelling.
Stop yelling. What about all these
that are still dying in custody? What about the fact that this country is built on stolen land? You don't give a what does that mean? You're a piece of racist. Look at you standing in the shade because I know that you're so white because you don't belong here. You're European. This is indigenous land.
Unbelievable. And really, shame on the men there who stood around and listened to that unhinged diatribe and said nothing, did not step in to defend that woman. You know, where is chivalry? Where are the men these days? Now, staying in Melbourne, let's go to the Australian Open, and even a Grand Slam tournament is not safe from lefties losing it, making utter pests of themselves with questions like this to tennis star Taylor Fritz.
There's a lot happening back home in the U.S. and kind of has been for a lot of the last year, and I'm just kind of wondering how you're feeling about all of it.
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm not sure what we're like specifically talking about, but there is a lot going on in the U.S. and I don't know. I feel like whatever I say here is gonna get put in a headline, and it's gonna get taken out of context. So I'd really rather not do something that's gonna cause a big distraction for me in the middle of the tournament.
What a bad answer, Taylor, but would have been better to tell the activist journalist that he shouldn't be misusing his media pass at the Australian Open to push his pathetic political ideology and being a little lefty pest. Hard to take that out of context. Let's hear the same sort of question being posed to Amanda Anisimova, who tries to give an honest answer, but he doesn't like it.
I've been asking a lot of the American players just how it feels to play under the American flag right now, and I'm curious how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, I was born in America, so I'm always proud to represent my country. And yeah, a lot of us are doing really well, and it's great to see a lot of, great athletes on the women's side, on the men's side. So yeah, I feel like we're all doing a great job representing ourselves.
But the far-left hack masquerading as a tennis reporter wasn't satisfied with a real answer. He wanted his anti-Trump moment, so he had another go, and Amanda here really deserves a trophy for not rolling her eyes at this clown.
Sure. Sorry, just to clarify a little, I mean, sort of in the context of the last year of everything that's been happening in the U.S., does that complicate that feeling at all?
I don't think that's relevant.
Hey, Amanda, one of the unique things about tennis is
Yes, a reporter asking a tennis question to a tennis player at a tennis tournament. How quaint. But the petulant pest was back with the same tired old line of questioning, and this time it was Madison Key's turn.
Yeah, this is a pretty sensitive subject, but the U.S. is a year into the second Trump administration now, and a lot of people are suffering, and I'm wondering how you're feeling about things back home personally, and specifically what the mood is like in Florida.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I feel, I don't know. I don't like to kind of dabble too much into politics just because it's just not the space that I really want to say that much on. But yeah, I just hope that everybody can kind of at some point come together.
What the mood is like in Florida, the mood is awesome. I was there recently. Everyone's happy, everyone's thriving. It's a red state. What the hell is that guy on about? But here's another player being asked the most ridiculous, convoluted question about immigration, ICE, US politics, and Le Nathan handled this well. Note the look of disdain on his face.
It's also interesting that you're both second-gen immigrants to the US. Like, in the context of everything that's happening at the moment with Trump and ICE, like, what does your heritage mean to you, and how important are immigrants to America and American sport today?
Sorry, I really wanted to talk about that right now.
Try.
But there are always tennis players keen to play politics, and among them is Coco Gauff. And she was not only keen to play politics, but to play the victim.
You're usually pretty outspoken about political issues, and I'm curious how you feel about the state of the U.S. 1 year into the second Trump administration.
I mean, I think I've already stated my opinions in the past on how I feel about it. And yeah, I mean, I've hoped forward that we can have a lot more peace in our country. I feel a bit fatigue talking about it, just because of the fact that it is hard also, I think, being a Black woman in this country and having to experience things even online, and seeing your marginalized communities being affected.
Yes, very hard as a Black woman in America in 2026. Coco Gauff is the highest paid female athlete in the world right now. She reportedly earned more than $30 million last year, most of it through endorsements in racist America, where she is apparently marginalized. Give me strength. She's got so much money, she can afford to do this. Here she is a couple of days ago in Melbourne, absolutely losing it.
Damn.
Now, let's look at the left's idea of a peaceful protester, someone they describe as a gentle soul who was just observing and protecting people. Yeah, right.
January 13th.
Here's this shit
a man
here.
who appears to be Al Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy.
See, he had a gun on him too, right then and there too. So he had a gun on him twice when he interacted with the ICE agents. Not good. I'm not saying he can't carry it. He can carry it. He has the right to, but it was an educated, smart thing to do, to bring it with you like that. So this is the first time he got an encounter with them. Had a gun on him. Nothing happened, but he's supposed to have got a broken rib, supposedly. This is crazy. Like and subscribe.
Yes, the man believed to be Alex Preddy spat on law enforcement, and then as they drove away, he kicked in the taillights while screaming expletives and threats. Peacefully, of course. Let's have a look at a little more of this footage.
Federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36 and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. Arrived around 10 a.m. We saw observers shouting agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight.
Damn.
The man got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
Interesting. And somehow, despite the violent antics you just saw, the man in that video, reportedly Alex Preddy, was not arrested. Yesterday, we brought you a report from CNN who said Preddy had been injured in a tussle with federal agents a week before he was fatally shot at another violent protest.
Oh, well.
Alex Preddy had a physical encounter with federal agents
Good morning, like and subscribe.
before he was shot and killed by law enforcement. Sources tell CNN that Preddy broke a rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting.
Let's bring in documentary filmmaker Ami Horowitz. Ami, it's not clear yet whether the violent interaction we just saw was the same one CNN were reporting on, where Preddy suffered a broken rib. But it's clear that these protests in Minnesota are not peaceful, they're not organic, they're very well planned and executed uprisings.
Yeah, he should not have been killed. Why should not have been killed? Because he should have been in jail those 11 days before. It's amazing to me when I heard that reporting that you just had with Dana Bash. And Dana Bash started that conversation with, he was protesting and they broke his ribs. No, that's not what happened, okay? He was protesting and then kicked in the taillight, attacked a vehicle full of federal agents. They came out and they took him down, and then his rib broke. That's the way this thing broke down. But he should have been jailed, right? That's why he shouldn't have been killed, because I don't understand how he wasn't arrested at that point. I mean, I know why, because there's so much other stuff to deal with, because these protests are going everywhere. They're being attacked everywhere. They can't be everywhere at all times, and they can't arrest every single one of these people. Otherwise, half of Minneapolis wouldn't be in jail, which, by the way, I don't think is a terrible idea, okay? No, their capacity for violence, these people on the left, has no bound, okay? I was here last week when we reported and showed a video of how I raised money to murder ICE agents, okay? I was very clear about the use of proceeds. They were happy to give me money to kill ICE agents. This
Like
is
and
what
subscribe.
They want blood on the streets. This is what these federal agents have to deal with on a day-to-day basis here, okay? It doesn't help when you have Democrats and the media continue to use Nazi imagery when comparing these federal agents. It's so disgusting. It's so beyond the pale. And as to your question regarding this being pre-planned, yes, it is pre-planned. When I was in
Like and subscribe, everybody. Good morning. Like and subscribe.
These spots and letting people out. I saw pre-printed signs being taken off of trucks for being used. Of course, this is all pre-planned. This is all pre-funded. And when this is all over, there needs to be an investigation how this went down, and people need to go to jail. Look, Rita, if you go, the same things happening in Minneapolis are happening all over the country at the same time. Now, you're not hearing about it in red states because this is done with no problem.
Thank you.
The states help the U.S. government give access to criminals, and then they deport them. There aren't any problems. But this has been ginned up by these blue states to create these problems. Now, having said that, the Republicans and the president have fallen into a Democratic trap. Okay, this thing can't be. The trap can be flipped, and it should be flipped. Maybe will be, but we fell into a trap when this was an 80-20 issue, right? Arresting illegal immigrants that are criminals was maybe a 90-10 issue across the country, and that was the goal. That's what's happening in most parts of the country. But what the Democrats did was they were smart. They said, well, we're not going to help you. We're not going to give you access to these criminals. And therefore, they started arresting people who weren't criminal. And that's when the whole thing flipped. And that's why we lost. And by the way, I'm not saying that non-criminal illegals should not be deported. They should be. But when you're trying to deal with an optics issue, we're falling down because we fell into the Democratic trap set up by them beautifully. And they have flipped the script on this issue in terms of polling.
But I mean, they were always
great morning. Thanks for joining in. Great morning.
When a gangbanger was deported, they were describing him as a Maryland dad and someone who shouldn't have never been detained. It is curious, though, that even in blue cities where they are resisting law enforcement, we're not seeing the scenes we're seeing in Minneapolis. We're not seeing that level of obstruction and attack. And Minneapolis is the center of massive fraud that's been uncovered, billions of dollars, and no one's talking about that anymore. That should
Good morning,
be
Melissa. Good morning.
Topic of discussion about who was complicit, who allowed this to happen under their noses. But everyone's focus is now on these protests and ICE trying to do their task.
Right.
Yeah, look, there's a reason why I have filmed in Minneapolis probably half a dozen times in the last 4 years because they're crazy. They are absolutely insane. Epicenter, look, it's up there with Seattle. I think Seattle and Florida are the worst. Well, Minneapolis may be the worst. Now, when I shoot in New York or LA, I don't have security. If I go to Minneapolis, I have to have a security detail because these people are absolutely nuts. And yeah, you're right. It's a great thing to point out. We've forgotten about the Minneapolis fraud, which, by the way, brought down a governor. Tim Walz isn't running again on this issue. But look, I have confidence that this administration can chew gum and walk.
Good morning, everybody. Like and subscribe.
We're going to see prosecutions as these things settle down over both of those issues. I hope to God they will, and I'm pretty confident.
Thank you.
Now, former President Barack Obama has been busy online whipping up hysteria and moral panic about the Trump administration's deportation program. But let's not forget, he was very much in favor of such policies and passionately defended them when he was in power. In fact, he defended the right of a country to deport every single person there illegally. This is Obama during his first term.
Ultimately, our nation, like all nations, has the right and obligation to control its borders and set laws for residency and citizenship. And no matter how decent they are, no matter their reasons, the 11 million who broke these laws should be held accountable.
Seems quite simple, Army, but these days, if you make that same argument, you'll be labelled a white supremacist or fascist.
Amazing.
Yeah, well, you and I are people of color, and I guess we're also white supremacists somehow. I don't know how that works. Let me read you a quote, if you may indulge me for a moment. This is from Obama's DHS policy memo. The plan is to deter illegal border crossings and remove unauthorized immigrants before they come integrated into U.S. communities. That could have been written by the Trump administration, and he would have been vilified for something like that, okay? I don't know where Obama, look, I wasn't a big fan of Obama then, but he was right on this issue. Look, President Obama, he deported 3 million illegal immigrants, okay? It was why he got the name the deporter-in-chief. The Trump administration, in the first term, only deported 1 million, okay? Trump is Bush League compared to what Obama did during his time in office, okay?
Means nothing, buddy.
This is where we're at on this thing. But the goal is more immigrants, right? This is what it is. They want more illegal immigration. That's not a bug. That's the feature.
Let's get to 1,000 subscribers, everybody. Help a brother out.
The reason, and by the way, it is one of the, I will tell you this, it is one of the great colossal demographic mistakes that the Democrats have done. I've said this before on the show, is that they've made a huge miscalculation because when Hispanics in particular come to this country, they vote, first generation Hispanics vote 60 to 75% for the Democrats because they're focused on issues like immigration and healthcare and the border, right? Those things and welfare benefits. Those are the things the first generation immigrants care about. But what do we see? As time goes on, the Hispanic vote has moved Republican. And to the point where it goes from 60, 75% Democrat to Trump won the Latin vote in the last election. That's so they're making a massive miscalculation on this. Okay, aside from the moral issues that we have of people breaking our laws and coming in, which they shouldn't do and they should be deported, they're simply making a mistake, and I'm here for it.
Now let's move on to some other issues. President Trump has renewed his threats to attack Iran, saying time is running out for the Iranian regime to make a deal on nuclear weapons. But the Islamic Republic has hit back with its own threats, claiming Iran's response will be immediate and unprecedented, and that the regime would target Israel and all supporters of the aggressors. The Iranian regime is good at making threats, but the only unprecedented attacks we've seen recently has been against their own people. Tens of thousands have been slaughtered.
Yeah, sorry, color me skeptical whenever I hear the Iranian regime talk about unprecedented attacks. We're going to make you pay, Israel, United States. Yeah, I've heard this story before, and it really hasn't come to pass. So I'm not particularly worried about the response they're going to have towards Israel and the United States. But I am particularly worried as what they will do to their own people. Look, they've learned from the playbook of the Assad regime. There is no limit to the villainy of what they're willing to do to their own people. The Assads had killed hundreds of thousands of people. We're getting, by the way, the latest numbers are incredible. They're talking about 30,000 people have been killed just in recent days, never mind the totality of how many people murdered. I would not be shocked if the number at the end of the day is hitting 100,000 or more. There is no limit to the amount of bloodshed they're willing to entertain to stay in power, unfortunately. But the alternative of if we're able to flip this regime, and I think we're closer than we ever have been, there have been 6 major uprisings in the last 25 years against this administration.
Thank you. Happy brother out. Like and subscribe, everybody.
20 years, there were 0. So we're definitely moving
Happy
in the direction
Thursday.
of the people saying we're just done. This compact that we had between the regime and us is over. These are not Arabs. They are Persian, and their view of the world and the West and the United States are far different than the Arab world. They are pro-Western. They are actually many times pro-Israel, pro-Semitic. And I think if we're able to flip this regime, that's a cost we should be willing to pay, because we're going to move from one of the most implacable enemies the West has to a great Western ally, an ally they're going to become. And we know this because we have history with this. Okay, the Iranian regime shared military and intelligence with the United States and Israel and Europe. And that's what we can do. We can now move from being one of the worst enemies we have in the region to being a bulwark of democracy and of Western support. So the cost, I think, is worth it. It's not. I'm not saying we should have boots in the ground. We shouldn't. But there are very limited options, and I would not be in the president's. I don't want to be in the president's boots because he doesn't have a lot of options for them. But I think taking action is better than taking no action because the positive results, are really immeasurable.
Before you go, it was Holocaust Remembrance Day early this week, and you've been on the streets of Paris speaking to young folk after a study showed disturbing numbers of Europeans are ignorant about the Holocaust.
Holocaust, I don't know. What Shoah?
The Shoah? Ring a bell at all?
No, not really.
The Shoah?
Non. Tu sais ce que c'est l'Holocauste? La Shoah?
Non.
What's up?
Non, du tout.
No?
Non.
I don't know.
Army, is this a failure of the education system, a failure of parenting, the culture? Why have only 50% of young Parisians heard of the Holocaust?
Yes, and more. Super disturbing. Yeah, I made this video because I heard about this study, and I wanted to see if it was actually true and to bring that study to life. So I went there and asked these questions myself. It is deeply disturbing of the lack of knowledge they have of the Holocaust. It was under 50% knew what it was at all, and almost no one knew that 6 million Jews were killed. Like I think one person, all the people I spoke to, came across that. Even more disturbing, there were a few people I came across who knew what it was and refused to go on camera because they said, we don't want to make Jews seem like victims. And that plays into it also. The idea, it goes against their narrative of Jews as victims, and they're trying to demonize Jews in Israel. They don't want to learn about it. They don't want this to be a topic of conversation because that's not the narrative they're trying to push through. It's actually quite disturbing.
It's always a narrative.
And furthermore, what the Democrats are doing by comparing the Nazis to federal agents is denuding the power of the Holocaust. Okay, it's also trivializing the Holocaust. This is one of the reasons why it's a problem because people are like, look, how bad can the Nazis be? They're being compared to federal agents. Okay, all of this is kind of a confluence of things coming together for us to forget that 6 million Jews were put in ovens not long ago at all. Not long ago at all.
Ami Horowitz, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Always a pleasure.
Now it's time for Lefties Losing It, and the mainstream leftist media has hit rock bottom and started digging. Their determination to smear the Trump administration has seen news anchors behave like this. Here's CNN's Jake Tapper.
So you have an issue with the First Amendment.
It's all good, Melissa.
People should be exercising their First
Let them
Amendment
troll.
rights to speak about policies that they don't like. You have more of a problem with that than you have with people killing American citizens. Did I get that right?
Jake, do you actually think you have a First Amendment right to blow a whistle in the ear of law enforcement to disobey a lawful
Let them troll. That means I'm doing something right.
with the law enforcement
Thank you guys for joining the chat. Appreciate it. Good morning, Michael. Good morning.
License as is required under Minnesota law, and then to violently resist arrest. You think you have a First Amendment right to do all that, Jake?
So you think that he should have been killed? It was all his fault.
That was Jake Tapper being schooled by former Trump official Chad Mizell. Witness how he pushes back against conservatives making rational, factual points. Compare that to how he behaves with the left, like this guy.
I understand that, but they take people to Fort Snelling here, which
Melissa, I know you here. What's up,
is a
Melissa?
concentration camp, and Alligator Alcatraz, which I think we can all agree is a concentration camp. I'm not saying they're Dachau. I'm not saying they're putting people in ovens yet, but these are concentration camps.
Okay.
I don't need to argue with you.
Yeah.
Just disgraceful stuff from CNN and Russian collusion hoaxer Jake Tapper, but he is not alone at being a lefty losing it on that station. Here is another anchor, Abby Phillip.
I know, they
See
crazy.
how consistent she is. This is her after Elon.
They watch a 10-second clip and then that's their news. And that's the sad part about it without doing any research.
Omar was sprayed by a mystery liquid, compared to how she reacted when Donald Trump was almost assassinated.
Yeah, Sky News.
Particular has been the center, and you heard it there from the president, the center of a lot of awful attacks. He called her garbage. Donald Trump is actually responsible for the vitriol. So is there going to be any acknowledgement on that? Should there be? It's not about the politics of the individual. I mean, look at these people. The thing that they have in common is their complete lack of mental stability.
The hypocrisy.
Why is that not the conversation? Why are we in this place of who's to blame? Is it the Democrats or the Republicans? The Republicans aren't trying to assassinate the Democrats. And a lot of talk of they. And then when it's not a they, it's just a person. It's an individual.
And staying with CNN, they're now giving a platform to people to
like and subscribe, everybody.
MSNBC, including this.
Let's get to 1,000, everybody. Like and
who
subscribe.
seems to think it was a right winger who murdered Charlie Kirk.
Also, not forget, Charlie Kirk was murdered. The president,
not by a left-wing extremist. That person espoused very right-wing.
Look, if you look at the targets, if you look at people in office, there's
the right attacks the right.
People.
You know, that's why Jimmy Kimmel's lies about Charlie's murderer matter, because simpletons like Tiffany Cross heard it and believed it, and to this day continue to repeat it. And Tiffany Cross has also been on CNN inciting violence against ICE agents by claiming they are militia and white supremacists.
Not to say ICE officers are militia.
Yes, have you not been paying attention?
Yeah,
they certainly mirror the Gestapo.
That's very.
I don't think I'm stretching anything. I think we have seen what we have not seen. What we have not seen are gang members committing violence. What we have seen are ICE agents.
Hold on one second. But Tiffany, you're saying that you're just making a supposition here. There's no concrete evidence.
You gotta be careful. There was some support.
Well, actually, we have seen white supremacist tattoos
risking their lives, serving the government,
risking their lives, taking lives.
You're calling them Proud Boy militia. Did you say that?
Well, I did not call them Proud Boy militia, but I think it's disgraceful that you're sitting here. I'm actually not, but I think that there are white supremacist tattoos on their
white supremacist federal officers.
Yeah, white supremacist federal officers.
Like, where are you going with this? Why would you not going?
What does one?
Some of those agents are diverse. They black, they Asian, they Mexican, they all types of race when it comes to the agents. That's crazy.
So notice Abby Phillip, the host there, defending
like
her
and subscribe,
while
everybody.
Kevin O'Leary, who's a fellow panelist, had to step in to
like
be the
and
adult to try to inject some sort of sanity into proceedings. Now, let's come home to Melbourne, Australia, where waving the Australian flag and being proud of your country can see you attacked like this.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's being posted by... I can be proud of my country.
Well, you shouldn't be.
Well, then why don't you go to Palestine?
Well, let's see. I don't know. Because it's genocide there that this country is funding.
Hey, stop yelling.
That's genocide. Stop yelling. What about all these that are still dying in custody? What about the fact that this country is built on stolen land? You don't give a what does that mean? You're a racist. Good thing you're standing in the shade because I know that you're so white because you don't belong here. You're European. This is indigenous land.
Unbelievable. And really, shame on the men there who stood around and listened to that unhinged diatribe and said nothing, did not step in to defend that woman. You know, where is chivalry? Where are the men these days? Now, staying in Melbourne, let's go to the Australian Open, and even a Grand Slam tournament is not safe from lefties losing it, making utter pests of themselves with questions like this to tennis star Taylor Fritz.
There's a lot happening back home in the U.S. and kind of has been for a lot of the last year, and I'm just kind of wondering how you're feeling about all of it.
I mean, I'm not sure what we're like specifically talking about, but there is a lot going on in the U.S. and
like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Whatever I say here is gonna get put in a headline, and it's gonna get taken out of context. So I'd really rather not do something that's gonna cause a big distraction for me in the middle of the tournament.
I Not a bad answer, Taylor, but would have been better to tell the activist journalist that he shouldn't be misusing his media pass at the Australian Open to push his pathetic political ideology and being a little lefty pest. Hard to take that out of context. Let's hear the same sort of question being posed to Amanda Anisimova, who tries to give an honest answer, but he doesn't like it.
I've been asking a lot of the American players just how it feels to play under the American flag right now, and I'm curious how you feel.
Yeah, I mean,
Costing her career.
And it took just hours for city leaders and hospital executives to step in.
CBS 12 News reporter Katie Benty is live outside the Baptist Health Boca Raton Regional Hospital with those details. Katie?
Liz, Jim, the video at the center of this story is graphic, so we did censor most of it. But officials say what you're about to hear is what cost a Boca Raton nurse her job.
I hope that you rip from bow to stern and never normally again.
The woman in the video is Lexi Lawler, a now former labor and delivery nurse at Baptist Health Boca Raton Regional Hospital. Her comments were directed at White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, who recently announced she's pregnant with her second child.
As a labor and delivery nurse, it gives me great joy to wish Caroline Leavitt a 4th degree tear.
A 4th degree tear, one of the most severe childbirth injuries. I asked people their take on the video.
Especially if it's a labor and delivery nurse,
What's wrong with these lefties? These Democrats, man. These people are wild.
I would definitely be very uncomfortable.
The video was later set to private, but not before it got clicks. The Libs of TikTok account reposted along with a photo that appears to show Lawler wearing a shirt with a political message about President Donald Trump. Boca Raton's mayor also weighing in, calling the comments disgusting and that Lawler is no longer employed. Baptist Health confirming that decision and telling CBS 12 News the comments do not reflect its values and that there is no place in healthcare for language or behavior that calls into question a caregiver's ability to provide compassionate, unbiased care.
Everyone has social
media. Yeah, I voted for
everyone
this.
has a technological device, and when you have a career,
It could be better how it's handled, but I voted for
even
this.
more important for you to be
MAGA,
conscientious
baby.
of what you say.
The hospital added that while personal opinions are protected, professional standards are not.
Another lib effing around and finding out. This is just another story of
Thank you.
why, another story.
Thank you. Let's get to 1,000.
Sometimes it seems like, us conservatives, us Republicans, it seems like we're outnumbered. Sometimes it seems that way, but we're not. I always go back to when Trump said the silent majority. It's true because of stuff like that. Stuff like that. A woman can't even go to the hospital to have her child. Has to be in fear if you're a Republican woman to go to the hospital to have your child because some lunatic nurse may mess you up.
Good morning, Midwest. Good morning.
Her job to the best of her abilities, and obviously childbirth is
Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining the chat.
I mean, it's a huge thing, right? Especially if you have to go into surgery for a C-section or something. Like there could be a lot of complications involved in that, right? Lots of women have unfortunately lost their lives giving birth. So to have a nurse saying crazy stuff like that is just absolutely wild to me. Absolutely wild. But unfortunately, she's not the only one. She is not the only one.
Of course, I'm gonna criticize anything that's wrong. If Trump is in the Epstein files, y'all keep saying in the chat, whatever, send his ass to fucking jail. Anybody that's a pedophile, send their ass to fucking jail. Hope they burn in hell as well. Let's continue.
But before we get into that, I want to play. Well, actually, I'm not going to play that. It's you guys got the message, right? Actually, you know what? I'll play it.
As a labor and delivery nurse, it gives me great joy to wish Caroline Leavitt a 4th degree tear.
Hell yeah, he did the right thing for Venezuela. The people in Venezuela are happy than the motherfucker. They happy, I'm happy for them. So yeah, I support what he did for Venezuela.
Now, what I also find funny is that she later posted this, allegedly, of course, allegedly. Check this clip out.
So they just murdered a man in Minnesota. They murdered a man in Minnesota, and you motherfuckers are coming after me because I use bad language. Fuck you. I'm on the right side of this. Fuck you.
I really don't give a care what Trump thinks.
Okay. All right. And it seems, now I don't know.
As long as it's about America first.
Legitimately her husband, but it seems like her husband started
Well, line up what I voted for.
Her, begging for money.
Which
is absolutely hilarious. The right-wing MAGA machine.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Useful idiots that do not see how angry they should be at the people in charge of these policies. Kids are being kidnapped. People are being shot. Opposition is being silenced, and they want to shut down.
No problem with being honest. That's what it's all about. Being honest.
Wake up.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Hold on. Where was this concern when the Biden administration was contacting places like YouTube to have conservatives punished or banned, silenced, or X where people were literally...
I'm a Trump supporter, but I'm not here to convert anybody to be a Trump supporter or anything. I'm here to share information, chat with you guys. It's a good morning. Here to learn with you guys. I'm not here to try to make anybody convert to anything. Do you guys. Thank you guys for joining the chat. Appreciate it.
Literally having their accounts deleted. What was that concern? Right. Nowhere to be found, huh? Nowhere to be found. We got another nurse as well. Check out this clip.
I thought of something good. I think it's in the weird spot. Sabotage tactic, or at least scare tactic. All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end. Have them full of saline or succinylcholine, whatever. That will probably be a deterrent. Be safe. Okay, for today's resistance tip, I vote.
It's not American fascism. Y'all keep saying that. There's nobody in a concentration camp like that. What y'all talking about?
Get some of that up with gloves.
Or going to gas chambers. Have y'all read y'all history?
Put a gallon of water. Get the poison ivy oak water, and I'm gonna put it into a water gun. Aim for faces, hands. Are the single ladies where these ice?
Yeah, the ICE agents should do better about how they handle their situation. They should do better. But at the same time, the protesters should do better as well. They're going to protest, do it in a smart way. Stay in a certain zone. Stay back. And the fucking whistles and horns, chill that shit out.
Bring some X-Lax and put it in their drinks. Get them sick. Nobody's going to die. Just enough to incapacitate them and get them off the street for the next day. Highly easily deniable. You could get sick too. Won't eat there again. I'm just saying. Let's get them where they eat. Somebody's not going to be supporting these guys. Where's the hotel where they eat? Who makes that breakfast? Let's find them. Let's make their lives fucking miserable. I know we're already trying to keep them awake all night. That's good.
You are seeing video of a man who's believed to be Alex Preddy kicking a federal agent's SUV 11 days before he was killed. Thanks for joining us. An organization named the News Movement captured the incident on camera.
This evening, a Homeland Security official says they're aware of the footage and reviewing it. Our Jeff Wagner's here with more of that new video. Jeff.
Frank, the News Movement worked with the BBC, who used facial recognition technology to match Preddy's identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. And then our national confirm team took a look at it too. TNM was in town shooting a documentary on ICE activity in Minneapolis. They say they got a tip that ICE was blocking the road near East 36th Street and Park Avenue, just a few blocks away from where Renee Good was killed. In the video, the man resembling Preddy appears to spit at the SUV filled with federal agents and yells expletives. He then kicks out the taillight. That's when agents get out and take him down to the pavement. During the scrum, federal agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. Take a listen.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
After nearly 30 seconds, the man is released, and you can see what appears to be a gun in a holster on his hip. His outfit also looks similar to what Preddy was wearing the day he was killed. He sticks around as the camera person retreats, while tear gas fills the air. The ICE agents would soon drive away. Important to note here, we don't know what happened before this video started. CBS is still working to confirm a report from CNN that Preddy broke a rib during that encounter. As for the shooting that killed him, Homeland Security today confirmed the two agents who opened fire were placed on leave, Frank.
And we don't know if he was
Oh,
detained.
bad comments. Wow.
Talk to the people who work.
Well, there you go, people.
Where they are.
So y'all cool with him kicking the car, spitting at the car, and all that shit, driving away? That's crazy. Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe. That's crazy.
Just
He shouldn't have done that.
stay toxic.
Yep.
He shouldn't have done that.
That's unfortunately is another nurse. If you don't believe me, here's the news story.
VCU Health says an investigation is underway after it says one of its employees appears to have posted videos that seemingly encourage people to harm ICE agents. The videos garnered attention on social media after they were reshared by the page Libs of TikTok. It's a right-wing account known for reposting controversial or inflammatory comments made by teachers, healthcare workers, and other community members. On Monday, the account posted a series of 3 videos from the apparent VCU Health employee, which have now been viewed millions of times. We're blurring her face because VCU Health has not identified her, and at this point, we are not aware of charges or disciplinary actions against her.
For the single ladies where these ICE guys are going.
Like and subscribe,
have a chance
everybody.
to do something, not without risk, but could help the cause for sure.
In one of the videos, the woman suggests using dating apps to find ICE agents and put laxatives in their drinks.
Damn.
And find these guys. They're around. If they're an ICE agent, bring some X-Lax and put it in their drinks. Get them sick. Nobody's gonna die. Just enough to incapacitate them and get them off the street for the next day.
She goes on to say, quote, "Let's get them where they eat."
Where's the hotel where they eat? Who makes the breakfast? Let's find them. Let's make their lives miserable.
In another video shared by Libs of TikTok,
Protecting criminals. That's crazy. Y'all might as well protect the criminals that's in jail. We got people that's in jail right now. Why ain't fighting for the people that's in jail? They criminals. Y'all silly, man. It's funny.
the woman does not directly name a target, but she gives advice on what she calls a sabotage tactic or scare tactic.
All the medical providers, grab some syringes with needles on the end.
In a statement, VCU Health says, the content of the videos is highly inappropriate and does not reflect the integrity or values of our health system. VCU police are assisting with this investigation. Per policy, while the investigation is underway, the individual is on administrative leave and will not be in our facilities or interacting with patients. Now, VCU Health did not answer my questions about whether the administrative leave is paid or unpaid. It also did not answer questions about when exactly the videos were apparently posted.
Disgusting stuff, man.
Hey, Uncle, it doesn't matter the percentage. Obama deported 5 million of them with Tom Homan, the same guy. So it doesn't matter.
For this.
Get him out of here. Get him out of
Former
here.
VCU nurse has been fired
Gotta
after
go.
videos
Gotta go.
of her on social media surfaced about threatening to harm federal immigration agents. And tonight, our 8 News legal analyst takes a look at those remarks.
And 8 News reporter Ben Walls joining us live in our studio after getting a better understanding of the legal issues ahead. And what did our analysts have to say, Ben?
Yeah, Heather and Eric, our 8 News legal analyst Russ Stone was once a prosecutor, but is now a defense attorney. And although he is not involved in this case, he shared with me both sides of the argument, whether someone could prosecute the former nurse on her remarks and what a possible defense the strategy would look like. He shares some advice on how to lawfully protest actions by ICE.
Get on Tinder, get on Hinge, find these guys. They're around. They're an ICE agent, bring some X-Lax, put it in their drinks. Get them sick. Just enough to incapacitate them, get them off the street for the next day.
VCU says it let go one of its own after investigating what it calls highly inappropriate videos made by former nurse Belinda Cook. The videos share her comments encouraging viewers to physically harm ICE agents. The content uncovered by libs of TikTok on social media with hundreds of thousands of followers weighing in on the heated issue. The university deeming the statements as not reflecting the integrity or values of our health system.
It's even more surprising because she's in the healthcare field where, the Hippocratic Oath says first do no harm.
Change. We are not showing the attack, but moments after this video was taken, 23-year-old Irina Zarutska took a seat in front of the man on the right in the red hoodie and began scrolling on her phone. After a few minutes, police say the man identified as 34-year-old DeCarlos Brown took out a pocket knife, stood up, and stabbed Zarutska several times. Passengers rushed to help her, but it was too late.
Very alarming. As a woman who rides solo, people have harassed other people. You can tell that they're probably not mentally well.
Brown was arrested after
she's clearly not following her oath.
8 News legal analyst Russ Stone believes
It may be another country and all that, but still, what was the outrage for that? Nobody, you know what I'm saying? Y'all out here just picking and choosing the narrative. That's crazy. That's crazy. She got stabbed for no reason. No outrage for that. No protest for that. Amazing.
believes a prosecutor could charge Cook with solicitation to commit a felony offense. But he adds, there's always another side to the story.
Right, she's from Ukraine, my bad. Right, she's from Ukraine. And yeah, so that's crazy.
She's not really serious about anything that she said.
Those who do want to protest,
she was definitely serious about that.
ICE's actions, especially after the 2 ICE-involved shooting fatalities in a month, Stone says there is a safe and legal way for you to do it.
You cannot impede somebody, a federal agent's investigation, but you can certainly stand an appropriate distance away and say whatever you want to say. And then, frankly, the phone that we all carry has a really good camera on it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with videotaping what you are observing.
Now, our team spent the day working to get Cook's side of the story. She has not answered our requests. Reporting live from the studio, I'm Ben Walls.
Of course she hasn't, and she's not going to.
Well, I'm from Chicago, west side of Chicago. I'm 43 years old.
You saw the videotape. I mean, it's as clear as day. It is as clear as day. So I encourage you all, if you're going, if you have to go to the hospital, to the doctor, don't wear any conservative or Republican merch, any Republican apparel, nothing. Don't even start having a conversation about politics.
Like and subscribe. That's crazy.
Because I guarantee you, this is just the tip of the iceberg. This is just the ones that weren't smart enough to not post
I understand.
it online. Okay, if you've got nurses who hate Republicans so much that they're willing to post this stuff online, you could probably bet that there's other nurses who think and feel the exact same way. They just don't post it online. And if they think and feel the same way, your life is at risk if you go in and let them know that you're a Republican. Your life is at risk. Can't trust these people.
Okay, Michael, that's what's up, man.
A little bit. But once again, it goes to show that
I was a barber in security in Chicago. I was Dita Barber on Madison and Laramie. I did security different places, Southside, the hotels, Sunset Liquor Store on Division, Austin Division area.
there's a big reason why sometimes it feels like we're actually outnumbered. But in reality, we aren't. We're the majority. We are the majority. We just watched the Democrat Party spend $2.5 billion
It's on my
on
arm.
a candidate and still lose. And still lose. They couldn't even win the popular vote. Still lost. We are the majority. Don't forget that. It's just most of us are silent. And it's it's because of things like this, like what you just saw. It's a shame, man. It is a shame. But anyway, y'all get in the comments. Let me know your thoughts and your opinions about all of this. And stay safe out there. Peace and love. I'm out. And I put that in quotations because I'm not too sure about this one. On Ilhan Omar, where she was sprayed with some type of unknown substance. Okay? And I'm going to show you the video. And I want you to give me your honest opinion on whether or not you...
That's me and Ernie Banks in the barbershop. That's Ernie Banks, Mr. Cubs. We all from Chicago, Mr. Cubs.
And then we're going to get into something interesting afterwards, so make sure you stick around because it all comes at a very, very interesting time. So with that being said, let's hop into it.
Abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
That's me and Ernie Banks, Mr. Cubs, in the barbershop. I didn't cut his hair, but I met him in the barbershop. I'm a barber too.
Oh my God, he sprayed something on her.
I need a napkin to know nothing.
No. You're lying. You need to go get checked. No.
We will continue. These fucking assholes are not going to get away with it.
You need to go get checked. I don't know what That's whatever it is smells so bad. She needs to go get checked. I don't know
that's
what that
that's
was.
what they want.
It's not about him, Ilhan. It's not about him. It's about your safety. No, he sprayed something on you. You need to go get checked. Yeah, it smells terrible.
We're going to keep talking. Just give me 10 minutes. Just give me 10 minutes. I beg you. Please don't let them have the show. 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 Here is the reality that people like this ugly man don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us. Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for
That's
me
me and Pat Mikowski,
to lead my
the Bears, president of the Bears, Pat Mikowski.
Resignation.
What do y'all think? What do y'all think? I just want to...
Alshon Jeffrey.
I let the video play. I didn't pause it, didn't interrupt it at all. I just wanted you guys to get the video in its full context. All right? Now, I want to go back to when the incident happened.
Must abolish ICE for good.
The guy is sitting front row, which is kind of interesting.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Here it is. He's right here. You see him getting up here? And then you saw the spray. It's kind of hard to see. Let me I'm gonna put it in slow-mo so hopefully you guys can actually see the spray that comes out. Let me turn the sound off because that's annoying. Okay, watch like right.
All right, one more pick. That's me and D Rose in the barbershop. Like I said, once again, I'm a barber. I didn't cut his hair. It'd been nice if I did, but that's me and D Rose. Shot time.
There's like a mist, like or a stream of something that comes out, like right here on the screen. Right there. Actually, it was a little bit higher. It was like up here. You kind of saw it there. Oh, jeez. Went back way too far. Right there. And of course, he's yelling something at her. Now, the reason why I think this is staged, because if you're sprayed with something, you know, an acid or whatever, we've seen these types of attacks before. Your reaction is not going to be, hey, let me go fight.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man.
They just sprayed me with some acid, possibly. Look, you see her. She's got her fist up, like she's about to do something. Like, bro, like first off, if you really wanted to go swing on the guy, you could have. Okay? You could have. Wouldn't have been a great decision, but you could have if you really wanted to. So, I don't know what that was about. That seemed fake to me. Now, one thing that I will say is she was shaking when she was at the podium. I don't know if you guys caught that as well. Let me see if I can grab that part. I think it's like right here. Her hands are shaking, but that could also be intentional.
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks.
Yeah, right there.
It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding her.
So her hands were shaking.
We're an hour in. I appreciate you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Like and subscribe. Happy Thursday.
Taking a little bit, but she could have been staging. She could have been faking that too. You know, could have very easily been faking that. And this all comes at a very interesting time because Ilhan Omar has obviously been under a spotlight. And we also found out something else with her finances. Check out this clip.
I just investigated Ilhan Omar's official financial disclosures, and what I found was so dark and criminal. I don't know how she gets out of this without going to jail. Have a look at this. Here's Ilhan Omar's financial disclosure from professional record year 20.
It was staged. Ain't no allegedly. That was staged.
Here, Est Crew LLC. This is a winery in Santa Rosa, California. It's not doing that well. The total value of the winery is listed at $15,000, and Ilhan Omar's barely making any money off of it at all. Hardly enough to pay a parking ticket. Okay, that's fine. Nothing really mysterious there. Businesses fail all the time. But go ahead and look at her filing for 2024, and you'll find that Est Crew Winery, the same company, the same location, is now worth $5 million. That's incredible, up from $15,000. And now Ilhan Omar's making.
What's up, yesterday? Thanks for joining in.
One of the most successful companies ever. Let's go ahead and check in on this winery. You know, maybe we could buy some wine. I like wine. Why not? Let's see if we can buy some Est Crew Winery. Here's Est Crew's social media Facebook page. You'll see here that the last post, was in 2023. Wasn't this the year that they were supposed to, go really big and make Ilhan Omar millions of dollars? Same thing on their Instagram, and they don't have an X. So let's go ahead and check their official website. What is Est Crew? We are winemakers and memory curators, okay? Est Crew Winery has a bunch of brands that's led by these people, creators of eye-catching labels. So I'm sure I can go and get some of their wine, right? Well, they don't have any activities here, so maybe I can just go to their location and buy some of their wine, or maybe give them a call. Let's try and go to their location here. This is the Google Street View of Est Crew winery, and what you'll find here is an empty parking lot. Doesn't actually look like an operational business. It certainly isn't the same name. So, okay, let's go ahead and give them a call. See if maybe they pick up. Let's go ahead and call the number on the webpage.
Let's go ahead and give them a call. Find out. Oh no, user busy.
What's up, Leo?
I've done this like 20 times today.
Okay, so that didn't work. Is there any wine in this wine company? Is there anything about wine? Because I see like stuff about events, but like, what is this exactly? Aren't you supposed to sell wine at your wine company? Where are your wines? No, there are no wines. You don't know why? Because this is a fake company. Ilhan Omar's husband accused of swindling investors in their California winery. They stole millions from cannabis growers. See here's the lawsuit right here, saying that Tim Minette, Ilhan Omar's third husband, no relation, swindled his investors and defrauded them. How did Minette get this relationship? Well, the current Attorney General of Minnesota, Keith Ellison, used to work for him. Isn't that curious? Keith Ellison, the same guy, refuses to look into any of the Somali fraud. So this company was sued for being a fraudulent company. And the New York Post says the exact same thing, as the House is now probing the mystery of Ilhan Omar's skyrocketing wealth. They said that Ilhan Omar went from being one of the poorest members of Congress, worth negative $65,000, to being one of the richest, worth $30 million. Here's a rare photo.
Interesting stuff, huh? Interesting stuff. Shout out Benny Johnson. Very, very interesting stuff there. So as that's happening, as these investigations are ramping up, obviously we have the fraud in Minnesota, but then people are looking into her financials and like, something looks a little fishy here. Now all of a sudden there's this attack. Interesting stuff, if I do say so myself. Y'all let me know in the comments. What do you think? Real or fake?
All right, Sanders, all of that is going on. There's this. The Trump administration looking into the finances of squad member Ilhan Omar. But now we are learning that the Biden Justice Department also reportedly took an interest in the Minnesota Congresswoman's finances. Chad Pergram is live on Capitol Hill. You look at her financial disclosures, Chad, she gained a lot of wealth in a very short period of time.
Yeah, John, that's what we're studying this afternoon. President Trump hinted that the DOJ is, quote, looking at Ilhan Omar, but this scrutiny may date back to 2024. President Trump lambasted Omar last week.
And then we have this fake congressperson who they just reported is worth $30 million. You believe this? Ilhan Omar talking about the Constitution. It provides me. She comes from a country that's not a country. And she's telling us how to run America. Not going to get away with it much longer.
It's not clear how the president arrived at those numbers. Federal disclosure reports show that her husband's ventures account for much of their wealth. Their winery in Santa Rosa jumped from a valuation of $15,000 to as much as $5 million a year later. His investment firm skyrocketed from mere dollars in 2023 to as much as $25 million in 2024. The House Oversight Committee is probing Omar. It's part of the investigation studying Minnesota fraud.
We're going to find out. It's not going to be hard to figure out what business he's in and where the money came from. So that's going to be
Minnesota. Something going on in Minnesota, man.
Investigation, because she is.
It's a huge distraction with that state.
In the district, in the congressional district, where the overwhelming majority of the welfare fraud is taking place.
Omar denies wrongdoing, but has ducked questions on Capitol Hill.
What your response is to the Oversight Committee launching an investigation into your net worth, you and your husband's net worth? They're claiming that it's risen rapidly. What's your response to what they're saying?
Omar holds a town hall meeting tonight in Minneapolis. She accused the president of, quote, panicking and trying to deflect with lies and conspiracy theories. John?
I'm just saying, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, then it's probably a duck. I'm just saying, I don't see Republicans doing this type of stuff. I really don't. And that's not even like being biased or anything like that, but I feel like for the most part, obviously, do we have our one-offs? Sure. There's always going to be outliers in any group of individuals. Do we have some lunatics on our side of the aisle? Yeah, but they're far and few in between. Like it's less than 1%, less than a half of 1%, probably less than a tenth of 1% of our side is lunatics. Less than a tenth of 1%. But even with that being said, like, you don't see stuff like that happening, especially in Minnesota. You're not going to see that kind of stuff.
Like and subscribe. Let's get to 1,000.
You're just not. At least in my opinion. So in my opinion, it was most definitely staged. Most definitely staged. But what do y'all think? Let me know. Stay safe out there.
Minneapolis, Minnesota House Rep Ilhan Omar was sprayed with an unknown liquid substance during her town hall in Minneapolis. Now, the guy was immediately tackled and arrested, but that does not end this story, and I have so many questions. Let's talk about it.
Just Chi-Town.
How's everybody doing? My name is Anthony Brian Logan, and today we're going to talk about the Minneapolis, Minnesota House Rep Ilhan Omar being sprayed with an unknown liquid substance during her town hall in Minnesota. Now, the guy, as I said from the beginning, he was immediately tackled.
No problem, Michael. Appreciate you, though.
His name is Anthony Kazmierzak, 55 years old. Now, that does not end this story. I have so many questions. The main question is, was this fake? Am I watching a production? What was the purpose of faking this if it was fake? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying it was fake. This is just me asking questions. I can't be inquisitive. I can't be curious. I can't be, wondrous of the world. This looks like a hoax. Whether it was or not, we'll figure that out in a minute. But before I go any further, let's get straight to the videos. I have multiple angles, pictures, everything. I will link to everything in the box if you want to see and hear it without my commentary. If you're on IG, Facebook, etc., visit the link in the bio. Go to the corresponding article on the website. But without further ado, let's go ahead and roll it.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Right, trying to be tough. She nodded at him. That was some bullshit.
I need a napkin to know
The new Smollett, like y'all said in the chat, Smollett.
We will continue this. We're not going to get away with it.
She's tough.
Okay, so right away, there's a lot of questions. First of all, why would you want to continue after you got sprayed with an unknown substance? If it's me and that happened, I'm going to leave the room immediately. I'm going to flush my eyes, my skin, all of that out with water.
They say she's Somalian, so she probably used to the smell and bullshit.
I'm going to go to the hospital. I'm going to try to get that syringe that he had checked to see what's in there. Because it could be odorless. In this case, it didn't have a color to it. We'll see that in a minute. It could be odorless. You might not even know what has happened. You got to go check to see. You don't have medical equipment.
It does seem like she did.
Testing equipment to see what that was. So why would you keep on going? And then after you got sprayed with the substance from this man, why would you try
apple cider vinegar? Don't smell. Apple cider vinegar don't smell bad.
Did you see the head nod? Now let's get to another video. In this video, you're going to be able to see Anthony right here, right in front of her, and you're going to see what could be some kind of communication between Ilhan and Anthony. Let's watch.
Of the agent.
What could be some kind of communication between Ilhan and Anthony. Let's watch.
Establishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good. And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. I don't know.
Let's go back. Did you see the head nod? Let's go back. Okay.
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Right there. Did you see it? One more time.
Or face impeachment.
See, she went like this. She looked dead at him, gave him in the head nod, and then immediately
He was divorced. He was alcoholic, down on his luck,
maybe basically. It's just a coincidence. Maybe she was just in the room because I've done
paid and
before,
staged.
not spraying anybody with an unknown substance, but public speaking. You're at a podium, you got a crowd of people, you're scanning the crowd, making eye contact. They teach you that when you take speaking classes. And I've done that way back in college and everything, and I've been speaking a lot over the years. So maybe it was a coincidence.
Right.
But what kind of coincidence?
I can't subscribe, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Right on this guy, look him dead in the face, give a nod, and then he jumps into action. This seems staged. And again, I'm not saying it is. I'm not the police. I'm not an investigator. I'm just giving you my honest opinion from what I'm able to see with my own two eyes. So we have an article here. Man arrested after charging Representative Ilhan Omar spraying her with liquid during town hall. Okay, and you can see the guy's name right here. 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierzak. He's arrested and booked into Hennepin County Jail on suspicion of third-degree assault. Okay, now you can see him right there, looking like the roach guy from Men in Black, of course. Now, let's keep going. There he is again, immediately tackled with the syringe in his hand. And there she is trying to like fight him. And they have the syringe on the ground. There we go. So some kind of brown substance. They have to test that. If that syringe is not tested, then we're not really being serious. You got to test it to see exactly what's in it. And in my humble opinion, it ain't nothing in it. She said she was unharmed and there was no rush to try and get medical attention. If this was real, if it is real, then the first thing you should do is seek medical attention. And then also something else. He didn't spray her like right in between her eyes. He kind of like got her on her chest and like her abdomen area. Like he was trying to avoid hitting her right between the eyes.
White Michael, right.
So that right there also points to this not really being real. Now, here's the guy on camera beforehand. Is there a reason why the camera's right there? Now, I know this is like a zoomed in or this is a cropped image. So, of course, it's going to show more of the crowd. But why are they showing the crowd? Why are they showing him? Is there a reason for that?
Round of applause for Congresswoman Omar's staff who's here. Hi, everyone. I'm Hennepin.
Is there a reason for why that's happening? I'm just trying to understand. And here is more of the response. Like, I'm going to fight. Here's more of that from a different camera angle. Let's watch.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
And look, you can see where he sprayed it. See, look, watch this.
Resign or face impeachment.
They're gonna nod. Look. And it's crazy because she tried to do it real slick, like make eye contact and then close her eyes and kind of looked away. Just enough to give him the cue. Watch this.
Fake as fuck.
See?
Is impeachment.
And then he does not spray her in the face. He sprays her like right toward her chest, like under her neck. So as to avoid getting her on her face. That's what I mean. This, if you're a real lunatic, you would get it right between the eyes, and it would be something in there for real. It wouldn't just
don't do the face.
Something that you could just
don't do
say
the face.
We're going to ignore that, and we're going to keep on speaking.
Damn.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not really buying it. But let's continue. Let's see her reaction, shall we? Really, Ilhan?
I would have still punched the motherfucker.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just be like, come on now.
I would have punched him. You sprayed something on me, I would have punched him. Something. Some type
Now,
of
they
really.
also interviewed Ilhan Omar briefly after the attack. Let's watch.
Representative Omar, are you okay?
I'm tough.
No, I'm gonna go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love. And
Fraud
as I
is
said,
bad.
I've survived war. And I'm definitely going to survive intimidation or whatever these people think that they can throw at me, because I'm built that way. Thank you.
I am not buying it. As I close, I want to say this. Ilhan Omar and people like her, when you excuse the scamming that's happening with your community, Ilhan, the Somali community in Minneapolis, when you excuse that, brush it under the rug, or even participate in it, when things like this happen, the immediate thought process is it's more of the same. Because scammers, from my experience, they're unrepentant. When they get caught scamming, they're not really worried about trying to apologize. They're not really worried about, trying to turn life over. They're going to keep on doing it. For as long as they can scam, they're going to scam. If they do a scam, they get caught, okay, cool. Let me do another one, and another one, and another one, and on and on and on and on. They're never going to change that behavior as long as they're able to get some kind of benefit from it. They might get caught once or twice, okay, but I didn't get caught 10 to 15 more times. They're unrepentant. They're going to keep doing it over and over again. And if this case is real, the skepticism toward it is like the tale of the little boy cried wolf. You keep crying wolf, and when we come to try to save from the wolf is never there. But the one time the wolf does actually arrive and does eat you up, nobody came to your rescue because all the other 1,000 times you kept crying wolf. But I think I'll leave that right there for now. And what say you? What's your opinion about this whole situation with Ilhan Omar and the mysterious substance from the man in the crowd? Do you think that she gave a little head nod, a little wink, a little, hey, come on, time to go do it right now? Did she do that, or am I just seeing things? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments below. You guys know where I'm at. I think it's fake. I don't. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, nah, that ain't really it. And then aside from the little head nod, aside from that, which is pretty obvious to me, the issue is if you get sprayed with an unknown substance, why wouldn't you go get medical attention immediately?
A new shirt.
It could have been something that delivered airborne. You see, so you spray something, it's one thing for it to get on you, like acid or something like that. But what if it was something that could be airborne and people in the room could be exposed to some kind of toxin, some kind of chemical? You have no idea what that is. You need to clear the room and get everybody medical attention. But since that didn't happen, and she was really focused on trying to continue, trying to give herself some kind of moment, that looks like it was staged, especially since you got some heat on your back right now, Ilhan, because of the monies that might have misappropriated with you and your husband. So maybe this is the way to get the heat off of your back for that. I'm not really sure, but it certainly smells fishy to me. Whatever your thoughts are, please let me know in the comments below. And that is all I got to say for this video. If you like what you heard, please comment, rate, share,
like and subscribe.
And subscribe. Peace.
This was Chicago, baby.
Kidnapping our families. We are not okay with ICE killing and shooting innocent people without impunity. We are not okay with this, Chicago. And that's why we have made it absolutely clear, not only should we defund ICE, but it is time to abolish ICE.
Brandon Johnson is a piece of shit. Him and Larry Lightfoot. Terrible mayors. Terrible. And Rahm Emanuel. I met him too.
Are you with us, Chicago? And so now we are calling on every single elected official, whether you are a Democrat, an independent, or even a Republican, we need you to vote now to put an end to Trump's terror.
Like and subscribe.
Now let's send this message to Minneapolis. Chicago stands with Minneapolis. We stand with this country to defend the honor of working people, black people, brown people, white people, Asians. We are coming together as one to defend our humanity. Let them hear you, Chicago. So let's keep on.
Good one, Michael.
That's an insurrection. That's inciting an insurrection right there. Remember when the Democrats just tried to lock Trump up because he said go peacefully protest, and Antifa was in the crowd and agitating like they're doing right now. This right here is treason, and this is insurrection. This who should be locked up.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it. Send the military in. Like, I would have sent the military in as soon as they said that we're not able to go into the jails and get the illegal alien criminals, and they said they would not work with me. As soon as I became the president of the United States, the commander-in-chief, like President Trump did, the next day, an executive order would have been written to send the military out, because we're dealing with, they say it's 10 million, but it's 22 million unvetted illegal aliens. These people come from all over the world, unvetted criminals. We don't know nothing about them, the diseases, the criminal acts. At this point, I mean, we are hostages in our own
About an hour,
country.
30 minutes in. Thank you guys. Like and subscribe.
And every
Thank you.
official that is telling the people to go against law enforcement is actually in violation of the U.S. Constitution. They're in violation of their oath. They're in violation of what their duty is as a public servant. And they need to be out. They should not be able to. They need to get out of office.
And see, but the thing is, let me say this, guys. The Democratic Party keeps saying they're the party of democracy. Majority of half of the country voted for this. Trump, number one thing he ran on was immigration, to do the biggest mass deportation in history. And we voted for that. He promised us that he was going to do that. That's why he received half of his vote, the most of the votes he did receive. So that means these people, because they didn't get their way on election day, they're going to get their way. They're going to get their way in violence and going against.
This is Chicago Flip Red. Yeah. Chicago Flip Red. That's what they are. So there's a big group down there. And my man named Vashawn, he's somewhat part of that group too as well. His name is the Chicago Conservative. Check his YouTube channel out.
The very thing that majority of the country voted for.
Chicago
so
Flips.
This is how they're gonna do it. They feel like they just gonna bully and bogart us to do what they want us to do because they couldn't win it through election. And this is what we cannot allow. We cannot allow these people to be rewarded for the things they're doing. That's why
I do this for you guys.
Republicans, conservatives, like he said, Democrats, independents, we must.
Yeah. I'll use something better than that. love it, Jesse. Yeah, life was terrible.
The Holy Father ain't nothing holy about the Pope. Holy mackerel. I can't believe you people follow a man. What a mess! And so, what I want to do first is we didn't finish up on the super chats yesterday. We started, but we ran out of time. And I appreciate your support. So I want to finish up on the super chats we started yesterday. Super, and Hake is here. And I don't know what kind of shirt you have on? It's a cotton shirt. What are those signs? Those are teeth. Oh, I thought it looked like teeth. What? No. Yeah.
What the?
Okay. I won't tell you where I got it, but. Oh, alligator and shark or something like that. You must were down. You must were kidnapped by ICE and taken down to Florida and put on that alligator road prison thing. Yeah, I got this at Alligator Island. Yeah, they thought alligator Alcatraz. They thought you were illegal. No, just illegal friendly. They thought you were illegal alien from South Africa. I remember when they brought 10 whites in. That's right. And the people had a fit. Freaking out. Yeah. Walking Roscoe gave a super chat yesterday saying, I agree with Jim. Meaning Hank, James. Coach Mama talking, that black coach Mama talking to his daughter player, male player. What a mess. That player who wanted to choose the streets instead of football. And that coach was carrying on like Big Mama all the way. Yeah, all his little mama in him. What the? I was crying. Let that boy go. He has a right to live the life he wants to live. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Roscoe. Yeah. Aaron B. Dang it. He got me. I got emotional on that one for about 2 seconds. Coach trying Mama's love public display. What a mess. Well, they're just awful. Didn't fool the young man. Not at all. That boy, he was still taking off his jersey or whatever he had on. And that coach was carrying on like grandmama. Black people think that grandmama prayers work. Boy, I had to go on my knees for you. And got down and prayed to Satan. Okay, dear, so they do. Amazing. And Craig D. referring to that husband who thoroughly rejected his wife and in-laws, parents-in-law, with a gun. That was the most amazing thing I ever seen. Yeah. He said, Craig D says, hillbillies are even crazier than the blacks. Evidently. And he's like, I told her her parents can't live here. And she's like, this is my house too. And he's like, okay, you keep that up. You're making me mad. I can't imagine not that I condone it and do what they want. I'm not for or against it. But I can imagine this man telling his wife, your daddy, your mama cannot live here. And because mama loved to impose on the children, and the daughter was subject to the mama, and the daddy is subject to the wife, and then she's just going to do it anyway. And finally, the guy walked in, according to the story, what he said.
Guess so, right.
When we saw the video. He walked
Like
in,
and subscribe, everybody. Let's get to 1,000.
And I can hear the wife. That's his children, but you can sit in it anyway. Nobody wants someone else sitting in their chair. Disrespect. That's my chair, and I put it there. Oh. What a great song. I know. And they do say that in that song. Yeah. Everything you see is with love and care. No, that man's chair, he walked in and his dad-in-law sitting in it. Oh, I know he would start burning. He was like, what the? I could see the mama and the dad-in-law sitting up there waiting for this man to come in. Because the wife is totally rebelling based on the story.
But it happens all the time. These women don't listen to their husband. Whatever. Okay, thank you.
See on 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/JLP Talk. Piano emoji. Ain't nobody's business. Not business. If I do, Jesse says.
Do you think that this is organic? From your observations, do you think that this stuff is coordinated?
Now, what's interesting is there's a large fencing barricade right now, keeping the protesters away from the hotel. You see the hotel is boarded up. You will see some law enforcement in that right here. So stay tuned for updates here in Minneapolis.
To be honest, Brandon, it's a bit of both, but it is organic. Their viewpoint is that ICE is Gestapo, that ICE is Nazis, and that ICE is essentially just like rounding up and like killing U.S. citizens.
This is Jorge Ventura, another hotel being protested, paid for you by anti-ICE protesters. Check this out. Where they believe federal agents are saying this is the graduate hotel.
Are there protesters there that are moderate, or is all of them just radicalized?
Many of the protesters that you actually meet, they're almost individuals that have no purpose. I don't say no purpose, but they feel like this, what's going on now, this kind of fills that void in their life.
Like, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell to get notifications. Anytime I go live, I make a video. Y'all already know what to do. Let's get into this. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you guys earlier, I interviewed Jorge Ventura earlier. This was a popular demand interview. Everybody wanted me to talk to Jorge about what's going on in Minnesota. My wife was the biggest proponent. And I want to do this before we get to the interview. I want us to support our journalists who are out here doing all they can to give us news coverage that the mainstream won't even give us. Not even Fox News won't even go down there. So I'm giving $1,000 to Jorge. I'm going to put it in his Venmo. I want everybody that's watching this, that if you share this content, if you watch this content, if you appreciate it, I want you to give to his Venmo. We'll put the Venmo up on the screen, and we'll also put it in the description section. I want us to support our journalists. All right, now, with that being said, Jorge, welcome to the show. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a fan.
Jorge.
My wife told me I had to interview Jorge Ventura. She literally, this is what she said. She go, he is too
Like and subscribe, everybody.
Right. He is the textbook journalist. She said, sometimes I want him to be more biased than he is, but he sticks to the truth and he sticks right down, the narrow path of making sure he's doing objective journalism. And that's why we respect him. So, y'all, help me welcome to the show, Jorge Ventura. Welcome to the show,
man, thanks for having me on. And hey, that means a lot. That's like such a high compliment to for someone to say that as a reporter. And no, it means a lot. Just super happy to be on, brother.
And I won't tell anybody I call you Jesse Ventura before we started this show. I said Jesse Ventura. I haven't got no sleep today. So, but anyway, man, I want to talk. You're in the heart, in the thick of the foolery, and literally, if it wasn't for your sacrifice, dedication, we wouldn't get half of this footage. And I know others are out here, but I feel like that you have a very unique style in just actually reporting on what's going on. Not necessarily hyperbolic or confrontational, but just literally giving the news of what's happening. So can you tell us
Thank you guys for joining in. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Like and subscribe.
Right now, Brandon, here in Minneapolis, I would say the tensions are at that all-time high, especially after the recent shooting. And even before that, I got on the ground last Saturday, so I've almost been here for 2 weeks, and almost every business here that you walk in or just you're looking at their windows, it's all of them say no ICE, no federal agents are allowed. We want ICE out. The rhetoric also from like the local PD, they don't want the federal agents, the mayor from and also from the state leadership. So you really have the entire state of Minnesota feels like against this operation and what Border Patrol agents and ICE are trying to do, where they're trying to target and arrest criminal illegal aliens. So you really have ICE kind of going against literally the whole state every time, and I've never seen this in any other city, even in Portland. Every time Border Patrol is actually out doing operations, they are immediately followed. So anytime they leave the federal building here in Minneapolis, it's called the Whipple Federal Building, that's where all the agents are headquartered. As soon as they leave that building, activists track their vehicles. They dox their license plate. They leak their addresses. They are obviously impeding on all the operations, and it's just creating this recipe for disaster. And the last couple of nights, Brandon, the anti-ICE rioters and agitators are now targeting hotels where federal agents are staying. So Sunday night got pretty violent at the Home 2 Suites by Hilton. It's a hotel here in Minneapolis where federal agents were staying. That's where the anti-ICE rioters just stormed the lobby, destroying the lobby. They smashed the windows. They actually blocked off both of the roads.
Were ICE agents in the hotel, or they just believed they were in the hotel? So they were really in the hotel, and they were trying to break in and I'm assuming to hurt them, kill them, or something.
And what was shocking is when I got on the ground, and by the time I got there, it was around 9:30 local time. So I thought, hey, any minute now, local PD is going to show up, obviously with backup. And it was like over an hour this was going on, and finally it took actually federal authorities. We didn't see any local PD arrive, but federal authorities arrived. That's when they deployed the flashbangs, shooting tear gas, and they went to clear out that mob. And then that's where then I captured this viral moment where one of the federal agents starts to guard the front door, and the protester starts to throw objects and hits the agent in the head. He starts bleeding profusely. He was very disoriented, and then he had this moment where he pleaded to us, the reporters there. He said, "Where is the local PD?" And I think that moment is kind of like the microcosm of what's going on in Minneapolis, where federal agents really feel abandoned by literally the whole state leadership here in Minnesota. It's really quite astonishing.
It's crazy. I saw that clip that you referred to, and he did look disoriented, looked like maybe he was losing some blood because he got blood all over his fingers. And he went to the front almost in a desperate kind of exposure plea, right? He was playing, but he knew they weren't going to come. But I felt like he wanted to expose the media to the fact that they're not helping us. They're claiming that they will respond to incidents where the rioters and thugs are actually bludgeoning them, but they won't. There's no response to citizens. There's no response to Border Patrol or ICE personnel. You guys have literally sold past half of our inventory in pre-order in 1 week. 1 week, Verdict is sold past half of all of our inventory. We got to restock. You guys are getting ready to sell us out. And if you want to get Verdict shipped to you during the pre-order period, which I think is going to be at the end of this week, it's going to start shipping out. If you want the Verdict, you better get on there and get some today because we're going to sell out.
So make sure if you're interested, go on. You must be 21 and over, obviously. But you make sure
they're Somali neighbors. They do view ICE no matter what, no matter how you think about it, but their viewpoint is that ICE is Gestapo, that ICE is Nazis, and that ICE is essentially just rounding up and killing U.S. citizens. That is the mindset. There isn't this mindset of we want ICE here to just target the criminals, and we just want the person who's undocumented to be left alone. That's not the mindset here. I think the modern mindset, at least here in Minneapolis, is abolish ICE. And I think even politicians, if you actually start to hear some of the rhetoric, Brandon, they're starting to say that, and they're actually moving to the position of abolish ICE is the first step. We want to now prosecute ICE. And here in Minneapolis, you really do feel that. And like I said, the white liberals, at least here, feel like this is their fight, and that they're standing up for their minority brother and sister.
Do anybody, are there people there that do have reasonable perspectives, which means that they're not yelling and screaming and being deranged. They're articulating very clearly in the crowd, which means that I'm saying, are there protesters there that are moderate, or ones that are saying, we just want this to happen. We don't want violence. We don't believe they're Gestapo. Are there reasonable amounts of people that are doing that, or is all of them just radicalized?
I mean, there are some people, but that right now is in the minority. But also, an interesting thing is, I've been covering these kind of riots, civil unrest since 2020, and in all the major cities. And one thing that I learned is you kind of watch in real time. Humans, I don't know if it's called psychosis, but they really get propagandized by the media. A lot of people come to protests actually thinking like, hey, look, I'm a regular person. I don't agree with what ICE is doing. I'm just going to like hold a sign. I'm going to do the chant and sing. But when people actually come down and then they're actually riled up in these crowds and mobs, they actually change their behavior. They don't act like themselves. And that's something that I've been actually watching. And many of the protests that you actually meet, they're almost individuals that have no purpose. I don't say no purpose, but they feel like what's going on now, this kind of fills that void in their life. And I think that's why you see these huge crowds, like here in Minneapolis, it's like wind chill, it's like -20. And there's thousands of people coming out. This Friday, it'll be a massive general strike where people are literally walking out of their jobs. You know, one of the messages I always get with my reporting is, are these paid protesters? And many of the times, like, I'm like, hey man, these are people who are like, have regular 9-to-5 jobs, but they care so much that they're like walking out. These are airline employees, hotel workers, restaurant workers. It's that type of vibe all over the city. So I'm kind of watching this real life psychosis, and also the language matters. You know, if people are watching media and their politicians are using the word Gestapo and Nazi describing ICE, you know, that plays a big role in, you know, what on the violence we're seeing on the ground.
Jorge, what's one of the biggest things you think is a takeaway? Like if you could expose the world to the biggest takeaway from you being in Minneapolis, Minnesota, what would that be? Like, what would you, because if you had a megaphone, because obviously the content that you do and some of the other guys that do journalists there, it does have virality, but not everybody sees it. Like, what is the most important takeaway based on your journalism that you see from Minneapolis that you want to, if you could give one message to the world, you'll say, well, this is what you guys need to know about what's going on in Minnesota?
You know, to be real, man, like, and I don't say this lately because I get, you know, no one wants to say this, but it just feels like right now, Brandon, it's like a recipe of just a disaster or what's going to happen. We're almost at that boiling point. You now have, you know, left-wing agitators that are arriving here to the city like and they're being encouraged to like fire at federal agents. So I'm very worried that we're going to get to a moment where agents are going to be ambushed, and it feels like we're almost there. You know, and like I said, don't say that lightly, but it just feels like something's boiling up, especially when you're here on the ground and you feel the tensions. A lot of more individuals are coming out of town. Many of them are coming armed. And I just feel like right now, Brandon, we're in a recipe for disaster. And, you know, I really hate to see it. You know, you don't want to, you know, I love this country. You don't want to see anything like that. But it just feels super divisive, especially here on the ground. We'll have to see how President Trump really navigates it. I think this is going to be one of his most pivotal moments in his administration. So, you know, hoping we don't get there, but man, it really, really feels like we're close to that moment.
If you had to, you know, make or give an opinion, what do you think Donald Trump should do? People float around the Insurrection Act. People are floating around, you know, he deployed the National Guard. I know that he claimed that he had a conversation with Tim Walz about the potential of them working together to kind of get a stop to this, you know, maybe coordinating efforts for local PD to hand over illegal aliens to them at the prisons or the jails instead of having them go into the community. You know, so what do you think, just based on your experience and things that you've seen, what should Trump do, or should he do anything at all?
You know what? I do like the optics of sending Tom Homan in. Tom Homan is a professional. He's super experienced as an ICE director, worked at the highest level for both administrations. So I like the Homan move. I think you got to fire Noem. I think Kristi Noem, her days have to be numbered. Like the way that they ran this was horrible for optics. I do think if he does the Insurrection Act, I think that right there would just all hell would break loose on the streets of Minneapolis. So I think we need to avoid that for right now. So we need to kind of cool the temperatures, have these meetings with Governor Walz and the mayor. I don't know if maybe they make an agreement where they say, okay, look, we'll take away a certain amount of agents, but you need to turn over like every criminal illegal alien in a prison or in a Minneapolis jail or whatever that agreement looks like. But I think Noem has to go, man. I know, I really do. And look, I have sources.
Talk to me more about Noem. Talk to me more about Noem. Like what is it that what she's done has gotten you to the point where you say, look, she has to go. She's not doing her job the way we need her to do it.
The thing with Noem, Brandon, is like I have insiders in Department of Homeland Security, like even before what happened here in Minneapolis, like the both shootings.
If Trump responsible and Iceberg not responsible, then we the voters are responsible. So what do you mean? We voted for Trump.
Putting like the cowboy hat and the whole thing, like it looked very cringy. After the Freddie shooting, I think that was it, because she came out and like called Freddie like a domestic terrorist, and that like it just inside the ranks, that was like just super unpopular. So the messaging just has been completely off, and Holman has always just been about getting the criminal legal aliens and then kind of working from there, and Holman has kind of been sidelined, and Holman is very popular inside the ranks. So I think Nolan has to go because she's really put Trump in his tough position. Look, I think one thing people have to remember: not everyone consumes the news like you and me, and probably your viewers consume the news probably more than the average American. A lot of people just consume the news really quickly through headlines, and right now, the optics look bad for Republicans. All the headlines are super negative about ICE, and then you have these two shootings. It's just like optically, it's a disaster. No one has just not navigated this at all. So I think getting Holman in is the right decision. I'm going to be super interested to see like how the tactics change on the ground. Like, do they just pull all the way? Do they pull all the Border Patrol? It's only ICE out there. We'll have to see. But I think no one has to go, Brandon, to be real.
Yeah, I'm hearing that a lot. I'm kind of to the point where I'm so fed up with these lunatics going out and bludgeoning ICE that I'm desensitized to what happens to them, and I'm almost to the point of me saying that's what they get. But I do understand in a leadership position like where Kristi Noem is that she has to be able to clearly articulate and be cognizant of what she's saying, because I see two things happening here. In the past, the left creates a narrative that's so outlandish and it's totally far-reaching, but they present it, and it goes around the world 50 times, and then finally the truth get out and nobody care. And it's almost as if Kristi Noem is doing the same thing on our side. Like, she jumps to the gun and saying he's a domestic terrorist. He was there to murder ICE. And there's a part of me that don't like that, and then there's also a part of me of saying, well, wait a minute, maybe, just maybe, we should be putting out. You know what I'm saying? We should have a stance, because they are willing to put out that this guy did nothing wrong. He wasn't even armed. He was just a nurse protesting on the street. And then that goes around the country and everybody's mad because they think this guy didn't have a gun. They think like we got video of him confronting people and getting physical with ICE agents with a gun on his hip. And the left acts like he was just a nurse. Like the one Renee Good, she was just dropping the kids off at school. Like, God is my witness. I think people think that she dropped her kid off at school and she was just driving through the street and got killed. I think people still believe that. So,
oh yeah, no, they do. Yep.
I see kind of what Kristi Noem is doing, but I do think she can be a little more tactful, because I think people were very upset about the First Amendment kind of description, because you do our Second Amendment. You do have the First Amendment to protest. You do have the Second Amendment to take a gun to a protest if you want, but you don't have a right to do that stupid stuff he did. And I think that Kristi Noem is kind of a little more extreme. I think some people in Trump's campaign or Trump's administration, they're kind of like social media people, more so than professionals to a certain degree. Like, and it's I love Kesh Patel, but even in when Charlie got killed, I felt like Kesh Patel and them
not much liberty, just chilling.
They were claiming that they had people in custody and they were doing things that they shouldn't have done. You got to kind of wait until you get adequate information before you disseminate that information to the public. And I think he kind of lost a little momentum there. Kristi Noem, Pam Bundy, sorry, my nose stopped up, literally going out and saying with the Epstein thing, I got the evidence right on my desk. It's like some people in the administration are so used to being social media influencers and viral that they're losing touch with the professionalism that comes with the job. So people can kind of take you a little more seriously. Everything is not a meme. You know what I mean?
That's right. Brandon, if I can just add to it, because this is like such a good point. A lot of people don't understand it. It's like some of these Trump administration officials, they're too online. Like for Kristi Noem to come out with the domestic terrorists, it's like hold on, like you're speaking to America. You're not speaking to like the
crazy.
online right on X. And
stay prayed up.
I totally agree with you. I think some of the administration officials are
God is in control.
and like Trump knows optics. That's why like when reporters were asking the White House press secretary, "Hey, does Trump view Ash Brady as a domestic terrorist?" She says, "I have not heard the president characterize him like that." You know, Trump knows optics, and that's why he's navigating this moment.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Like and subscribe.
We'll see how it goes through with Holman, but I completely agree with you, man. Also like the messaging has been off. Like you don't want the Kristi Noem saying one thing, and then literally the president is saying a completely other thing. So even the White House messaging has not been the same following that shooting.
Yeah, you know, that's I agree with you 1,000%, and I think that's what people need to understand, because this is one thing that I would critique the administration with, and because I think they're doing a lot of great things, and they're way better than the left, because the left they're completely nut jobs. They already were in power, and we see what they did. But on the right side, I hate when I see people saying three different things, and this happened in Trump's first administration when he had with the COVID-19 stuff, and he had Dr. Fauci and them going on CNN and saying something, and then he said something from the White House. It's like everybody needs to get on the same page. It's the same thing with Kesh Patel, and then we're saying different things. It's like, and Pam Bundy, you know?
We know it. It's all been planned. There's always something going on. Follow the money.
We're going to say, you know, Pam Bundy can't say
Follow
something
the
different
money.
than Kesh Patel and say something different than Kristi Noem. And then the press secretary say something different than what Trump said on True Social. Like, I don't think that they're intentionally doing this, but I think that if I can add a critique to the administration, I would say, can you guys please professionalize what you're doing? Because Pam Bundy is telling us Epstein files
Right, Michael.
are on
That's
her
what
desk.
happened.
Donald Trump gets in a meeting and says, why are we still talking about this? Kesh Patel is saying, we're going to bring everybody to justice. You know, you like at some point, you guys got to...
Once again, when Obama had done the same thing with Tom Homan, there was no media pushing and saying the ICE are Gestapos and all that. That's why all these people out here now, because the media keep saying the same stupid ass shit. 5 million people. Come on, y'all. Stop it. Tom Holmes is the same guy who done the same thing. That's funny. Like and subscribe.
Talk about this, because it make us look bad, and the left is kind of getting a little more fodder.
That too, and also, man, like the right is putting pressure on Bondi and Patel. Like the heat is absolutely on it. Like they're holding them accountable. Like Bondi right now, I think was a little bit pressure to make some arrests with this church.
We should have had Matt Gaetz. He's been on it
a couple weeks ago, so I think that was actually like a really good sign. We have to see if the charges stick. We'll see if Limit gets arrested. But I agree with you, man. Like when the messaging is mixed, you really lose trust. And once again, like an important thing right now is like the White House needs to speak to America, not to X and Twitter. Like I said, Brad, I think this is going to be just one of the most important, pivotal moments for the administration. And many on the right now are like really upset.
That's
like,
true, Burnett. Don't be a liar about it.
He's being like relieved, and I think he's like leaving Minneapolis today.
Do the crime, take the time. Do the time, do the crime, do the time.
So right now, really, like the whole eyes of the country right now on Minneapolis on what's going to happen with this whole immigration enforcement. Does it continue? How does it look like? Is the administration going to back down? It's really kind of fascinating, man, because every hour we're like learning something new right now.
Yeah, and I heard that Bovino, I think I heard it was a rumor that he was getting demoted or whatever the case may be. I think the White House, I think my guy Nick just told me this morning that the White House came out and said that is not confirmed. So I think that it was rumored, but this is the problem with miscommunication.
Yeah.
Because where do we, like we hear it, we see it on the internet, but where's the official statements that are articulated very clearly to the people that this is happening or not happening? It's not very clear until 2 or 3 days later. So, but also I think you made such a good point, Jorge, and then I want to get to another topic, but it is very, very important that we don't just talk to social media, because I think even I get caught up in this, right? My world is what goes on in social media. But like the average American that's going to work and going home do not consume media like we do. They don't know everything that's going on. They don't know anything about the shooting. They just heard that the shooting happened and another American is dead.
These people, most people are literally taking their kids to school and going home and going to their job and worried about, putting food on the table, or worried about what they're going to do at their job next. Are they going to get promoted? Do they have to study for an exam? There's a lot of people that are living an average, normal life. And when they do tap in to narratives, news reports, or press conferences, they need to hear reasonable communication, not hyperbolic, mean culture, because I feel like when I listen, I'm just being honest, when I listen to the president and I listen to the White House, and I love the White House, I go there all the time and I love them, I feel like they're talking to me, right? Like, I feel good about what they're saying because I'm in this every day. When they talk about this guy as a terrorist and all this, even though it's hyperbolic, I'm like, yeah, screw that guy, because I'm indulged in this. But then a humbling point that you make is that, wait a minute, maybe, just maybe, that's not the right approach, because everybody's not like us. Everybody don't know everything that happens.
Because what I try to do, Brandon, sometimes, like, as a reporter, man, is like I try to look at politics like through the lens of like my dad. My dad's like a 55-year-old guy, middle class trucker, and so I try to like look at politics through him, and he's like completely normal. So he's consuming news like a normal person, bro. He's not online like this. Like, I asked my dad about the Epstein files, like, he has no idea who like Jeffrey Epstein is. Like, all he knows is he's got to somehow figure out how to pay the bills and survive, and that's his life. So I think that's important to remember. And I do think with Trump's recent moves, I think he does see that. Like, I do believe that, and I think you'll kind of see Noam not have so much press conferences in these next coming weeks. Would be my prediction.
All right, the last topic, because I know you're busy, man. What is the safety like for you out there? Because, like, it seems like a war zone, to be quite honest. And there's a lot of violence. But it seems like you, as a reporter, and you have built a reputation of an actual reporter, not an antagonizer. And so it seems that you kind of are able to go under the radar a little bit and actually be able to report with immunity of violence, it appears. Especially lately, some of the stuff that I've seen you do. But, like, what is it like for you out there? What is it like when it comes to violence? What is it like when it comes to finances? Meaning that, is it a struggle just to get to some of these events? Can you talk us through, like, what is it like to be Jorge traveling to these events?
Yeah, I started off in 2020, with the George Floyd riots. So as soon as I started off, I went right into like literally the madness of it. And one thing that we learned quickly, Brandon, is like that we have to go undercover. So during the 2020 riots, I actually would dress almost like Antifa. So I would wear the black bloc, all black, no logos. Sometimes you got to go really undercover. So like if they're marching, they're doing the marches like all cops are bastards. You kind of got to join, and you kind of do the chant, and then you're able to kind of blend in. It's almost like you're being an actor in a way. You're kind of being in a movie, and then you're there to document. I think the best, and like this is just my opinion, the best reporters and the best who do this do not make the story about themselves. And I think too many are getting lost in the confrontations, and then all of a sudden you're not really telling a story. You are becoming the story, and it becomes that you're always the victim. And it's like, everyone has different values in this game. And for me, I just want to show the American people what's going on. And I did that during the George Floyd riots. I did it during the COVID shutdowns. And I did it all 4 years on the border under the Biden administration. So, my job is to go undercover, not cause any confrontation, get the best video, and tell a story. If I can get interviews, I will. So you can actually hear from people. And I just kind of carry that way. And even doing that, they still go after me. They still dox me. If they actually find my identity, like while I'm on the ground, like they will go to assault me. So it's kind of playing like this cat and mouse game. Like my style is very undercover. Try to keep going live limited. I just went independent a little bit over a month ago. So
let's get 10 subscribers.
So right now, just kind of
like and subscribe, everybody.
Really counting on the people to just help us with literally everything. I mean, like this hotel, all the gear. I literally, you have to kind of get gas masks and new filters, the bulletproof vest. I mean, there's so much, we sometimes have to hire security, a cameraman. Lately, actually, we've been hiring getaway drivers. That's been actually as may have been present. So when things kind of get hot in a protest or the riot, we have a getaway driver. He's ready on location. So it takes a big risk, but for me, I just want to get the news. So yeah, kind of what I was getting to the point is like I just want to show the American people what's going on and then let them decide. And I think one of the best examples of my reporting was on the border, just showing people the raw, unfiltered truth. And I've gotten so many people to flip their opinions on the border. The amount of people that messaged me, people didn't even know that, like, literally immigrants were dying on the border every day under Biden, and so forth. But that's really my goal, Brandon. I just want to be like a storyteller. I don't care to make it by myself. And that's what really, really drives me on multiple things. I'm doing protest coverage. I'm doing documentaries. I'm investigating the illegal marijuana with cartels in Oklahoma and California. I'm also I love just telling human American stories. So last year I was in Kerrville during the flooding.
Oh, you say you seem sus? Damn.
140 people. Many of them were children. I was the first national reporter there, last one out. So just want to tell people the stories from the ground, unfiltered.
Yeah, man, and I love that you do that, man. I really do, and I appreciate you. And I told my wife last night, because I knew I was going to interview you, and I told her, I said, why do we not fund, as a conservative base, even conservative, even if you're not a conservative, if you love journalism, real journalism, where people are actually doing what journalism is made to do, exercising the First Amendment, where you are going
2 hours in, people.
dangerous places.
2 hours in. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
That nobody's willing to go to get the footage and the stories that nobody's willing to tell. Why in the world are we not compiling our resources together for people like you and others who are out here getting content that we would never have, we would never see, we'll never.
This new news we're hearing from people very similar to what we've heard in other revocations is really fear and confusion. These are individuals who, when
I'm just sharing information, Cheese. That's all I'm doing. Like and subscribe. Thanks for joining in. You see you in the chat. So in the chat, what's your opinion about what's going on with Minnesota? All that bullshit. A lot of information out there. What you think?
through a process.
And now that process is over, with people from 75 countries now cut off from America by the Trump administration. As of this week, all immigrant visa processing for a staggering list of nations, from Russia to Iran to Brazil and Somalia, has been frozen. But that's not all. This crackdown also includes the spouses of...
Thanks, Don. That's all it is. I understand why people come on and be hating. You know what I'm saying? If YouTube don't want me to do what I'm doing, YouTube would ban or strike me. And that's not going to happen because I'm following the rules. So thank you. Like and subscribe.
Legal U.S. residents who could be asked to leave the country, permanently affecting massive numbers of people.
This pause on visas that kicks in on the 21st is explained as a way to save money and end any draw on American public resources, including medical treatments. There will be 75 countries affected. So far, the list includes Somalia, Russia, Afghanistan, Brazil, Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Nigeria, Thailand.
Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well,
it's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I...
The U.S. is going to be much more selective about who it lets into the country.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you.
Legal reasoning here is it's already on the books. It's rooted in existing law under federal immigration rules. Visas can already be denied if someone is likely to become what's called a public charge, meaning dependent on government benefits.
It is causing massive panic for family members. This is going to be spouses of U.S. citizens, children.
Americans voted in a landslide to uphold the sovereignty of this country. Americans, by overwhelming majorities, just oppose refugee resettlement in principle. So the public is behind this.
It's all good, Liberty. What you mean, sir? It's all good.
This new ban apparently affects half of the current number of legal immigrants. And as you're about to see, there's actually a chance families could get swept up into this one way or another. But what nobody's talking about is the president says there are valid reasons for why we need a ban like this in the first place. Because when you connect the dots back to the industrial scale fraud taking place in areas of the country like Minnesota, a much bigger picture of what this is about comes into focus. It's not just a policy shift. The actions being carried out are already legal and on the books. And this is a direct response to a system that's been bled dry by what the Trump administration says is deliberate exploitation, zeroing in on the very pipelines that have allowed people to target America's generosity, creating fraud pipelines all over the place for things like immigration fraud and welfare fraud. But this raises some big questions like which countries does this ban cover, and how does a fraud scandal in Minneapolis trigger a global visa freeze? And what does this tell us about the hidden war being waged inside our own immigration system, a war between those who want to protect U.S. sovereignty and those corrupt politicians and interests that have built an empire on cheating the system? Which brings us to the real reason this is all happening. It's about preventing the extraction of what the president says is wealth from the American social safety net at a time when legal U.S. residents are dealing with an affordability crisis never before experienced in our country's history. Which is why we're going to break down the 75 countries now on President Trump's ban list, expose even more of the fraud that forced this move, and reveal what this means for the future of immigration, which includes Americans married to immigrants like me. But in order to understand all of that, you've got to see what triggered this whole thing in the first place.
And Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas for the first question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing so expeditiously. We all know this is an important issue, not just in terms of welfare fraud, but also immigration more broadly. So we appreciate it. And thank you for the witnesses for taking the time to come here. I want to start with you, Mr. Balu. Again, thank you for being here. Do you know what percentage of Somali-headed households in Minnesota are on food stamps?
No.
54%. Do you know what that number is for native Minnesota-headed households?
Well, to be clear, a majority of those...
It's 7%. There's a big difference between 54% and 7%, is there not?
Excuse me, sir, could I answer the question?
Let me move on. We've got a lot.
So during this investigation, which took place in Congress at a House oversight hearing, we're learning about the criteria that goes into this new 75-nation ban. Now, there's nothing wrong with immigration, but the Trump administration's position is that it's hard to have a country that functions at the highest level that it can and does the greatest good for the largest number of people living in it right now if it has an immigration system that costs the country a lot of money. And this pause only affects immigration visas for individuals seeking permanent residency, aka green
like
cards,
and subscribe,
in the United
everybody.
States, such as through family sponsorship.
Let's get to 1,000 subscribers.
It does not impact non-immigrant visas like tourist visas, student visas, or work visas. So if you're coming here to visit America, if you're coming here for employment in America, nothing changes. Have you ever thought about what really happens to the files and photos you upload to the cloud? Who can see them? Are they being scanned or even used to train AI? That proton fits right into take back control.
Afghanistan, Brazil, Iran.
So this ban, it's not about just one country. There are 75 countries on this list. And you can tell that this has nothing to do with discrimination at all when you look at which countries are not on this list at all. Here we have a list of countries. This is from The Guardian. And you know what? Mexico is not on here. Venezuela is not on here. And you know why that is? Even though the media has been telling us all year long, oh, Trump doesn't like people from Mexico. Oh, Trump doesn't like people who might be from, Venezuela. Those countries aren't on this list because citizens of those countries, when they come to the United States through perhaps family sponsorship or through marriage, they do not have a propensity, as the Trump administration deems it, towards becoming reliant on America's social safety net. They fit into an immigration system which benefits themselves and the country because they can come here and survive on their own without the help of the federal government. And that's what this is really about. We need an immigration system that allows people to come here and thrive. Many people forget that this is all happening with the backdrop of a massive affordability crisis in this country, where folks have trouble paying for basic necessities and have trouble affording the rent for their apartments. And the sad reality is their lives do not get easier or more affordable if the social safety net is expanded every single year, which is why the Trump administration wants these changes. This is being done in the name of affordability. But this could affect even U.S. residents who are in the process of perhaps building their family. And this is something that many people are very upset about.
Pausing processing for these 75 countries, which include Russia, Egypt, Colombia, is meant to stop what they say is abuse of the system and prioritize people who they say are self-sufficient. Critics are pointing out that this isn't fixing the lock, it's narrowing the doorway, especially for poorer countries, for elderly applicants, people with health conditions, and it runs the risk of making the U.S. so unattractive a destination that it's going to disincentivize the people we do want to come here, youth and talent who would contribute productively to the U.S. economy.
But we do not. So that's the key word here, productively. And this could even apply to legal residents, as the agenda now is not to have an immigration system that creates excess public charges. And while these rules are still evolving, there is debate over whether green card applicants who in the future try to renew their status could be denied if they begin collecting government benefits, which would make them a public charge. Internal memos suggest that immigration officers no longer have to consider just cash-based assistance when determining who might become a public charge or not. Even receiving something like Obamacare could mean that you do not get a green card in the near future if you're here today on some sort of temporary visa and you're applying for long-term legal permanent status. And for people trying to build their family, if they've got a spouse who they might be married to and that person is trying to get a green card or become legalized, that process might not work out if they are collecting Medicaid. If their children have health coverage, which is government sponsored in some manner, this also includes things like Section 8 housing, SNAP, food stamps, EBT. And if you're in California and you get these benefits from your state, that too could disqualify you, as these are public benefits. And now the public is being charged to help sustain your life here in this country.
Yeah, it's all in furtherance of this America First immigration policy, which is broadly predicated on restricting immigration overall, reducing the number of people who are allowed to enter, being more selective about the kinds of people who can enter, emphasizing, again, self-sufficiency, penalizing countries whose visitors may have overstayed in the past. And it comes alongside a number of other measures that state and other arms of the government have done. The State Department has very much touted the fact that it's revoked more than 100.
So if the country has an immigration crisis on its hands, there's really no way to quickly revert that crisis without policies.
No problem,
like
Michael. I'm still here, man. No problem.
And people from that specific country, when they may come here on, let's say, some sort of short-term visa, if those individuals have a propensity for remaining in the country and violating immigration law after that, it sounds like that is something that could wind folks up on this list. But let's talk about the other idea, this idea of self-sufficiency. That's a big thing, because if someone is going to come to a new country, the purposes of them coming to that place have to exist. If I want to go live in Japan with my wife and we want to raise our family there, the country should block me from coming if I need to come in and have them pay to sustain my life completely, because if they don't do that,
like and
they
subscribe,
don't have an
everybody.
immigration system that benefits the Japanese people. You see what I'm saying? I have to be able to go there and pay my own way and buy my own food and prove that I'm an asset to their country if they want to let me in. They're just not going to let me show up if they've then got to take care of my entire cost of living and the cost of living for our children. And what this comes down to is, do we have an America First immigration policy, which is the same sort of policy most countries have, or do we want to have an open border and an America Last immigration policy, which is what we've been having for many
man,
years.
Michael.
But what's not up for debate is that the things that are happening now, this ban, it's already
Blood
totally
of
legal.
Jesus.
It's not
Jesus'
some
name. Blood of
lawless
Jesus over
move by a
Michael.
president
Jesus'
who
name.
doesn't like people from 75 countries. No, It's not that at all. These laws are already on the books, but surprise, surprise, they have not been enforced because right now, green card applicants are expected to demonstrate that they're likely to be self-sufficient and not primarily dependent on government assistance. This stems from long-standing U.S. immigration law under the public charge grounds of inadmissibility, which essentially means people who cannot immigrate to America and survive without welfare are eligible to immigrate. And for decades, U.S. law has emphasized self-sufficiency. This is already a requirement, a basic principle, and that's been that way for over 100 years. And Congress even reinforced this during the vote on the 1996 Welfare Reform Law. The statute declares that immigrants should rely on their own capabilities, family sponsors, or private resources, not government benefits for support. But as you can imagine, this is causing absolute chaos for people who may have entered the country recently under a system with a very different attitude towards self-sufficiency.
Coaches, athletes, or soccer fans coming this summer for the World Cup, they are not affected.
It is causing massive panic for family members. This is going to be spouses of U.S. citizens, children.
Immigrant attorney Veronica Cardenas says for days now, her office has been getting phone calls, and now they know why. Cardenas worked with ICE for 13 years as assistant chief counsel. She reminds people these cost-saving public charge safeguards were first written into law more than 100 years ago.
What they're doing here is just doing a blanket pause on all of those applications.
So this is going to cause chaos in sanctuary cities like New York, where this report is from. And the reason for that is in high-cost cities like New York, like Chicago, like Los Angeles, people can't survive in these places most of the time without help from the government. 1 in 3 New York City residents spends about half of their income on rent, and that statistic is from a couple of years ago when things were cheaper than they are today. So many people here just to stay rely on government assistance. And if you're trying to have your new spouse immigrate to this country, perhaps they have children from a former relationship, perhaps you have children together here in this country. If you're receiving government assistance, the idea that your spouse is going to come here and not also need government assistance is something that will now be challenged. In the past, that wasn't challenged. Now it will be. And the numbers in some of these sanctuaries like New York are absolutely insane.
Go ahead, Michael. What's the numbers?
1.8 million residents, about 20%, receive supplemental nutrition assistance. Over 3.9 million residents in New York City are enrolled in Medicaid or Medicaid-like coverage, which represents roughly 3 out of 5 city residents. Plus, the city provides cash assistance to over 585,000 residents as of early 2025. Those are all public benefits. Receiving those makes you a public charge. Now, if you're a legal U.S. resident, the country has this idea that we should take care of the less fortunate, which we do. But America doesn't have unlimited money. And the Trump administration says, look, we want to take care of Americans. We want to take care of legal residents. But if we have a system that allows more folks to come to this country who also need access to that safety net, there will be less money for people who are already here and are already struggling with an affordability crisis.
Department, quote, the Trump administration is bringing an end to the abuse of America's immigration system by those who would extract wealth from the American people. The State Department will use its long-standing authority to deem ineligible potential immigrants who would become a public charge on the United States and exploit the generosity of the American people, close quotes. Fewer tourists will mean lost revenue.
Okay, so I'm not sure how this affects tourists. We were told that it's not going to affect tourists, unless, of course, those tourists are coming here with the intent to remain in the country after their visa expires. It might affect those tourists who aren't actually tourists at all, who are people who would defraud our immigration system in some way. But why are we talking about how this will negatively affect the U.S. economy? If anything, this is going to be a good thing for the U.S. economy, because people who overstay a visa and end up in the United States past the point where they should have returned home, those are people who are in the country illegally. And if those individuals are here, if they're collecting benefits from the state in some way, that means there are now less benefits for people who are here in a legal capacity. And even if that person is here in the country illegally and they're working and they're providing for their own selves on their own, they're not collecting any sort of government benefit, they can't have a job in our economy that can also go to somebody who's here legally. You see, once a job is gone, it's gone. And now somebody who's here legally has less employment opportunity. And if that person is able to pay rent and get an apartment, they've taken an apartment and they've taken a job away from somebody who is legally entitled to have access to those things as a legitimate member of the country's economy. You see how this works? And what this means is that in the near future, it's going to be easier for people who are here legally and need to be a public charge because their situation warrants it. It's going to be easier for them to apply for various government programs and get approved. There will be less friction for somebody who's down and out to apply for Section 8 housing and have a place to live. And with America suffering from one of the largest affordability crises in its history, with many people tapped out coast to coast, this is going to be a good thing for those who are here legitimately, need help, and don't really know what to do next, especially in places like California or New York, where there undoubtedly will be more public money available for those who are homeless and for those who are in need and for those who need help paying overpriced rents, which perfectly explains why a fraud scandal in one part of the country brought the national spotlight onto the idea of our country's entire immigration system. What do you think about all of this? Thank you for watching. I will see you in the next video.
Amazing.
Why are you getting so angry?
Because the country being run by criminals and nobody's doing anything. And people like you are defending actions of terrorists.
And people like you are defending these pedophiles being in Minnesota by wanting to abolish ICE and get them out of
I'm
here.
not defending those. If you're trying to argue that we need to get rid of these people, that these are pedophiles, then get the pedophiles in the White House out now.
As a combat veteran, why are you not protecting my rights to come out here and want to engage with people? Why would you encourage people not to talk to me?
I would never fight for you.
Really?
No, not your Nazi trash.
Like and subscribe,
Welcome.
everybody.
Thank you for coming out today. Yeah, sure. I love it. So, what are you protesting?
All different issues that are going on right now.
I know
You
today.
name it, or I can name it for you. You want what? Women's rights? What?
Well, let's talk about women's rights. I'm a woman. Let's talk about women's rights. What about women's rights are you protesting?
Who do you represent?
Myself. My name's Caitlin Bennett.
Oh,
I have a
cool.
YouTube channel. Right here. I don't hide it or anything.
Okay.
Actually, I love your sign. Can you show the sign to the camera?
A picture of it, didn't you?
3,000 people. Wow, that's a lot.
So it says guardians of pedophiles.
Right.
Now let me ask your opinion about ICE. Do you hope that ICE would get out?
No, what I want them to do is adhere to rule of law. That's what I want them to do.
What rule of law are they not adhering to?
Well, they're breaking into people's homes and in Minneapolis as well. But I think...
So is that against the law to do that?
Yes. If you
What
don't
law
have
were
a
they?
warrant,
Yeah.
okay?
How do you know they don't have warrants?
Because they haven't shown any. People ask them for warrants. They don't show any.
Right. So where have you seen?
I'm done with the interview. You got a lot of people you can talk to, okay?
Okay. Well, it's just interesting.
See Wayne, appreciate it. Yep, like and subscribe, man. My channel's about sharing information. That's all I'm doing.
You can have a civil discourse, right?
Done.
And it's not random. It's all connected.
Hi, how are you?
Doing all right.
How I
are
do
you?
it.
I'm doing well. What brought you out here today?
I'm just here to protest against our corrupt government. That's why.
Okay, what's the main issue on your heart?
There's a lot of issues going on right now. Things like going on in Minneapolis with the Renee Good shooting should not have happened. 100%. The fact that Trump is turning the entire NATO ally against all of us for his own ego, and I can't stand for that. And all of that, they're fucking protecting the Epstein files. They're pedophile protectors. And I can't we should not have a president. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
We should not be having a president who is a convicted felon, protects pedophiles, and just...
And if ICE is getting all these people and rounding them up and all that, it's like over hundreds, if not thousands of people out here protesting. And they're not snatching the protesters up. Already protesters are getting hurt if they engage or obstruct the ICE from doing their job. Then things go sour. But other than that, other than that.
Part of criminals, hiring criminals to get people to obey.
Well, let me ask you this. You said we shouldn't have, protecting pedophiles. That's disgusting, right?
Yes.
So some of the people that is actually being deported out of Minnesota are some of these people right here.
Okay.
Some of these people right here. Most of them are pedophiles or they've committed sexual crimes against children. And that's what ICE is doing, is getting people like this out of Minnesota. And this is just a few, actually. They have, I mean, there's dozens and dozens. And so you don't want to defend pedophiles, do you?
Okay. So you said that these people were convicted of pedophilia, or okay. What?
Not all of them, but most of them. I actually have their names and what they've been convicted of right here on the back. If you want, just read one of them. Because there's one of here. Muhammad has multiple counts of credit card fraud. Oh, he's Somalian. Right there. But we can do Ignacio. It was in the U.S. illegally from Mexico. He was previously arrested for child cruelty and battery. He was supposed to be deported. And
Alice, thanks for subscribing, Alice.
Miguel is a Mexican national arrested previously for cruelty towards a child. There's one guy on here that was arrested for strong arm sodomy against a little boy and a little girl. Those are pedophiles.
Okay.
And so when you want ICE out of Minnesota or Minneapolis, this is who you're protecting.
No, I am not trying to protect those people. I'm protecting the actual people who had not had any previous criminal charges against them being deported. Sure, maybe those people have been convicted. Maybe they should get out. But
how do they get out, though?
I mean, get out.
But how does that happen without ICE?
Find some other organization, not hiring criminals.
There isn't. There is no lawful organization that can remove somebody that's here illegally and committed crimes. They can't do it.
You know what that's called? That's called the fucking police.
The local police does not. They don't deport people. ICE does.
Why are you frustrated?
Okay. Well, here's the thing, though. Say that they want to get these criminal, or they want to convict the criminal, get them out. All right. You want to know an easy way to know if someone been convicted? An easy way to get criminals, go to the fucking jail cell, get the people that have already been convicted, get them out, not random people on the fucking streets.
Okay, so again, we're just going to talk calmly here. These people are pedophiles and they are criminals. Give me 1 second before your impulse tells you to interrupt me, okay?
What's up, Warrior? Thanks for joining in.
If you don't want ICE going around, if you don't want them to exist, if you want them abolished, these people would still be in our streets. These people would still be going out and raping
paid
children.
protesters,
There's
man.
no one that could deport them. They don't have the agency to do that. And I think it's dangerous to start telling local law enforcement that they can go and start deporting people. ICE has the power under Title 8 to do this. So tell me, how do we remove these people if we abolish
Right, Kamala Harris let them out of jail when she was around. Yep.
ICE?
Simple. Just lock them up for crimes that they've committed. If they committed crimes, they should be jailed. Just not even just ignore the deportation process. And the fact that you're trying to.
But these are federal crimes. These are federal crimes that are handled by the federal government because they are illegal.
But what is a federal? How is it a federal crime? To be protesting. Why did a mother have to get shot in the face 3 times?
We can talk about that after you tell me how on earth we're going to get these people out without ICE. Local law enforcement, and you want to talk about constitutional and it being legal? This.
I'm well aware. She's a fact.
Why are you getting so angry?
Because the country being run by fucking criminals and nobody's doing anything. And people like you are defending actions of fucking terrorists.
And people like you are defending these pedophiles being in Minnesota by wanting to abolish ICE and get them out of here.
I'm not defending those fucking pedophiles. If you're trying to argue that we need to get rid of these people, that these are fucking pedophiles, then get the fucking pedophiles in the White House out now.
Yeah, okay. It's weird that you are against certain pedophiles, but not these ones. But I appreciate your time. If you calm down at all and you want to have a further discussion, you can come find me. But your impulse.
I'll have a further conversation when you actually get a brain.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. Low impulse control. I'm sorry. Can you prove me wrong then?
Can you answer a question when you're asked it?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, what do you think about the Epstein files?
Yeah, I think they should be released.
Okay, and what if Trump's name is in it?
Well, then that would be awful and disgusting. He should go to jail.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you expect me to say he shouldn't?
Well, you seem to be defending him, and he's got a lot of evidence against him that he's in there.
So what's the evidence?
The pictures.
What pictures?
The picture of him with Epstein.
So that means he's a pedophile.
If he hangs out with a pedophile.
So was Obama, the Clintons, and all of them, are they pedophiles too?
I'm talking to her. She's my friend. She can help me.
She can help you.
You got this. I'm not
Damn.
asking for help from anyone. I'm talking because I believe in this stuff, and I believe I know what I'm talking about. So you tell me what proof is that he's a pedophile? Because if you were to take a picture with someone that raped someone else on a college campus, would you be also a rapist?
No, but what about him and the porn star?
Yeah. How is he a pedophile?
You don't think he's a pedophile. You're trying to twist her words. Tell me. Because if he's in the Epstein files, there's a high chance that he partook in it.
Okay. So if that's the only proof that you have, that's not enough. You're gonna have to tell me proof that he has sexually assaulted or raped a child.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah, the truth makes you uncomfortable. The truth hurts.
Talk about pedophiles. So what do you think about ICE? Oh, if you took the sign out in front of your face, I could actually talk to you, ma'am. Go ahead and take the sign. You're acting like the Grinch when the Grinch has the bag in front of his head before, like, after he shaves. It's like, takes it off. Take it off, Grinch. And then he puts his boots in front. Take that off. And, like, so just show your face.
I don't want my stuff on camera, and that's a totally human right. I don't have to have my stuff
So why you
on
have to
camera.
protest it
Why don't you want to
then?
be on camera?
Because I just don't prefer it.
Okay, so what did you want to talk to me about?
Okay, yeah, I can do this. Like, you're avoiding the questions here. His question, first of all.
Which is?
Jesus.
Don't touch my stuff. No.
It's funny. Don't record me, but you're in a public place with a sign out to be seen. These lefties.
Oh, really? So you can touch my stuff, but I can't touch yours?
Yeah, if that's how you want to do it. I'm just asking people today. I'm really curious about these pedophiles. ICE can handle the Florida heat. They can't. Actually, you say her sign says ICE can't handle the Florida heat. You know that they've gotten over 10,000 criminal aliens out of this state, right?
Well, do they
Don't understand. 1063. Don't understand
Who the
either.
hell cares? What do you mean? Wow. Why is it you care more?
Right. Most of these guys. Right.
Right.
Right. The protesters are really there for the money. They don't care about the narrative. They're getting paid, and that's the whole thing about it. Trying to talk to these people, like you said, they're getting paid. These people are getting paid, so it's a waste of time trying to convince them of anything.
The right countries than just getting them out of our countries. These are pedophiles. These people have committed fraud. They commit sexual acts against children, and you're worried about them going to the right countries when they're deported?
I mean, like, why would you deport them to the wrong place, first of all?
Why would they molest children?
I don't know. Why would Trump molest children?
Yeah, I still have no proof for that.
He was literally in the Epstein files.
Say hi.
No.
Say hi.
No.
All right. Well, he's taking your picture. Are you going to tell him to stop?
Well,
hey, she wants her picture.
Didn't Jesus hang with the murderers and other people, his disciples? They weren't the best of the best that Jesus hang with. That's crazy. Is Jesus a criminal? No.
You're taken.
Who, by Melissa Studios?
They're right here. Yeah. Right here. Her in the hoodie.
Hey, Mark, good one. Release Ashley Biden's diary. That's a good one.
Come back if you guys actually want to have a discussion. What are these? This is incredible. What is this? Show the camera. No. We'll get back to you. Rage against the regime. What else do you have out here? Only you can protect democracy. And is it okay if I switch this one to the camera?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of stuck.
Oh, well, then we won't move it. What are you fighting for today?
Don't know.
Democracy. Right there. Retired argument.
If you're not outraged, Q, get that sign, Adam. Get that sign up there. Beautiful.
Yeah, Mark.
Who made these?
Jesus come back. Oh, man.
Did you make these? Yes. You are very talented. What an artist, right? You deserve credit.
Art teacher.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much for doing this. When one of your signs said, if you're not outraged, you're not paying attention, there's the camera. We're going to look at the camera right here. Or Adam, why don't you step over here, please? What should be the number one thing Americans are outraged about?
The fall of democracy.
Okay.
The rights of people everywhere. Racism. It's just so much. It's almost overwhelming.
Yeah.
It really is.
So you said the rights of people everywhere. Can you point to any specific rights that are being taken away?
Well, I think a lot of times people that are out protesting are getting a hard time.
Yeah.
Where
do you see
I'm not talking about people that are, fighting or anything. I'm just talking about people that are out trying to express their opinions about things. And that goes for both sides. I think everybody has a right to do it. That's what a democracy is.
Well, let me ask you this. Talking about protesting, did you see what Don Lemon did in the church?
You know what? I did not.
Okay, Don Lemon and some of his friends, when they interrupted a church service in St. Paul, Minnesota, because one of the pastors was an acting director with the local ice field. And they went and they disrupted service. They shut it down. The people had to leave. And do you think that is an appropriate way to get your message across?
As someone who goes to services in churches, I think that is a sacred place where people need to be able to worship.
Okay, so not a fan of that.
Well, I would just say I think churches are a place of worship.
Yeah. So would you be willing to tell Don Lemon, like,
yeah, right now I'm in the middle of this, so
okay.
I want to finish this.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Boom, there you go. She don't care. She's getting paid. There you go, right there. Perfect example. Perfect example, y'all. Like and subscribe. She don't care about no facts. She getting paid.
No problem. All right, appreciate you guys. You got the butterfly out. I really love that butterfly. It's just so beautiful.
Let's get to 1,000, you guys. Like and subscribe.
Attention, you're not outraged enough.
Really wish to be interviewed, but thank you.
Yeah. Have a good day. Have a good day. What is this? Politicians do not belong in women's panties. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that one. That is a very, very cool sign. Where do you see politicians wanting to be in women's panties?
What group are you with? I'm not gonna answer.
I'm sorry.
What are you with? What group are you with?
Oh,
sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm with myself.
Golly, man, said we was a church congregation. They did the same thing.
At all. We're out here.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah. I would love to get more of your opinions.
That's okay. No, I'm busy here. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Hey guys. Great.
It's a big difference. If they already in the church already and they want to protest and go at it, that's a big difference. They was already in there. These people coming in there to bullshit. That's a big difference. They came into bullshit. These people's already inside the confine. They are their own people. They are their own group. It's a difference. In my opinion. I could be wrong.
Turnout for it being so freaking cold, right?
And being short notice.
I know.
Short notice.
Yes, all right. Did you guys have to leave work for this?
Yes.
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no.
I'm old.
You're old.
I work at home. I do
Okay.
work, but this is important.
Yes, it is important. So what's so important about coming out today? What is the message you're hoping to get the people to know driving by?
The message is just that we support our compatriots around the world and in the U.S. In the fight against tyranny, against fascism, we support our allies of Europe. We support the people in Minneapolis.
So what I'm saying, if you're a member of that church protesting, that makes sense. I get it. But the people, which is Don Lemon and other people, they came into the church, which is not welcome to come into, and they disrupted. That's bogus. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, no opinion here. We cool. Like I said, I'm not here to convince nobody of my opinion or anything like that. I'm here to share, talk, and keep the live chat going. Appreciate you guys. Yep.
You support the people in Minneapolis?
Yes, we do.
Oh.
Yeah.
What if you could wave a magic wand, how would you fix the situation in Minneapolis?
I would get the ICE agents out.
You would get the ICE agents out?
Yes.
Okay.
I would stop the violence of ICE agents.
Okay. So if we were to get the ICE agents out, these people would not be able to get off the streets and deported out of our country. These are pedophiles. These are fraudsters. These are people that have committed serious
Thank you. Like and subscribe. Thank you.
Against women and children. These are some people that have been deported and arrested in Minnesota or Minneapolis, and this is the people that
ICE
has
baby,
gotten off our
yes,
streets,
yes.
And I think we're a lot safer. I'm asking people
They got supposedly have ICE coming to Rockford supposedly. I'm cool with ICE coming to Rockford. I don't care.
I think that ICE could be there if they were being nonviolent.
But I think the mayor of Rockford, he's nervous about
So
it.
what violence from ICE have you seen?
I've seen lots of video of ICE tackling people, pepper spraying. They just murdered a woman. There's all kinds of violence going on that I think is unnecessary. I think that immigration could still be done and not be done in a violent manner.
Yeah. Well, you see, I think a lot of people in Minneapolis, they're being arrested, they're getting pepper sprayed. And well, we see that they're rioting, they're breaking into hotels.
They're peaceful protesters.
In Minneapolis?
Oh.
Yes.
No, they're not all peaceful protesters, probably.
Well, we know.
Yeah, Mike, I'm thinking about doing that.
So why don't
Have call-ins and all that. I'm gonna get that set up. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna get that set up.
Pedophiles and they're drug dealers, supposedly. Is it so difficult to track them down and not embrace everything?
So that's a good question. The reason it's been so difficult is because these people in Minneapolis, it's a sanctuary city. And so the local law enforcement and the local politicians, so Jacob Fry and then the governor, Tim Walz, hasn't allowed...
No, ain't nothing peaceful. Anytime you got pepper spray, flash grenades, all type of shit going on, ain't nothing peaceful going on both sides.
And these are the people that
shit's
actually
crazy.
been arrested last year in Minnesota after ICE finally came in. And I see a lot of people saying,
So they've been arrested. What else is so they've been arrested. That's good.
yes, it is good, isn't it? But there's a lot of people saying
Leon, where's the Epstein files? Just Google
well,
it.
that happens. Yeah, there's a couple hundred
Why does that happen? That shouldn't happen.
I'm pardon,
so
Paul.
a lot of
All love here,
by
man.
local law enforcement might get
All love
arrested
here.
and detained.
Deontay is the
and
name.
when they
Name is
realize, oh, we don't have the
Deontay.
right person, they let them go.
Back to the violence. Those American citizens are being subject to that violence as well, and I don't think that's right.
Well, do you think that
Let's get to
the
1,000 and
violence could
beyond.
stop if the
1,000
violence
subscribers.
from
Let's
the
get it.
protesters could stop?
I think that the majority of the protesters in Minneapolis are peaceful protesters, and they have been subject to the violence of ICE.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
Black
well, let me ask you
MAGA.
this: if you could tell the camera, if protesters, leftists,
MAGA, baby.
Democrats are in Minneapolis who are anti-ICE, would you tell them, listen to lawful commands?
MAGA.
It depends on what the lawful commands are, because I think.
Well, if they're lawful, if you could just look at the camera,
lawful.
like what?
Listen to her. Don't do that.
Like what?
She's trying to get you to talk to the camera because she
Yeah,
wants to clip
to the camera.
She wants to
Thank
clip
you.
it just very little, so it sounds the right way for her.
Well, that's what you do as well, right? And so I'm just wondering.
How many people have been arrested in this?
Yeah, talk to him. He's a better.
How many have been arrested in Minnesota?
I think it's up to
How many people? Eight.
Eight?
8 people. You're carrying around a picture of 8 people.
No, so hi everybody. What are you, the combat veteran? Is that you?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, that's you. I saw that you were coming.
Yeah.
These are disgusting pedophiles that have been arrested in Minnesota. These people are pedophiles, and when you say that you want ICE to be abolished, these are the people that you want on the streets.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Stay with me.
Of course we don't.
Yeah,
Stop the horse don't.
Small China. I'm gonna get that for you guys.
So you keep saying to stop the violence, but I don't see you saying, oh, we have some violence from the protesters, and I think these
majority of the protesters are peaceful protesters.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
What do you think about that 62-year-old American citizen who got dragged out of his house yesterday in Minnesota in a bucket and in Crocs, put into a car, kidnapped without
Hey, Leon, as long as Jesus Christ accept me, that's all that matters. I don't care about who accept me as far as Democrat, Republican. That's my thing. I don't care about being accepted by anybody. Only Jesus. That's all that matters. Getting to heaven. And God saying, well done, my servant. That's all that matters to me.
He lived there, and there was a warrant for them to go into that house for the people who previously lived there, right?
So they should go in there and grab him without checking identification and put him.
Yeah, they are allowed to detain people
Like and
and
subscribe.
bring them out and question them. No, they're not.
No, they're not.
That's fine.
Not without a warrant.
Okay, how do you know they didn't have a warrant?
Barge into someone's house.
How do you know they didn't have a warrant?
Was that the right guy?
How do you know they didn't have a warrant? Answer the question.
Answer the
How
question.
do you know?
Was that the right guy?
How do you know?
Was that the right guy?
How do you know they didn't have a warrant?
Man's arrest.
How do you know they didn't have a warrant to go into that house?
Did they have a warrant for that man's arrest?
Did they have a warrant to go into that house?
That man, not his house.
Not his house.
It's his
That house. That address. They had a.
They refused to.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Exactly. Walk away because you're getting talked back.
Oh no, I'm working right now, so I want to go talk to other people. If you will answer my question.
Not going to absolutely know what you're talking about.
Man, that is really close to my face right now. So here's the thing. Did they have a warrant for that address?
For the address, yes. But
Okay, they had a warrant for that address. Yes. Oh my goodness. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time. And what did they have a warrant for? Why did they have a warrant for that address? What crimes were committed? No, for that address.
That person.
You don't know the difference. He doesn't know the difference between an address and a person. But they also don't know the difference between a human in the womb and what they think is a parasite or something like that. Hi, how are you?
This woman might want to speak to you. Her name's Cole.
Okay, no, I'm all right. Do you like her mask?
Hey, don't talk to this person. Nobody talk to this person.
Who? You? Is he saying don't talk to you guys? So I want to point out that is aren't you a combat veteran?
Refuse to answer her questions. Just don't.
Why?
She's here trying to.
Wow, what a big man. You're so scared.
This woman is not scared of you. She told me she wasn't scared of you.
Did they have a warrant to arrest that man?
They had a warrant for that address.
Warrants are for people, not houses, stupid.
Oh, really? That's how warrants work. No, it's not. You can have a warrant to enter a property. You can have a warrant to enter a property, and you know that. You were a combat veteran. Come on. I have a question for you. As a combat veteran, why are you not protecting my rights to come out here and want to engage with people? Why would you encourage people not to talk to me?
I would never fight for you.
Really?
No, not your Nazi trash.
Why?
Because you're out here trying to spin a narrative that's just not true.
Yeah. You lied. You know.
You know it too.
Tell me something that's not true. So this guy is he's kind of like that Eric Rhodes guy that is like, I'm a veteran against Trump. And he comes out here, he's a veteran, he just straight up said, I wouldn't fight for you. That's why we need to be aware of what's going on in our government. He is a combat veteran and just said he would not fight for me. Why?
No.
Why?
Because you're a Nazi. You're trying to cause a narrative that's not true.
How am I a Nazi?
So I have a question for you.
How am I a Nazi?
I have a question for you.
How am I a Nazi?
I have a question for you. You can answer.
A U.S. combat veteran just called me a Nazi and said he would
That shit
not
funny
fight
as
for
hell.
me.
What are you? What am I? What are you? What am I?
Is that Nazism?
You're here framing a nationalist narrative that's not true. And you know it. You know it. You're not stupid.
That's disgusting of you as a combat veteran to say he would not fight for me.
Disgusting.
That also means he wouldn't fight for you. You wouldn't fight for tens of millions of people in this country because of their political.
Because you're not an immigrant.
That is vulgar. That is vulgar. That is disgusting. What?
If they're a Christian nationalist, I will not fight for them. No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you're a veteran. Good thing you're not still out there. Please don't
So you gonna
re-enlist
fight
because
for a
you would
Muslim?
not be trusted.
Salary with your taxes. Good thing you're paying my salary with your taxes.
Anymore. It doesn't apply to everybody anymore. It only applies to special people.
What are you talking about?
We're not going to talk about how that man.
I gave you enough of my
Well, I
time.
can subscribe,
If you are
everybody.
not
Let's get to
interested in fighting
1,000.
for my rights as a veteran,
Make sure nobody talks to you.
why would you do that?
Because you're here trying to antagonize people.
I'm having discussions
No,
with
you're
people
not.
just like
You're
we're talking.
narrative, just like you said to her, look into the camera and say it. Because you want to set the perfect way for your little podcast.
Okay. Come over here, Adam. Hi, everybody. Are you guys from Flagler?
Yes.
Flagler students come out strong, right? Yeah, for that. What is this?
So we're here actually, we were walking by, we are really against ICE coming around and just kind of destroying communities and taking people that, came here, and it's just really awful the way they're doing it because they're not doing it in a legal way.
Okay, all right, yes, absolutely. So let me ask you this. Do you want ICE to be abolished?
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So what would we do when there's people like this illegally in our country? A lot of these people are pedophiles. They've sodomized children.
One too.
Okay, then we can deport him too. That's fine. So my question, if we abolished ICE, how would we get rid of people who commit sexual crimes against children in this country illegally?
The police?
Really?
Yeah.
So actually, they don't have that jurisdiction. The police are not allowed to carry out deportations. That's not allowed.
You don't have to depart them.
Hold on. Hi.
So for this,
Hold on, Adam, I've got it.
they have a permit for this location, so everyone knows they're counting for this side.
Yep, I'm not counter protesting, and actually the permit for this area does not make it private property, and they can't trespass people from it or ask anyone to leave.
Okay, so if you're counter protesting, everyone.
I'm not counter protesting.
That's all I have to say is this: we're trying to keep this peaceful protest.
Sure. Yeah. I'm not counter protesting. St. Augustine police, boy, I love St. Augustine. Don't make us do this right now. Don't make us do this.
She gonna sue the shit out of him.
These are pedophiles that have been deported, arrested, and almost deported in Minnesota. This is just Minnesota right here. How would we remove these people without ICE?
Well, I feel like, isn't the Department of Homeland Security and ICE like separate? Are they a separate entity?
So ICE is within the DHS.
Okay, well, I think that ICE should be one abolished, and then the DHS can. I think it needs to be completely reworked, in my opinion. So
Same thing.
How would we get these people out if there was no agency to remove? What does ICE stand for?
ICE stands for Immigration, Customs Enforcement.
Yeah. And so, what are the two things that make up ICE?
I actually don't know that.
Okay, so it's investigations, Homeland
Thank you,
Security
thank you,
investigations.
thank you.
Investigate
Appreciate it.
pedophiles, sex rings, drug trafficking, human trafficking coming around.
Right now, and if you guys don't talk to them, these police are going to escort them out.
Oh, really?
So why am I not allowed to be here, Kat?
All right, you guys need to move
Why?
over here, First Amendment area.
Yeah, this is a
First Amendment area.
You don't have
That's
a permit
funny.
here. They do.
Yeah, so what does the permit
so it's time
do?
to leave.
They're thanking them for writing me a
Let's go.
ticket
You're
for
being detained for a ticket.
Adam, come on. They are get them. So what's happening is the St. Augustine Police Department is going to write me a ticket.
You're on federal land. I'm a federal officer.
That's great.
So you're getting a federal ticket.
Okay, great. I can't wait to fight this. How are you guys doing?
Don't speak to her. Just don't talk to her.
Why wouldn't they be allowed to talk to me? Why would you encourage people not to talk to me? That's not very nice, right? What is it about me that people shouldn't talk to me for?
Damn.
ICE murder, abolish untrained thugs. Where's my pedophile list? Where's my pedophile list? Do you have my pedophile list? Thank you. That's the real reason I have these guys out here with me, to hold my pedophile list. Are you cold? Are you very cold? So let me ask you, Army combat veteran.
The wind is blowing so much.
You have a sign that says resist fascism.
What's up, man?
She just hit me
69.
with her sign.
Net 119. My bad. 119.
It's so weird. Like, I hate to be
619.
that cringy Republican that's like, they're the real fascists. But damn, is the cliche true or what? Hitting me with the sign because she doesn't like my political opinions, cheering on the police when they removed me from public property, which is not lawful. And then this combat veteran over here. Did they give you know how like veterans in the military, they have to take a bunch of shots or whatever? What is in that COVID vaccine to make this guy like this? No muscle mass. He's shaking. Look, he's so nervous to be confronting me right now. Your lips are quivering. No, I'm out here too, brother. You're in more layers than I am, and I'm not shaking.
Damn.
Really? More layers?
Why are you shaking? You're a combat veteran, and yet he's a combat veteran. Yet I'm a little girl with a different opinion, and I'm the one who makes him quiver and shake. Maybe he's a little bit nervous. The rest of the people here are old and decrepit looking. Maybe he's just feeling a little excited to be around a woman.
Thank you.
Actually
Thank you
looks
so
like
much.
a woman.
Trying to get to 1,000.
So what's your favorite thing about me? He has to hold his phone with two hands because he can't stop from shaking.
Beta.
Remember, don't speak to her.
Deport Nazi Barbie! That's all I have to say.
Am I Nazi Barbie?
You could be Nazi Barbie.
Yeah. Isn't it funny whenever they talk about me, they have to mention some like perfection, a female appearance, and I'm the Barbie. She must think I'm really. Do you think I look like a Barbie? What is it?
I said that he doesn't even look like us. His family was born here either. So are you an immigrant? No?
He's not
an immigrant? So
He's a legal immigrant.
He's a legal immigrant? Okay, cool. Yeah, I thought you guys just hate everybody. Like, whatever. Mexicans, everybody.
Yeah, he's Mexican.
Yeah? Yeah.
Actually, I'm more diverse than you are because
How do you know?
yeah, I'm with a brown person right now. There's no brown people with you guys.
So you're not bothered by that ICE is going into houses and dragging out children and put them in concentration camps? You don't have a problem with that?
You see the BS, you see the BS on both sides.
Let me answer
Put it into the Department of Labor.
Mercy frames her pedophiles.
Let me answer
Oh
you.
yeah, and besides that,
The Mercy
yeah.
free pigs.
So where are the Epstein files? Where are they?
Can you let me answer your question? Are you okay with that as I answer your question? So as a mother, I have a problem with people in this country who are pedophiles, who are here illegally. Please let me answer your question.
Your president is a fucking.
Let me answer your question.
It's proven.
My mother's name is Yvonne.
What do you mean? Google it.
She passed away years ago when I was 9, but yet my mom's name is Yvonne.
Believe a victim now.
Show me the proof.
You don't believe victims? You don't believe victims?
They were paid off. Anybody who wasn't guilty would go through the court process and would hire a lawyer instead of paying them millions and millions of dollars, wouldn't they?
Yeah, show it to me. Because I have proof right here. When I come, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. You haven't listened to anything I've said, and I've given you the courtesy to talk to you and listen to you.
RB, that's exactly wrong again. That's how you guys always flip around the narrative. Because you always like, let me make a question. You asked me a question, I've been answering it.
Yes, you asked me several questions, and I would like the opportunity to answer them from you. As a mother, what concerns me about ICE is that I think they should be allowed to go out and get these pedophiles off the streets. These are just a few examples of the pedophiles that have been on our streets in sanctuary cities. Joe Biden did not make ICE go out and deport these people.
Say the buzzword.
They are in here. They are in our streets. Is that funny?
Buzzwords. We know you love your buzzwords.
Because you pick and choose.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which pedophile do you want to pick and choose to go through?
We start from the top.
Yeah.
Yes.
So when you want to sit there and talk about ICE,
He's a fucking criminal.
Yeah.
He is a He's a felon.
and so are these people.
The felons as well. Why don't you start there? Why don't you go for like anybody but him?
You will not say these people had the right to be deported, will you?
Show me. Show me proof. Show me proof who they raped.
Right
Show
here.
me proof.
These are all their crimes.
And that's proof.
I have it listed. These are their mug shots.
Yep. Where does it say that? When does this person against? Let me know for each person.
That top one is not a pedophile. You have it right here.
Anything.
You said they're all pedophiles. You're lying.
Yeah.
You're walking around framing them.
I want you guys to see right here. I have on here their names, where they're from, and what crimes they have committed. They are going through and saying, well, that one specifically isn't a pedophile. So what about
That's the exact same spelling.
Liberals will do anything except say that pedophiles should be deported.
You're full of shit.
You're going to look very silly on this. But you can watch it at Liberty Hangout, hit the subscribe button and the notification bell.
Where's your thing?
Go over there. Go over there.
Who's the main villain?
No, Kelly, come right here. What do you guys think about this? What do you think about this?
Killer of women and kids, white men, right?
What do you think about this?
Right? White men, right?
What do you
Who's the main killer of women and kids? I think you're a dog.
Look at that sign. Look at her picture.
No, because I don't listen to dog whistles. I'm not.
Look at her picture.
I know who Lakeland Riley is.
Yeah, who is she?
She got murdered.
Yeah, who killed her?
An immigrant. I know that.
An immigrant. What kind of
You want to
immigrant?
know who murders more?
Who murdered her?
Who murders more?
They will do everything except show what illegal immigrants have done in this country.
How long are you going to walk around with the same pictures? Using tragedy for your narrative. How long are you going to do that?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Here, let me
How
get
long
that
are
one
you
over
gonna do
here. Oh, guys, where are you going? I'm part of your. Wait, can I go back inside since I'm part of the protest now? I want ICE out. We love these criminal aliens. We love these criminal aliens, guys. We love these criminal aliens. We love them. I'm a liberal protesting right now. We love these criminals. We love these people. Pedophiles, let them in. Rapists, let them in.
You pooped your pants?
Yes. I'm a liberal out here.
What?
Like and
What do you guys
subscribe.
think about my sign?
I think you can get a better opinion.
Better opinions, yeah. Hey, you guys forgot one of your signs. Kat, do you want to take this sign? Kat, hey, veteran, do you want to take this sign? You forgot one of them.
Thank you guys for joining me. Thank you. 3 hours in. Appreciate you guys. 3 hours in. Thank you. Like and subscribe, everybody.
Disgusting. Okay,
Let's get 1,000 subscribers. Let's get it.
Talking about my underwear.
1,000 likes.
Why can they not
Let's get
avoid
it.
talking about me in sexual ways every single time? And that guy's a veteran, a combat veteran, so he might have some skills and some guns and whatever. Talking about my panties like that, that's disgusting. You know, I do have to say, it's 2:00, and they have come out. Look, 2:00 sharp. They all went home. Oh no, when did it start? Is it 4:00?
Right now it's 3:45.
Oh my gosh, okay.
We're supposed to go for fun.
So this was supposed to go until 5:00. It is 3:45. They didn't even last their entire time for the permit. As soon as they were told to go home and get out of here, done. They are not going to work overtime. Do not expect them to do anything for free. So we like that. So they told me I'm not allowed to go here until 5. There's no one here. But because they told me I'm not allowed to be in this permitted space until 5, I guess
What the
I'm not
hell
allowed to go
happened?
over
Yeah.
there, even though there's no one over there at all. What a shame. I hate that we have to do this. I love St. Augustine. I have roots here from generations of my family. I love the fort. I love the people in the city that take care of this land. I love St. Augustine. I actually had my wedding ceremony here. We'll pop off a beautiful picture of it. And so I really love this city. And I hate that we have to encounter police and national parks officers that did this. So what a damn shame.
Give you guys some more shit. Let's see.
I think I'd better not talk to you anymore because I'm really losing my temper.
It's okay. We can just have a conversation.
Yeah,
you don't need to. Why do you lose your
Maybe
temper?
talk to somebody else.
There's no society when fascism is present.
Can you give me a definition?
I don't really know if I have to give you a definition because I'm fighting for how I feel.
Right.
For others.
Of course. Of course. What specifically do you feel?
Can you not hear it in my voice?
Are you going to cry?
Damn.
Because I asked you to define a term on your sign? Point.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you guys for joining in.
You're a scientist? Okay, can you point to a fascist and tell me an example of who one is?
I really don't need to speak to you.
We're here in Dunedin at a farmer's market, ironically, where people are protesting out front of, and we're trying to fight truth decay. But as you'll see, their tempers are rising because I'm here with a different opinion. Let's see what, maybe, if we can change someone's mind or something. To be fair, ICE agents do talk to people by giving them commands, and generally they are disobeyed. So they do try talking first, and I see that some of them are disobeyed. I just wanted to point that out.
I would like to see evidence for that.
That ICE agents
Why it's not in the
orders.
job description to be crying?
That they're generally disobeyed.
But so when we see protests happen and get violent with ICE agents, especially Minneapolis, Portland, Chicago, Atlanta, when people are told, hey, stop throwing stuff at us or stop putting cement blocks into our vehicles, they don't stop. They don't stop. I think a lot of orders from protesters aren't being obeyed, so they do try the talking point. But regardless, when you talk about violence from ICE agents, what do you have to say for the fact that assaults against ICE agents has risen over 1,000%?
Like and subscribe, everybody.
And car attacks have risen over 3,800%.
You're quoting things, but you're not giving me your sources.
Yeah, that's from DHS.
From where?
DHS.
VHS?
DHS. D.
Oh, okay.
What did she tell you?
Tell me who you are representing, please.
Yeah, myself, Caitlin Bennett. I don't hide it right here, Liberty Hangout. I have a YouTube channel.
Liberty, yeah. And you are a Republican and an advocate of ICE?
I do support ICE generally, and I like to have conversations. I think it's important to have conversations about it because we see what's happening in our country. There's a lot of rhetoric on both sides. And so I like to come out and talk to people who disagree and say, actually, we can talk about this. It's important to talk.
I appreciate that coming from you. But who is this DHS?
Oh, wow.
I have never heard of them.
Damn.
The Department of Homeland Security?
Oh, you mean the Department of... Oh, you mean the people who are lying about the murder of Good yesterday, who are saying that she disobeyed them and wouldn't get out of the way when she...
This is a perfect example where I play Liberty Hangout because she's going straight to the people and the people give you what you need right in the raw. So continue to watch with me. The shit is hilarious. And these people vote.
Was trying to flee from them.
Well, to be honest,
she was shot 3 times in the face.
I think it's terrible that she's dead.
Good.
I think that's terrible. Yeah, I think it's terrible. But to be fair, they did tell her to get out of the car, and then they were trying to open her door. They said, get out of the car multiple times.
She had no business getting out of the car.
Why not?
She was only there to witness. They had no business coming up to her and telling her what to do. She was trying to get away. She wanted to leave.
She may have wanted to leave, but at that point, an officer had told her because she was impeding ICE operations. They told her to get out of the car. She did not obey. And to be clear, that does not mean you shoot someone because they disobeyed. I'm not saying that, but that was before. So when you say ICE agents should start talking to people, they did try. And then her wife said, "Drive, baby, drive."
Her wife, in quotes, that is her wife. She has a right to have a wife.
Yeah. Well, people don't have a right.
Prejudice.
How am I showing my prejudice? I'm sorry.
By putting the word wife in quotation
Hey,
marks.
hey.
People have a right to love whoever they want to love.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about that. I just don't. I don't
want that.
Okay. Well, we know.
She offended by the quotes. She's offended by this. Yeah. Amazing.
Why I did that anyway.
She did not need to be approached in an aggressive way by those people. She was simply witnessing something. And
Does she need to have her car sideways in a road impeding traffic of ICE officers?
She was there to witness and she was trying to leave. That's all I know about it.
See, that's the thing. That's all you know. We don't know a lot about it, right? We don't know a lot about it.
We've got the video and we can see exactly what happened. And I think
Like and subscribe, everybody. Let's get to 1,000. Thank you, guys.
Losing my temper.
It's okay. We can just have a conversation. You don't need to.
And the sad thing about it, it's a 3-minute video of her sitting there, honking her horn and whistles and everything. It took 3 minutes, then at 4 minutes of the ICE agent to walk to the car and tell her to get the fuck out. And she didn't listen, and she did drive off and did hit the agent. There's plenty of video.
Why do you lose your temper?
Somebody else.
Why is your temper being lost, ma'am?
My temper is being lost because you're advocating for people who are trying to destroy democracy and take over this country.
So that's how you perceive me. How I perceive you guys is that I think you're misinformed with rhetoric in this country coming from the Democratic Party.
Because she's telling the truth. It's not a Republican talking
ICE
point.
agents are only doing bad things. I think it's good what they're doing. I think it's good that they go out and they've gotten 460 children identified through sex trafficking rings coming across the border. I think it's good.
Your concrete evidence for that not coming from a right wing.
Well, you know, do you generally tell people that when an ICE officer or a local officer, when they tell you to get out of the car, do you generally think it's a good idea to disobey orders and drive off in their direction?
No, I would not say that. She said to him, "I'm not angry at you. We don't dislike you." And then she got shot 3 times in the face.
So that's all that happened.
That is what I see as the key idea there.
So when she drove off and was disobeying orders, what do you think about that?
I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm sorry.
I think it's.
And I shouldn't have. Go
Don't
talk
touch
to somebody.
me.
Oh, go talk to somebody else, please. Yeah. Please go talk to somebody else.
It's just disappointing. We're just out here having a conversation, and I see people advocating for the abolition and the destruction of ICE, which is detrimental to the safety of our country. They save women and children from sex trafficking. They go after cartels. Without ICE, so many women and children would be left. Can you get your dog? I don't know. Dog's not on a leash.
He's here.
I'm sorry?
I said he's here.
I'm just asking. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm not moving him
Don't
anywhere.
touch me, sir.
Damn.
Don't stick that in my face.
Like and subscribe. Damn.
He's dead here, and that's tough.
Okay. Well, you defend your dog more than you defend me right now.
She wants content.
That's his
I want
dog.
conversation. And I see you guys are losing your temper because I disagree with you.
Somebody speaks loudly, then you think it's confrontational and it makes us look bad, and we're not.
I don't think you guys are bad.
No, I didn't think you did. No, but you need content, and the only content that gets clicked is this kind of stuff.
I usually
Well,
put
stay
up
at home. You want no
30-minute
content.
videos.
Stay at home.
Okay, let's stand. Yeah. Your sign says fight fascism. What is fascism?
Fascism is the breakdown of a society. There's no society when fascism is present.
Can you give me a definition?
I don't really know if I have to give you a definition because I know I feel violated against my government.
Okay, but what is fascism? When we
Amazing.
want to fight something, it's easy. It's good to define them, right? So, what are you fighting when you say fight fascism? Well, what are you fighting?
I understand.
That's fine. Because if we're gonna fight something, I think it's important to define our terms to know what we're fighting. So what is fascism?
No, let's go.
No,
I'm going to stand here.
Okay. Well, why would you ask her to leave?
Right. Okay. Well, we don't have to speak.
Well, what? We could phone a friend. What is fascism? We could help her.
I don't want to speak to you.
Okay.
Keep it out of my face.
Yeah.
This is what I want. That's all I want to.
Okay. So no, you don't know what fighting, but like, what are you fighting? You don't know.
I already said.
The breakdown of society.
I'm fighting for how I feel.
Right.
For others.
Of course. What specifically do you feel?
Can you not hear it in my voice?
Are you gonna cry? Because I asked you to define a term on your sign?
I'm sorry.
And I'm not trying to make you cry, and I don't think you should. I don't think you should cry. I'm just asking you to define what fascism is because I see a lot of people getting labeled this. A whole administration is being labeled that. ICE agents are labeled as fascists, and it's getting them hurt. And so I think if we're going to talk about fighting fascism, which people do by assaulting ICE agents, by going after Trump, trying to shoot him dead on stage. He's labeled a fascist, and then someone tries to take his life on stage. Charlie Kirk was labeled a fascist, and he got murdered in front of everyone. So I think it's important when we are holding signs in public that say to fight fascism, it's important to define it. What is fascism? And if you don't know, just say, I don't know what that is.
I see it. I can see it.
Yeah. But what is it? What is fascism?
I already said.
You don't know, do you? You don't know what fascism is. Who coined the term? Do you know who coined the term fascism? Can you give an example of a fascist? Who would you say is a fascist?
I understand what they're talking
She's getting uncomfortable.
I understand what the tactic is.
I'll give you an easy one. Can you point?
I'm a scientist.
You're a scientist? Okay, can you point to a fascist and tell me an example of who one is?
I really don't need to speak to you.
Before you go pointing signs and holding signs, all right, so have the courage to engage in a conversation with me.
I'm being courageous standing out here.
Yeah.
I'm practicing my right.
And go turn that sign around instead. It actually says fascism. It's actually not even spelled right.
Damn.
So you're holding a sign that you didn't even make? You got to spell check things before you hold them up, sister. That says fascism.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, what is fascism? Actually, you know what? You don't even have to define fascism because that's not what you're talking about.
You just now pointed it out too.
Oh, you knew the whole time?
I'm just also pointing out that you just pointed it out at the same time.
Yeah, so you didn't know. You didn't know it was spelled wrong. Aren't you a scientist?
We all make mistakes.
Yeah,
right? Yeah, like this. That's a pretty big mistake.
Yeah, how so?
Say.
Amazing people.
I think you're sorry. Child predator. Yeah. Child predator.
Yeah. So when we're talking about child predators, that's good. Those are bad people, right? Child predators are bad people. Who goes after who majorly goes after child predators in this country? Tell me who. I'm sorry? ICE. ICE handles the majority of child pedophile rings and child content that's out there, underage pornography of children. Do you know why?
They've only been around a year.
ICE was only created last year? No? How ICE has only been around for a year?
I mean, when we started hearing about it.
Yeah. Well, when was ICE created?
I don't know, but
2003. Yeah. Why was ICE created?
I don't know. Probably because our dad came over here. That's why. Everybody, like,
your dad was an illegal alien?
No, he was an American.
Oh, well, then we're good, right? ICE was created in 2003. Everything ICE is doing has already been done.
I'm really sorry. We have to.
These people is amazing.
We have to go.
You have to go do science,
Good
right?
one.
You gotta go fact check and look up some things. So you're welcome. Are you guys leaving or are you gonna stay around?
No, yeah. We're gonna walk around a bit. Gonna enjoy our day in the beautiful sunshine.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good day. And you don't have to listen, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Without ICE, that you guys so vehemently hate, they go after and they get the children who have been trafficked across the border. You get rid of ICE, you get rid of HSI, who goes after and gets these children. It's just 460 children were identified last year. That's what they do, and that's important. And you're like, you couldn't care less about that. But those are children. You guys want to hold the sign of a pedophile who went after children with no proof of him, by the way, or no proof of him unless you have it. But you guys want to abolish the agency that would protect those children. You're very welcome. I would fact check that. You're a scientist. You can do science and learn.
Hangout. Oh, I'm just giving the name up here.
Yep, it's Liberty Hangout. My name is Caitlin Bennett. I don't hide who I am. I'm very proud of who I am. Is your temper lowered now? Can we talk now?
I don't want to talk anymore.
Okay.
Damn.
No, because I know you're going to edit this to make it look like I'm the bad guy, and I'm not playing.
I did not claim that you lost your temper. You said that.
I knew I did.
But why does having a civil dialogue temper you so bad?
No.
What do you think about the statistic?
Talk to you about.
Why is that, sir? We can have a civil discussion, right? No, he said, no, we can't. Charlie Kirk said, when people stop talking, violence happens. And that's exactly what we see with ICE. We come out here to try and just talk to people. Hey, did you actually know this about ICE? Hey, did you actually know these statistics? Were you told this? And then as they admit, their tempers just go out of control and they get angry. And guess what? Violence happens. ICE agents get rammed into with cars. That happens all the time. 3,800% increase in car attacks against ICE agents just in 1 year. That's violence.
I say they're activists for a proper cause.
Right, absolutely.
Absolutely.
So would you agree with him that Nobel Prize rape? What is your sign? What do you get out of his sign, actually?
Well, he's not a Nobel Prize winner.
Right.
He's too incompetent for that.
Okay.
And he's got a track record of
Chelsea Clinton. Oh shit.
Get out of my face. He's a rapist. He's a rapist. That's
What's your proof for that?
What's that?
What's your proof for that?
Well, let me see. $100 million in New York for Eugene.
Yeah, that was a defamation case.
Really? Then you better read what the judge said, because the judge said this is rape. Now, if you want to go a little further, let's go to Katie Johnson and her deposition.
Sure.
You are familiar with that, right? Yeah, she deposed, and she dropped out because of the death threats. She was raped by Donald Trump at 13.
Okay.
Out of my face. Get that out of my face.
Are you shaking, sir?
What's that?
Well, I don't know if you're shaking because you're nervous or something. You are shaking a little bit. We're just having a civil conversation.
We're not having a civil conversation with people like you. Now get that out of my face.
What do you mean people like me?
Get that out of my face.
What do you mean people like
Get
me?
that out of my face.
I'm just holding it up to get your audio. It's not actually in your face. Your sign is closer to your face than my microphone is.
Get it out of my face.
Okay. So what do you mean by people like
Get
me?
it out of my face.
You keep going, sir. She won't leave.
Get it out of my face.
She won't leave. She won't be open.
Your sign
She doesn't really want to hear your opinion. There's none of that.
I've literally tried to talk to people who say, what?
Get out. Get out.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to leave.
Well, you're not going to
feel good.
You're not going to stick that microphone in my face.
Yeah, that's good for you. She feels empowered. She likes to bully, and she's bullying you, and she's not respecting your space. I don't want you to fall.
Your dog is about to trip you, by the way.
Just ignore it. Just don't even pay attention to it.
Now you're shoving your sign in her face, sir, to be honest with that. I'm just trying to have a dialogue. It's not, there's no reason to get angry. I don't understand.
No need to get angry, people.
Back at this for an entire year. This is always the case with these people. And you're saying here, get out of here, get out of here. What are you going to do? Have ICE come and deport me from Dunedin, Florida? The people who hate that.
Empowered, and it feels like a big shot, and she likes.
Shouldn't women feel empowered?
And so she wants to stick the microphone in your face and feel like the big shot, take control. Such crazy people. Don't even respect your space ball. Come on, let's go. We're not going to engage.
You're gonna let her do that? You're gonna let her boss you around and tell you where to go?
Don't do
My
it.
wife, she can do whatever she wants.
Your wife can boss you around like that? Sir, get that out of my face! Get that out of my face!
What a bitch. What a bitch.
Damn.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
You heard me. You heard me. You're that.
All right, lead your man away. Lead your man away. Fight truth decay. I've been trying to do that with you guys, and all I get in response is, oh, I can't talk anymore. My temper is rising. How do we fight truth decay if we can't even remain mild-tempered to talk to each other?
Right.
I'm not angry. I don't have a temper. So, all right, only praises, only echo chambers here, and Dunedin, Florida, with these liberals as we always see. So,
Time with these glasses on.
oh wow, look at that.
See that?
Actually, these are fantastic. So this fine gentleman realized that I was squinting over there in the sun because I don't have a good pair of sunglasses. And he was like, hey, check out my sunglasses. And I wish I could show you guys, but this logo right here literally looks like nothing. And you can probably see with the polarizing lens, it probably...
Let's see. Let's try another one with it. So many of them, they be funny.
They're trying to deport someone who is different than them. They want me out of this space. They want me to go home, which ironically, that's all we're asking of illegal aliens in this country. So you want me to go to a certain location. You want to determine which land I stay on. Yeah, you're acting like an ICE agent.
Like and subscribe, everybody.
Orders now.
Roll to 1,000.
Excuse me, what would you do with the gun?
You should feel uncomfortable getting dressed.
Yeah.
You should feel uncomfortable right
Why?
here.
Are you able to have a conversation and debate me with facts instead of just hurling insults? No? All right, you said it, not me. You said no. Okay. We're here in Clearwater, Florida, where the liberals are super mad and their tempers are getting out of control. I think they need a time out. ICE out. They need a time out because of their behavior. When I say ICE, you say out. ICE. ICE. When I say ICE, you say out. ICE. If we got rid of ICE,
Transparency with any of this, so I just don't have a lot of faith in any of it. I'm sorry, but
Anyway, nice talking to you.
Well, what do you think about that? That if we got rid of ICE, we would also lose the department that handles most transnational gangs, child and sex trafficking.
You know, if I knew more about it, maybe I could.
No, I actually have some information right here.
Thank you anyway.
But isn't that important to know that ICE is actually one of the.
See what your agenda is, and I'm not interested. Thank you.
What's my agenda?
Follow me around. Are you following me around?
Yeah, you're just so handsome.
And I know I am.
Yeah.
Is that really you in those videos, or is that?
Careful what you say to her.
Oh, I've talked to her before. Or is that?
Are you watching views that you?
Yeah, and you're in them. I gotta tell you, it looks pretty impressive.
I'm not. Well, considering the people around you and who comes to these things, I wouldn't be surprised if you would, feel that way.
That's weird. Try to go everywhere and just cause. But you're funny. We just laugh at you.
Do you?
We laugh at you.
It's funny that you come over and you say something so derogatory about, is this you and that's disgusting. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is so disgusting to even come up and say, because you know it's not me. But the fact that you're searching for content that looks like me, I'm walking away from you because I do not trust you. So this woman up here is telling people not to talk to me. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Oh, we had a little thing. We actually disagreed.
Really good. What's up, man?
Restaurant, so blah, 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 blah.
She's an instigator.
Anyway, I'd love to talk to you about your sign. What's it say?
It says, "Ice are Nissies."
Yeah, what's that mean?
Well, Nissie, if you. Oh, really? Okay.
You can talk to me if you want. Do not listen to these women bossing you around.
Okay.
You're gonna look really
They say that Trump's neck looks like a part of the female anatomy. So you put it together. Okay.
Okay, so this
Take
is.
a look at my shirt. That's from Roland Martin.
You voted for the black woman. The black woman actually voted to put ICE into an operation and actually voted for them to become a thing.
I'm not going to comment on that.
Well, it's funny that the black woman actually voted for that.
Like I said, I'm not going to comment on it.
She was okay with it.
Yourself, dude. Hey, my recording wasn't on before, so I got to get your beautiful face again. Hi. So, Caitlin, that's a nice dress, though. I got to say, that's pretty.
I'm genuinely feeling uncomfortable by him. Yeah, this man.
Up in the morning. You should feel uncomfortable getting dressed.
Yeah.
You should feel uncomfortable right here.
Why should I feel uncomfortable at an anti-ICE Democrat protest?
I like your dress, but you are
Amazing.
I know. That's all I wanted to do.
Just back away. You're giving.
We've got history.
Let the woman tell you what to do. You are obsessed with thinking about me in terms of relationships and sexual activity, aren't you?
I am. No, I'm not. You're a disgusting pig.
How so? Why?
Turn the camera around. You see a disgusting pig.
Why? How am I a disgusting pig? Hi, how are you? Hi, everybody. Go to patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett to support my work. As you can see, there's a man out here obsessed with thinking about me sexually and dreaming about me being in a relationship with him and trying to find videos on the internet that look like me in a weird way. So go to patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett. And oh, look who it is. Hi.
You touch me again,
Back up from
and
me.
then we have a problem.
Oh, I can't get it. Hi guys, who are you resisting?
ICE.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What specifically about them?
We don't like them kidnapping people off the streets.
Okay. Do you think there's any legitimacy to them existing?
No,
Not at all.
very little, if any.
What is that very little? What would you say is the very little terms which they should exist?
None at all. Not the mood.
What would happen if we did get ICE out for good?
I really don't want to comment on this because everybody has an opinion. Please just go to the media, all media, and make your own judgment.
Well, I would love to have just a human-to-human interaction instead of watching a screen. I think it's better to have a conversation between people rather than us just watching a screen and never discussing it. That's not very good, right?
Well, I discuss it, but I'm not out here to broadcast it.
Yes, you are. You're right in front of a busy highway. You're broadcasting it right now.
I'm
Make it
doing
make
this,
sense.
but I'm not doing this.
Excuse me?
Excuse me. That's so cute. You're cute.
Are you able to have a conversation and debate me with facts instead of just hurling insults?
Right.
No? All right. You said it, not me. You said no. Okay. Do you think there's any legitimacy to ICE existing?
We have a Homeland Security, we have a Border Department, so I'm not exactly sure what ICE is supposed to do, but I know it's not people.
Okay. Well, I would love to tell you what ICE does.
Be used against you.
Excuse you for a second. Excuse you. Look at her. Mind your own guilt, pro-choice. Why would pro-choice people feel guilty? That's what one of her stickers, her thing says. Regulate. Okay. Hi. Ice out for good.
That's
Back
crazy.
away. What do you guys think there's any legitimacy to ICE? Hi, how are you? How fast can you run? How fast can you run? Oh, I'm in heels and I'm running faster than her. Hi guys, how are you? Can you give me a little dance with this music?
Of course, with this music, heck yeah.
Go, go, go. What's
Oh my God, I heard you were here. That's so exciting for you.
so exciting for you guys too. What's your sign mean?
Read, you know. What does it mean?
Are we great yet? Oh, don't touch me.
No, I was reaching for her.
Amazing.
The other day on the overpass,
Oh, yeah.
there we had another group, and there was a skanky girl there, a bad imitation of you. She was a cheap version of you.
And she left early.
I'm sorry.
And she,
Yeah, they left early like little bitches.
and you said Caitlin Bennett would never leave early.
Oh, I never leave early. Just like you guys. I work my full time. I do not clock out early, and I don't
Like and
stay
subscribe.
over either.
They're not immune. They're lying.
I'm sorry.
They're not immune. They're lying.
What are they lying about?
Don't talk to them. Read it.
ICE out for good. Read DOJ 116 to a use of deadly force convicted murders.
Say your name.
So you,
Say your name.
my name's Caitlin Bay.
Say her name. Renee Nicole Good.
Can we say Jocelyn's
your
name?
name.
Can we say Lakin Riley's name? Say,
Renee Nicole Good. Say your
say
name.
Lakin Riley. Say Lakin Riley. Say Lakin Riley. Say Rachel Morin, guys. Say Rachel Morin. Who are they going after, ma'am? Because they deported 150. Excuse me? What? Can you get this out of my face? What'd you say? Get out of my face. I pretend to be a Catholic. Get out of my face. I pretend to be a Catholic, huh? What's it say?
Get out of my fucking.
You're throwing a tantrum. Subscribe, guys.
Standing up for my democracy, unlike you, baby.
So let me ask you a question. So you want ICE out. So we get the
Let's
illegal
get it up
aliens
there,
out?
people. Like and subscribe. Let's get it. Let's get it. 20 people in the chat. 20 likes, 20 subscribers. Help a brother out. Thank you guys for being in the chat. Thank you.
Okay. So if they're
Reagan, no good. Damn.
why do you think they're too stupid to talk to me? Do you think they're too stupid? Do you think your guys' people are too stupid to talk to me? They'll make you look really bad, won't they? Are you the girl? Hey, hi.
Hi, asshole.
What'd you say?
Hi.
Did you see our video?
No.
You didn't see our video?
Don't even get a
Yeah.
go call.
You guys remember him? We'll put in a little flashback.
Don't you watch the news?
I'm guessing things are not to like stop it. You are so old. Quit acting this way.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Behave better than this.
Thank you for the like. Thank you.
Toddlers, and they act better than this. When I say stop, they stop. These people do not. Hi, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna get you to stop.
Yeah, I'm engaging in conversations.
No, you're being You're being dishonest.
Well, then prove me wrong. How am I being dishonest? These people. Let's go up here. Hi, I love your signs, guys.
We're not engaging. No, we're not engaging.
And what? And her. And these cars, they're honking really loud. Do not engage with them. Okay?
Step back from me. Step back.
I'm not engaged.
Step back. She said step back. Step back. She said step back.
Are you her handler?
Are you the one that pooped your pants in college?
Yeah, you guys look like you're yourself right now because I showed up with a different opinion. Why can't
I want you to give me some space. Step back. Yeah, that's all I'm asking.
We're on a public sidewalk and we're engaging in conversation. Why can't your friends debate with facts? Why do you drown out conversation? What'd you say?
Let's gather around.
Isn't it funny? They want ICE out. Out of what? Our country? So you guys want ICE out of the country, right? You want to enforce the borders, and you don't want them within the borders of our country, right? That's pretty ironic. This woman is just giving me free press right here. You go to patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett. You guys are so freaking violent at these things. There's a trend among you guys. What? You literally just shouted, "Let's surround her." You said that. You said, "Let's surround her." You can go to patreon.com/Caitlin Bennett to support my work. $5 a month helps my security fund over here. You see, if it weren't for that, you would probably be mobbing me to the point where I could not leave. So that's very interesting. Oh, so I'm less annoying than ICE. Would you say I'm less annoying than ICE? I think I have to point out, they're trying to deport someone who is different than them. They want me out of this space. They want me to go home, which ironically, that's all we're asking of illegal.
All right, Matt, look at that. Look at that. That is a demon.
Aliens in this country to go home, get out of our country. What do you think?
We're just busy protesting, taking pictures, enjoying all this.
Yeah, what are you protesting?
What, confronting? Okay, thanks anyway.
Did you take orders from women?
I'm sorry, I know who you were. I've said no more. Okay, sorry, say no more.
Okay, why do you take orders from women? Why do you order around men like that? How disgusting.
So Nia ain't trying to say me saying demon, blacks are demons. What do you mean by that in the chat, Neon? What you talking about? You saw her face.
Why are you letting her order you around?
You're letting men into ordering you? Awesome.
Stop for a second if you don't mind. I want to know about.
Yes.
Oh, hey guys, can you all stop for a second? I wanted to talk to her. All right, thanks, my friend.
Can you ask her to stop real quick?
Oh no.
I'm sorry.
Sandy,
It happened, and I'm not doing
I understand. I've only just gotten here. I apologize. I didn't know if anything has happened. I've been all the way down there talking to people. So, Sandy, I'm running for Congress. I just want to talk to her for a second. I know.
You did, and you saw what happened.
No, I haven't spoken to her ever. I've never met her.
Okay, you saw what happened.
No, I don't know what happened.
You saw how they ridiculed our people on the videos. They ridiculed them, they embarrassed them, and I'm not having it again.
You know, I'm here with you, and I love you. I admire that. You want to take a little walk so we can talk?
Yeah, let's go talk.
Off of our area.
You want me to get off of this area?
I want to talk to him.
We can step.
Not gonna happen.
We can step over here.
We will talk right here, sir. If you want to talk to me, we're gonna do it right here.
Listen, I can tell you had adrenaline. I know, but listen, calm. You're a safety escort. You're a safety escort.
Son, you silly.
Listen, Listen, I'm here for you. But you're a safety escort.
Right now.
I know, but listen,
She's embarrassing.
she's not embarrassing. She's not embarrassing.
She's recording everything. It's not okay.
I'm calling. You're calling.
Yeah, I am. Because I know exactly what my goal is.
I understand that.
And I'm going to continue
We're on the same
following
page,
my
and
goal.
that's no problem.
Because they will ridicule our people the same way they did on the video from the other day.
Her face though.
They will. I know. Is it okay? Can I, guys? I just want to know if I can talk to her without you guys whistling.
If you guys go off
Can we
the
go to the parking lot?
Go, that's fine.
Okay.
Sir, I'm going to tell you something right now. Look at me.
Like and subscribe. Like and
I'm on
subscribe.
public property just like you.
I understand. I'm not.
So I'm not going off the sidewalk.
No, I'm not.
Can I say something real quick to the camera? I think it's ironic that you're out here against ICE and against deportation. Not you. Not you.
I've never met you.
Listen to
I'm
me.
not going to talk to you.
I didn't say you.
Introductions are really important to me.
Okay, I love that.
Words in my
I did not say
I'm
you
gonna
said
walk
that.
away. If you want to talk, I'm running for Congress against
Yes.
Anna Luna.
Right.
I want to speak
Okay, against
to you.
Anna Paulina
And those of you
Luna.
who are listening, I've
She's
never
a friend
spoken
of
to you.
mine.
I've never spoken to you.
Great. I would love to talk to you.
When you're ready, but I didn't ask
I
you.
am ready right
I didn't ask you to step on the.
I know, sir. Hold on.
Respect you.
Hold on. I am not saying you said anything.
But
I know you're not
Say
asking.
something right now that's going to put words in my mouth, and I'm not going to have.
You're not even letting me finish my sentence,
But you do
sir.
that a lot.
Sir, let me
I
finish
know.
my
Go ahead,
sentence,
go
okay?
Better talk.
I did not say that you've said anything. I wanted to give my own commentary to the camera.
I didn't even know you were here.
Okay, that's great. But what I'm saying is I would love to talk to you. Anna Paulina Luna is my friend. And I would love to get your perspective on what you would do differently. I have no problem doing that. What I do have a problem with are people, hold on. What I do have a problem with are people who are against ICE trying to tell me to get off public property.
Putting words in their mouth.
They do want, she just said to get off their face.
Against ICE.
So what is
ICE
Anna
is
Paulina
the agency that has existed before the Trump
says
administration.
ICE out
I
for good.
understand. I understand.
They want ICE gone.
They want ICE to be abolished if it continues to behave in the way it is now, and that's not the same as not supporting an agency like ICE. We all agree there needs to be an agency like ICE, but not
Why? Why does there need to be one?
because also. Cindy, I can't hear.
Sorry, I'm not. If you want to talk to her about
We can try.
you guys can go down on the sidewalk. That'd be great.
We're on the sidewalk.
Down, away from my people.
So you want me to go to a certain location.
Correct.
You want to determine which land I stay on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're acting like an ICE agent.
Oh.
Really? So you believe in borders now?
Actually, I don't have a gun.
Excuse me, what would you do with the gun?
Okay, why do we not have no guns here?
Luckily, you don't have a gun.
No guns
And then point it to your bag.
What are you talking about?
That's not Cindy.
You're being insane right
That's
now.
said it better. Let's take a deep breath. She said it better. Yeah.
Luckily, she doesn't have a gun, she said. I'm thankful you guys don't believe in guns because my goodness.
Yeah, you just hang up everybody, Panther.
What?
Caitlin Bennett. That's what they want. That's what they want. She would shoot us all right now.
Okay, but don't please say to somebody cares.
I come with a civil dialogue, and they accuse me of wanting to shoot them, which is totally false.
Campuses, because you shit your pants and you're embarrassed.
Did you notice when she said, I'm doing my goal, I'm doing what I'm here to... That was cool. You didn't even need a whistle for that one. You got that button, 8647. Do you think ICE is in any capacity legitimate?
No,
Why not?
because they're George fascist dictator.
Thank you guys for staying with me. 3 hours and 40 minutes in. Thank you guys. 100 on that. Like and subscribe.
What is fascism?
When military. Okay, I have no further comment.
Just a
Like and
definition.
subscribe. Let's get to 1,000.
Just a definition, sir. Just a definition. Cindy, can I ask you a question, Cindy? Instead of just whistling, you guys felt so embarrassed by how you acted last time. Do you think you're going to look any better on this video? Couldn't you just debate me in facts instead of whistling? I know you have to be smart enough to be able to talk, right? It's recording that way, by the way.
Her lungs are very healthy for that shit. All that whistling.
What'd you say, sir?
Everybody represent.
Oh, you're no oxygen. We're not engaging.
Who do you represent?
Myself.
Get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me.
Put your sign up.
Get away from me.
What is fascism? Don't touch me.
You don't need to.
What is fascism?
You don't need to antagonize.
I was just, he's shouting at me. The poor.
Trump! Trump! Yeah! Woo! What did he say? He said you raised it. Is it true you pooped your pants in college?
Yes. They all have the same talking points on their signs. All of them with the same talking points.
Murderer.
How so? Sir, can you debate with facts? I know you're smart enough, right? Surely you're smart enough. Are they all like this? You are not bringing your best, are you? Just like Mexico and Venezuela, El Salvador, they are not sending their best. You guys do not have a good team here. Why is it you attract these types of people? Violent people who are shoving my husband. Sorry, Mom. They're actually really in my ears right now. We need to get an officer. We need to get an officer. They're surrounding me with whistles at every single turn. My ears are ringing really bad. You guys are hurting me. What?
He's doing mine too, so I know how to do it.
Yeah, so stop doing it. That's insane. They said, let's follow her. I am not going to tolerate them circling me with whistles and hurting me. You guys are hurting me, and I've walked away from you multiple times. They are hurting my ears. I keep walking away from them, and they are saying, get your whistles, let's follow her. That's what they're doing. It is literally my First Amendment right to be out here. They don't have to talk to me, but I'm allowed to be out here on public property. Women's rights, guys. Stop hurting my ears.
Shouldn't you be bigger? You need a bigger cameraman, you really do.
What?
How's it going? Do you support the slave catchers?
To the immigrants are slaves. Okay.
Guys, hi. We're not talking to her, okay?
All right.
Please.
I was just making my views known on slave catchers and kitty.
Yeah, so let's just walk away though right now.
If you are, I'm gonna meet your
I love her outfit. Isn't it so cute, right?
It's no problem.
Yeah, it is.
How?
Like and subscribe, everybody.
I'm walking away, and they will not stop.
Well, yes, I'd like to report an emergency. Yes.
Like and subscribe, everybody. Hit that super chat. Like and subscribe. Appreciate it.
Why are you playing softball put the N word as a white person.
Well, I mean,
Y'all see it?
record the song, but the song
You're choosing to play that.
Yes, I am, because the song is Donald Trump.
Yeah, but it also says derogatory terms towards black people.
Well, my son-in-law has told me there are certain things that it's okay. Certain times that
The N word's okay to say in certain times?
certain times.
Yeah, like what?
Proper context.
Would you say it now?
What? Yeah. Donald Trump, if I see him in the ditch, I ain't doing nothing. All right? What are you doing after the protest? You're kind of cute. I could use a good date.
Yeah.
I bet you suck good, don't you?
Wow.
Okay.
Her husband right there. That's bogus too.
That was ridiculous, and my ears hurt. What do you think about that?
What I think is that what I value is what we're doing. Like, I value dialogue, discourse, always.
So you'll disavow these people?
Well, hold on. To disavow a person? I don't know. Tell me what that means to disavow.
You disavow their actions.
Well, I'm not going to disavow their actions only because here's the thing. Your listeners, my listeners.
Thank you.
What I'm doing is modeling discourse. That start. Hold on. Before you have the impulse to talk over me, I know, but just be calm. I'm a teacher.
I've been assaulted. Just be calm. I won't disavow the people that are assaulting you. Just be calm. Disavow the behavior.
Well, we've only been talking for a minute.
Disavow the behavior.
But guys, you would agree? We've only been talking for a minute.
Disavow their
I haven't been
behavior.
able to make my point.
I say I disavow them assaulting you like that and following you and grouping around you. Even though you said I'm being hurt, please stop.
Okay, you asked me if I would disavow them. I'm not going to disavow them, but can we continue talking? Though?
Yeah.
But at least can we continue talking?
So this person is running against Anna Paulina Luna, who will not disavow protesters out here that will circle you if you disagree, blow whistles into your ears. Every single angle around me.
29 years.
Yeah, so you know assault is bad.
You guys know I've already said I value dialogue and discourse.
Yeah.
I'm not going to disrespect Ms. Bennett. I respect her for exercising her constitutional rights, and I also appreciate the vigilance of your model. I do. But can we just talk for a second? I'm not going to.
I'm going to let you talk after you disavow them following me with whistles.
Guys, with respect, you can see I can't continue talking with her because she won't let me, because she's not going to let me unless I disavow.
Yeah.
I'm not going
Can
to.
you disavow assault and battery?
Of course, I disavow battery since
specifically what they did, right?
Okay. If something happened, I didn't see or have control over, but people are here to exercise their constitutional
Sir,
rights.
respectfully, you were asking them as well to stop. You know what they were doing.
I'm running for Congress because Anna Paulina Luna has not been talking about the things that matter. I'm a history teacher. I listen to people for a living. I want her to model her commitment to her constituents by coming to the district, talking, sitting down, and talking about the things that matter. I mean, no disrespect to her. I think she's to be honored for running for office. I've also made a video earlier today where I thanked her for doing that with no disrespect. But
This is what we're going to say. Anna Paulina Luna, can you respond to me here after witnessing this? Your opponent will not condemn and disavow his supporters assaulting me and committing battery against me. Anna Paulina Luna, will you respond publicly and disavow people surrounding me with whistles and other Trump supporters and assaulting them, committing battery after they've asked them to stop? Will you disavow that, Anna Paulina Luna?
Little snowflake, they blew whistles at you. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh, little snowflake. They're just deporting illegal aliens that you're illegally committing crimes. Yeah, I know. You can't handle deportations, can you? What kind of man?
That's me, man. Come on, buddy.
We are done here. We're done. We're done.
Amazing, y'all. Amazing.
believe with all of the new. I missed it too. I'm trying to understand what the hell we talking about. I'm trying to listen. The only reason I haven't said anything is what does that mean? What does that mean?
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. We'll get there. We're going to get there. I promise you we're going to get there. I promise you we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Oh, snaps. It just already went up. Went up again. We'll get there. We'll definitely get there. Let me see something. I want to make sure that we all on the same page. Because I'm trying to understand what does it mean, and this is a genuine question. There's nothing to justify. The numbers is the numbers. Men lie, women lie. The Y'all gotta find somebody that's better to be a hero.
Or of that new video. Jeff.
Frank, the news movement worked
here on my end. All right, that was on my end. You're right. That was on my end. All right, let me go ahead and get to it. I got the audio right now.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot.
This nigga's a demon. This is a demon. And so when y'all go and pick y'all hero, y'all gotta find somebody that's better to be a hero.
This will be the last video. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. Like and subscribe. This will be the last one. Thank you for staying with me.
Look, I want y'all to look at the details real quick.
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man.
He spit on somebody. Did you just see this nigga spit on an ICE agent? Look.
Showing a man who.
This is 11 days before he had a second run-in with ICE agents over in Minneapolis. He just spit on somebody. He spit on an ICE agent, bro. What are we talking about?
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to.
Why
Why y'all keep acting like these people are just sitting over on the side of the road with signs up? With signs, because honestly, when you see this type of action and you see this type of behavior, I have to ask myself, what if he was still alive and this footage got out and they was able to identify him, would he still have his same job? Because we live in a culture where when you get found out for doing certain things and they see you spitting on somebody and you kicking ICE agent cars and stuff like that, would he still have a job as an ICU nurse, or would he have been fired? I have to ask myself the question, because now all of it is starting to come to the light, right? We only got the footage of what happened when he was carrying his his gun or whatever, and people were saying, oh my God, I can't believe it. And we gonna have this conversation on after hours too. Don't worry about it.
Right, like and subscribe, everybody. Thank you guys. Give you guys different point of views from everybody, ain't just from me.
Would he have still had a job if they were identifying these people that was out there assaulting ICE officers, fake protesting, impeding their investigations, spitting on people, kicking cars, kicking lights out? Would he have still had a job? And these people feeling both. Here's the real question, because this is the footage that they were able to acquire because they had been contacted to go out there and document what was happening in Minneapolis. Here's another question that we need to ask ourselves. How many other incidents that wasn't recorded, that's not on camera, that they didn't capture? Because this is just what we know. How many other instances was he doing stuff and he wasn't on camera?
This is a moment the news movement filmed on January 13th in Minneapolis, showing a man who appears to be Alex Preddy interacting with federal immigration agents 11 days before Border Patrol shot and killed him. Our footage was analyzed by the BBC, whose facial recognition technology confirmed his identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. On the morning of
You see the level that, you see the way that he's resisting? You see how he fight ICE agents? You see him kicking fucking vehicles and kicking the lights out?
January 13th, our team received a tip that federal agents were blocking a street at the corner of East 36th and Park Avenue in Minneapolis. We arrived around 10:15 a.m. We saw observers shouting at the agents as they walked back to their vehicles. When they started driving away, the man kicked their taillight. An agent then got out of the vehicle, grabbed him, and pushed him to the ground. During the altercation, agents fired tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. They continued to hold the man down before they retreat and he walks away. The man in our footage is wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day he was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above his waistband.
These people are out of their mind. These people are out of their fucking minds. Straight up, bro. They are out of their mind. And they let him go. And they let him go. They let him go and let him go to live another day. Look at how these demons, these are straight up demons. Look at these white people, liberal white people, demons going crazy.
He walks away.
Listen to him.
The man in our...
These people are out of their minds, bro. Out of their minds. They out there out of control. Ain't nothing peaceful about it. They ain't got no clothes on. This is literally demons, bro. These are real life demons. They don't get cold. They fighting. They inciting violence. They assaulting federal officers. Man, this is crazy,
Footage is
bro.
wearing a similar outfit to what Preddy was wearing on the day.
Bro, that's all demonic activity, bro. All demonic activity.
Was killed. What appears to be a gun is also visible above.
He got a gun in his, and he got a pistol. And he got a pistol.
So that's AI too? Is that AI? So that's AI right there. The gun being right there, exactly on that side of his hip. Come on, chat. That's real. That's some bullshit. I hate to say it. I think that's real. I don't think that's AI.
Here, he continues to stand at the scene. On the day he was killed,
They'll have us on plantation. What is you talking about?
A 37-year-old ICU nurse approached officers holding a handgun. That claim has been contradicted by analysis of bystander videos from multiple news investigations, which can.
That man is out of control, bro. That man is out of control. And anybody that says otherwise, because see, this is why I like to get all of the footage and like to get all of the insight before I say yay or nay fully. I like to get all of the footage of what's happening in these riots, what's happening in these protests, and then I can make a more informed decision. But based off of what I'm seeing right now, man, these people is crazy, bro. And the reason why they feel more compelled every single day, because that's what demons do. When you let them continue to do stuff, they feel more compelled to continuing to do it. No. He said, how can you not call it for BS? I call it exactly how I see it, but I'm objective, and I try to make sure that I look at it from every angle. I try to look at it and get all of the insight, and then I make an informed decision. I'm not going to jump to it. Because you're talking about life and death here. You talking about, oh, Slimmy, we going to have this conversation tonight. Oh, we going to have this conversation tonight.
Concluded that Preddy was holding a phone, not a gun, when he was pinned to the street.
And they walked away. Let them breathe. Walked away. Didn't even arrest him. He won that in his mind, and then he fucked around and found out because he wasn't gonna stop.
Shortly after the altercation we filmed here on January 13th, federal agents drove away. Soon after that,
you are seeing video of a man who's believed to be Alex Preddy kicking a federal agent's SUV 11 days before he was killed. Thanks for joining us. An organization named the News Movement captured the incident on camera.
This evening, a Homeland Security official says they're aware of the footage and reviewing it. Our Jeff Wagner's here with more of that new video. Jeff.
Frank, the News Movement worked with the BBC, who used facial recognition technology to match Preddy's identity to a 97% degree of accuracy. And then our national confirm team took a look at it too. TNM was in town shooting a documentary on ICE activity in Minneapolis. They say they got a tip that ICE was blocking the road near East 36th Street and Park Avenue, just a few
Mr.
blocks
Booski,
away.
what's up, man? Thanks for joining in. Good morning.
In the video, the man resembling Preddy appears to spit at the SUV filled with federal agents and yells expletives. He then kicks out the taillight. That's when agents get out and take him down to the pavement. During the scrum, federal agents fire tear gas and pepper balls into the crowd. Take a listen.
These people are out of control, bro.
was crazy.
After nearly 30 seconds, the man is released, and you can see what appears to be a
Innocent.
gun in a holster on his hip. His outfit also looks similar to what Preddy was wearing the day he was killed.
Not so
He sticks
innocent
around
now.
as the camera person retreats while tear gas fills the air.
Good morning, good morning.
Will soon drive away. Important to note here, we don't know what happened before this video started. CBS is still working to confirm a report from CNN that Preddy broke a rib during that encounter. As for the shooting that killed him, Homeland Security today confirmed that the two agents who opened fire were placed on leave, Frank.
And we don't know if he was detained after that incident or at the time or just for moments. I guess those are still questions that need to be answered. Okay.
That's crazy. Dog, he out of control. In every way, shape, or form, there's no way that anybody can sit there and justify all of these liberal white people out here that ain't got shit better to do. It's the middle of the week. It's the middle of the week.
Middle of the fucking week.
In the daytime. Y'all ain't got nothing better to do. You ain't got no jobs. You ain't got no kids. You don't got no husbands. You don't got no wives. You don't have no snow to shovel. It's nothing for you to do except for go out there and track down ICE agents on the internet and then go out there and get the fucking lights out of the cars.
Trying to get to 1,000, you guys. Thank you.
I was running late to the studio today. And I said, you know what? I can make it. I think I can go past this light. I look left. I look right. I ain't never seen more police officers in downtown Detroit than I done seen this morning. It seemed like every light that I thought about running this morning, I seen a cop on the other end at the light. I seen one. I started to make it, and I seen one that said Homeland Security going down the street. And then I tried to do another one, and then I seen the one with the no identity, all black joint with the cruiser with just the lights on top. The one that they just flick you off. You never knew that they was there. I said, man, let me just go ahead and sit down. I get there when I get there. I ain't even going. I don't even want to test it. I don't even want to think about it, bro. Because then I'm going to really make myself late. So I can wait for an extra 20 seconds. I can wait for an extra 20 seconds for the light to change. Or I could risk it all. And knowing my luck, woo, and it ain't even about getting a ticket. It's about the fact that I'm going to make myself even later by thinking that I can save myself 20 seconds. And then I made sense in my mind. I said, you know what? The next light after this light ain't going to change because they all in sync. So even if I run this light, I'm going to have to stop at the next light. And so unless I'm committed to running all of these lights, I'm still going to be making it there at the same time. I said, I'm going to just chill. I'm not interested. I'm slow motion. You know what I'm saying? These people is out there kicking out lights, fighting, whistles, and they out there day and night. Day and night. In the daytime, they fight ICE agents. In the nighttime, they out there beating drums in front of the hotel rooms. In the daytime, they fighting. In the nighttime, they beating the drums. It ain't even a summertime. It's the winter time. It's the winter time. You gotta be you a different type of crackhead to be out there protesting and fighting ICE agents in the wintertime and being willing to go to jail and catch charges. Can't do it. Make sure you hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn your notifications. Y'all gonna have to bring up another level of justification. Wesley Turner.
Right. Thank you guys for joining in. Like and subscribe. Make
sure y'all tap into the Patreon. We did a crazy, phenomenal, what I would think is probably the best stock club yet last night. The best stock club yet was last night. It was insane. So if you're not a part of the Patreon, link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Julia, what up, Julia? I appreciate you for supporting the platform. 781 says, salute to you, OG. Keep going up on these haters.
Inspector 1976 says you should bring up Myron to talk about the Freddie case. I did on the last after hours. Y'all didn't catch the last after hours on Tuesday? It was too busy gossiping. I get it. South 343 Music says they are insane trying to protest for illegal immigrants. Son of the Sun says, I made a YouTube video on this. He was killed because he thought he had white privilege.
Yeah.
Prince Monroe says, be careful choosing your heroes. Alex Preddy, you're not rolling. T.S. Car Wash and Detail Service says, thoughts on Ray J's health situation.
Thank you. Let's get to 1,000 people. Thank you.
Should catch up to you. All of that stress. T.S. Car Wash and Detail
Really
Service
appreciate
says
you guys.
Javante
Thank
Davis
you.
got caught. I'm about to get into it right now. Sometime, like in the Bible, a choice second defines all. Shout out to you. AR is back, says AD told the traffic light, you got it. You got it. I'm chilling. Thoughts on Bill Belichick's Hall of Fame first ballot rejection? I think that I was watching that yesterday. I think that that's disrespectful. It is absolutely, positively disrespectful that Bill Belichick, who got six rings as an NFL coach, 2 more as a defensive coordinator, 8 rings in total, one of the most winningest coaches in NFL history,
right,
did not get in on first ballot Hall of Fame.
Makes no sense.
Because people are bitter. And it's so funny because even if you wanted to hold against him to say, well, what about Deflategate or what about all of this? The next season they came back and they went 16, 17-0 and made it right back to the Super Bowl. Nah. Listen. If he didn't get in first ballot, first entry, I have no respect for sports. I already believe that sports is rigged anyway. I already believe with all of the new proliferation of gambling and gambling companies and all of this stuff, I believe that sports is rigged to the hilt. Absolutely. There'd be so many questionable plays that be happening. I was looking at Luka the other day. What is Luka doing? I said, you know what? I'm going to just enjoy it for what it is. I'm not going to think too much into it. This shit ain't nothing but WWE. It's like wrestling, bro. It's all wrestling. I ain't getting into that nonsense. What up to Lex says, you know where I'm at, AD. God bless you always. Of course I know where you at. You know I know where you at. All I got to do is pull it up here. So where's Lex? We find out where Lex is. Lex is always where she's supposed to be. I'll tell you that. Always where she's supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all hit a like for the algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let me see what's happening. Maybe we should talk about Tom Homan first because he did a press conference. Somebody says, Anton, you need to rest, you run down. I feel great. I had great sleep. My sleep score went up last night. I went right to bed.
Cliff, thanks for subscribing. Cliff, thank you.
Let's go into this Tom Homan situation because he did a press conference first before I get over to Javante Davis.
So I'm going to read you a little bit, and then we're going to open up for questions. President of the United States, Bobby Monday morning, here. Got here Monday evening, and I'm staying for the promise of God. But we've made a lot of progress in the last few years. Marcus Charles, running ICE operations here. Rodney Scott, Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, standing up beside him. Good morning, I'm Tom Homan, the Board Czar for President Trump. I'm here on behalf of the President, along with U.S. Commissioners Commissioner of U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Ryan Scott, Marcus Charles, who's leading the enforcement.
Shout out to Marlo Reed.
I've been on the ground since Monday to regain law and order in the city of Blood Maine and work together to remove threats from the community.
Tom did say he's keeping his hair on the side. There's something about that. White men is different when it comes to their hair. More white men than ever before, older and younger, are taking a trip. I got a sponsorship opportunity the other day. They said, Anton. Rita was telling me about it this morning. Rita said, they trying to sponsor you. I said, who trying to sponsor me? She said, the hair people. I said, y'all trying to not only make me I'm not only a client, but I'm the president. I'm not only the president, but I'm a client of the organization. Did y'all ever used to look at those? It was a Rogaine commercial back in the day. And the Rogaine commercial would say, I'm not only a president, I'm a client also. No, they trying to sponsor me to get my hair done. To give me some hair back. White men are now starting to take make more of an effort to do that. They trying to have me go out and get my hair back. I said, I can't be doing that. You want me to get the waves? Oh, I'm telling you the truth. I'm keeping it 100 with you. You don't believe me. You don't believe me. You know me. I like to pull it up. Pull up the receipts. Might need to call from my other phone. They said they got new sponsorship opportunities. I said, what you got? First thing that they brought to me. So it's this company, right? They want to do they want to get you some hair. Hey, Rita, I'm on a live stream. So what was... in that go-between phase where you're about to lose it because you are here suffering. Me with hair. There you go. I'm not saying that you should hit a woman. I'm just saying that you have to be a lot more careful about not putting your hands on people. Nobody should put their hands on nobody, and if you can avoid it by any means necessary, keep your hands to yourself. Unless you asking to shoot a fair one, keep your hands to yourself. And if you know she not a threat, then just walk away, bro. It ain't even no thing. Forget it, bro. If you just got a point to prove, you're doing too much. You're doing extra. You should chill out. All right? But this is what they do. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to tell you what's waiting for you on the other side when you put your hands on people. Don't put your hands on a woman.
That stem from an alleged domestic violence incident.
Battery, false imprisonment, and attempted kidnapping.
Now, what does this mean? What does this mean? Battery, false imprisonment, and attempted kidnapping. It means that if any of that is true of what he did inside of the club, She there, she a bartender. At the time that they're going back and forth, he gets pissed. He walks in there.
Hold on, let's see something.
Of the home. This is in front of everybody with cameras. They saying allegedly that he walks in there, grab her up, grab her by her hair, drag her out, all of that type of stuff. So
at his Trump accounts event yesterday.
She went crazy when she heard that this was. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right now for that. But when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on, you know. And Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much. But that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the children of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think
like and subscribe, everybody.
Years, because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter, a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily. I tell you, we did pretty damn well with it, with your community, as we say. But Nicki has been an unbelievable supporter. She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one that's been so good. But
yeah, and then Kevin O'Leary and Nicki Minaj both came on stage, and Nicki Minaj took the microphone, and man, I'll tell you what, the crowd went wild. Not only did the crowd go wild, but she got up and she had some very, very encouraging words, not just for President Donald Trump, but for anybody who takes heat for supporting the president.
Hey, pretty. What about Cardi B? Cardi B did the same thing. Both these ladies be dressing too revealing.
Hello. Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen.
Amen. And then she didn't know which way to go, but Donald Trump helped her out got her back to her seat. It's really an interesting situation where you have President Donald Trump on stage with Kevin O'Leary, a.k.a. Mr. Wonderful, and Nicki Minaj talking about the Trump accounts. She also apparently made her way back to the White House because she was in the Oval Office with some auto workers who apparently were huge Nicki Minaj fans as well. Look at that. They're all screaming and yelling.
Appreciate you guys.
They forgot I was here now.
Donald.
We still love you, Mr. President.
Yeah, and then Donald Trump cracking jokes in the background. Nicki Minaj also apparently has one of the new Trump gold cards. Now she's from, I believe, Trinidad originally, and I know that I know that she had alien status, but I guess she purchased one of the gold cards. She posted the photo on her X account and wrote "Welp," which means I guess she's fast tracking her path to citizenship. Because she's been able to and have extreme success, if you will, and now she wants to remain in the United States, and she wants the Trump experience. It's the first person I've seen with a gold card. And we know it's Nicki's because you can see in the photo that she posted her long nail. And that's a surefire sign. That's like her trademark. But President Donald Trump was very excited about all of the Trump accounts and announcing the Trump accounts yesterday at the Kennedy Center, because the Trump accounts are one of, and I've been saying this ever since the One Big Beautiful.
It means something to her.
The Trump accounts are probably the most transformative, the most transformative piece of this legislature if they're used, to their full potential.
Perhaps no provision of the Great Big Beautiful Bill will prove more consequential than Trump accounts. Under this program, the U.S. government will automatically create a tax-free investment account for every newborn American child, something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time. They're here with us today. We're going to introduce a couple of them. But nobody really, I've had friends at the top people in business. They came up to me, whose idea was this? This is great. They said, I never thought of that. We'll fund those personal accounts with a seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and could grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think the most likely cases in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody's talking about it.
It's truly incredible, and it's a great system. When a child is born, they get $1,000 in an account that grows with the economy, and it benefits both the child and also the economy, because these companies, a lot of whom were there seeding the accounts, Michael Dell, for example, was one of the big sponsors of this early on. They realized that this is $1,000 that's going to be invested back into the economy, the top companies, into these mutual funds and these stock initiatives. So if you donate money to the Trump accounts, which I assume is going to be some kind of tax deduction, the money will then go into the kid's account or the child's account and then be reinvested into the major Fortune 500 companies. So there's really no reason why the Fortune 500 companies should not partake in this particular process. And the children, as you heard, by age 18, even with the minimum, even if you don't touch it, it'll be $50,000. And you can imagine at 18 years old, when you're setting off, whether you're going to a college or a trade school or starting your own business, having $50,000 seed money is just a remarkable feat. And it could be much more if there are, of course, further contributions throughout the child's life. And Donald Trump said, look, this is going to be one of the most monumental shifts. I mean, think about this. This could have replaced Social Security. If these children have these accounts open for them when they're born and they don't touch them till they're 60, 65 years old, I mean, think about the retirement possibilities. Think about how children are going to be able to sustain themselves well after they are retired or no longer able to work. It truly is incredible, and Donald Trump knows it.
We're going to
thank you.
Put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth
Let's get to 1,000
of young Americans who otherwise would have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing, because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and we gives them, it's more money than anybody could imagine. From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding.
And it definitely is something that, if it accrues the way it's supposed to, and if it continues to be funded, will transform an entire generation of young people. And when you look 20 years down the road, or 18 years down the road, at this first generation of Trump account holders, because I guess when it was signed in July 4th of last year, and now it's going to be, it is going to be something that, again, that is just phenomenal.
When Trump accounts officially launch on July 4th of this year, every parent will be able to activate their accounts and access the funds at the trumpaccounts.gov. So it's all set up, all ready to go. It's beautiful. The site is beautiful. On that glorious day, we also expect to have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states. And they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And
yeah. And the website, again, so on July 4th of this year, you'll be able to go to trumpaccounts.gov and jumpstart the American dream. And the website is up and ready to go. We're building long-term financial security for millions of children by creating tax-advantaged investment accounts for U.S. citizens under the age of 18 coming in 2026. So this will be starting this year. And you can see, for example, Katie's Trump account, they have a little example here. Congratulations, your child has received $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury Department. And that's incredible. And it shows you exactly what they're invested in. NVIDIA, however you pronounce it, Caterpillar, Home Depot, Tesla. It shows you all of these companies that they're invested in, how their stocks are moving up and down. It's really, it's not just saving and setting up children for the future. It's teaching them about investing. And this launches again July 4th. You can set up and then just watch the money grow and grow and grow. And this happens as soon as a child is born. Really, really an incredible and transformative idea. And you can see why Nicki Minaj is so excited about it. At 18, the Trump account is all theirs. They're free to continue letting it grow, or they can withdraw funds right away to use for things like education or a home with all the tax advantages of a traditional IRA. Once again, when you want to talk about, this is why Nicki Minaj is President Donald Trump's number one fan. There's also another superstar in President Donald Trump's cabinet. There's a lot of superstars actually, but one of them in particular is Marco Rubio. And Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, was in front of the Senate yesterday answering questions about Venezuela. And I just want to share with you one of the answers he gave. He spent the entire day beating back Democrat senators who were trying to turn the Nicolas Maduro arrest somehow into a bad thing. And he had answers for everybody.
If these ships and these assets were deployed in the Indo-Pacific or in the Mediterranean or in the Middle East somewhere, no one would blink an eye. They say, well, that's normal. That's what we always do. The fact that they were deployed in the Western Hemisphere was a shock to everybody because we haven't done it. In fact, according to Southcom, they've rarely have ever had assets permanently deployed to them. They may have been transiting through at some point, but not permanently deployed to deal with a very acute matter. And that is, and these are, these things become interrelated here at some point, but they're separate in many ways. And it's part of what I was trying to explain to Senator Duckworth. We have a real reality in our region of these transnational criminal terrorist organizations that in many cases possess weapons that you ascribe to a nation state, not to a gang, who pose a grave threat to the national security of the United States, but also to the stability of the region. If you walk through the region, what is the primary threat in Colombia? Transnational criminal organizations. What is the threat to Mexico? What is the threat to the Caribbean basin? These groups have to be confronted. They have to be confronted forcefully. What's the threat in Haiti? To systemic collapse. And that is these criminal gangs that basically control territory and threaten the ability to even form a government there in that regard. So it's endemic throughout the region, and it ultimately impacts the United States through mass migration, through drug trafficking, and other related criminal organizations. And so we need to have a force posture that can confront that and that can provide assistance in conjunction with other partners. We also need more countries that are willing to cooperate with us and collaboratively work on these things, the way Ecuador is now doing, the way El Salvador has done, the way Trinidad and Jamaica and other countries, the way we historically have done with Colombia, by the way, and continue to do in many respects. So we hope Venezuela will be one of those. Imagine if a future, or even the current interim authorities, or a future.
And he continues to go on and on and on. But as you can see, it's a masterclass. It's a masterclass in foreign policy, especially here in the Western Hemisphere, and how it affects all Americans. There's also breaking news about Tulsi Gabbard in Fulton County, Georgia, with the FBI, and they are investigating and collecting computers and ballots from the 2020 election for some kind of investigation into, I assume, election interference or election fraud. We'll be following that story as we follow every single story on our second daily podcast, which you can hear every single day at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's called Mark K Saves the Republic. Whether you want to hear about Ilhan Omar getting sprayed, or whether you want to hear the latest about what's going on in Fulton County, Georgia with DNI Tulsi Gabbard's investigation, you can click and subscribe to Mark.
No, I don't do that to y'all. Not right now. Not yet. Let's see. You right here with me watching it. What you mean watch these dumbass people? It's all information. That's all it's doing. That's all I'm doing. All right, then. Who else you want me to check out then? If you don't like these people, who you got in mind? No, just spelled DEUNTA. Oh, it's all good. You ain't no. If you're not, I'm not offended by anything you're saying. It's all good.
Is this an attack on immigrants?
This is an attack on fraud here in the state of Ohio and allegations of that fraud being widespread.
There's a rule called
Is this an attack on immigrants?
This is an attack on fraud here in the state of Ohio and allegations of that fraud being widespread.
there's a rule called pay and chase. And the idea is that we'll pay it out because we want to get the money into the hands of people, and then we'll chase the fraud afterward.
And we're back, y'all. Thank you for watching today. Go ahead and hit that like button, my people. You know that it helps us out a ton. And, of course, it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you these stories every day. Now, y'all, today we're going to be talking about your girl, Ilhan Omar. But we're gonna save that till a little bit later in the video. First, we're going to get to some allegations against her community. I think she would say that they're her community, but not in the state of Minnesota, but rather in the state of Ohio. I'm just learning today, y'all, that Ohio has the second largest Somali community in the United States, at least according to this news report. And after Minnesota, y'all, it's kind of no surprise that people would start looking at other communities around the country and saying, I wonder if the same types of patterns of fraud that we found in Minnesota, if they would be popping up in other areas of the United States. So we're going to be taking a look at that, y'all. The Somali community in Ohio is now under heavy scrutiny for the daycare fraud, Medicare fraud, Medicaid fraud, all the different types of fraud that they've been accused of, all of the different types of fraud that we've seen in Minnesota. We're going to take a look at that. And also later on, we're going to take a look at, you know how your girl, she was recently, quote unquote, attacked during a speech that she was giving. Well, there's new information about the so-called attacker, and I called him an attacker, y'all. There's new information about the attacker himself and the liquid that he squirted on her. Some are saying that it was staged, y'all. They were saying that from the very beginning. I don't know about it being staged, but I also question whether we want to call that an attack at this point, y'all. So we'll get to that at the end of the video. First, we're going to start with these allegations of fraud in Ohio, and then we'll circle back around to your girl, y'all. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. But before we do, y'all, you know that we are a paralegal school. If you've been watching our program now, you know that we've been around for 23 years. You know that we help people get going in the paralegal field. You know that we've helped hundreds of people since 2003 start their career in the paralegal field or even move up in their career. Our certificate is good nationwide, and our program comes with an intern
attack on immigrants.
This is an attack on fraud here in the state of Ohio and allegations of that fraud being widespread.
This Ohio lawmaker making some serious demands on what he calls reports of fraud within publicly funded daycares in Columbus. Video clips targeting Somali-owned daycares in Minnesota and now here are circulating on social media. Our On Your Side investigator Lisa Rantala talks with the state rep who says all of these facilities should be investigated. From Minnesota,
they're meant to say Quality Learning Center. They spelled learning wrong.
To Columbus.
You can see that this place is just a total dump.
More people are targeting Somali-owned daycares, looking for kids and suggesting fraud. Would you call these video clips allegations, or would you call them proof of fraud?
That's just an allegation of fraud.
Now, State Rep Josh Williams, who is running for U.S. Congress, sent this letter to the Ohio Department of Children and Youth, calling for...
I don't mind you doing your thing on my channel, but if you keep on saying the same shit over and over again as a fucking bot, you gotta go. Like and subscribe. Let's have some fun.
For more unannounced inspections and attendance audits of all publicly funded daycares in Ohio. He also wants to pull state and federal funds on the suspicion of fraud, opposed to a charge or conviction.
We're saying the funds have to stop until you prove that it is not fraud moving forward.
I mean, you go through some of these inspection reports and you do see non-compliance when it comes to attendance. Could that be a suspicion of fraud?
Yes, that can be a basis of suspicion of fraud.
Of the 578 publicly funded daycares in Franklin County, I looked through inspection reports for the first 20. Here's what I found. More than half was subject to a state inspection within the last 3 months. More than half were also found to be non-compliant with enrollment records. 2 were non-compliant with attendance records, which is used to calculate public funds.
Now, one thing that makes this fraud so possible is that the authorities have a policy or a practice where they'll just pay you and then they'll investigate whether they should or should not have paid you later. So if they suspect fraud, they'll just go ahead and give you the money. Like, take your money. Go ahead and get your money because we don't want to delay the money. But we suspect you of something. So later on, we're going to look into whether or not we should have given you that money.
I have long been disturbed in the benefits community. There's a rule called pay and chase. And the idea is that we'll pay it out because we want to get the money into the hands of people, and then we'll chase the fraud afterward.
Now, as I stated before, y'all, it's not just the daycares. Any type of public funds that are available are prone to being abused by every community. Okay, let's just make that clear. And last month, an attorney in Ohio came out and talked about a different type of fraud, which is really meant for people who are caring for the disabled or elderly. Y'all, check this out.
So these individuals tried to report the fraud that was happening in Ohio, and then eventually came to me to say that we're watching providers rubber stamp paperwork for home health. So in Ohio, and there's many states like this, Pennsylvania and other states too, where you can go in and you can say my aging parent needs a home health care and I want to provide it. So the state will, as long as the doctor has approved it, continue to pay you. It could be for 10 hours, 12 hours, up to 24 when it's critical care. So you could sit at home without caring for an elderly parent who really doesn't need it, make about $75,000 to $90,000 a year. Now you have two parents, that's $180,000. Now you add your in-laws, $250,000. You continue to add this, and you wonder, what are the services being provided? So a lot of providers came and said, fraud is occurring because we said we weren't going to rubber stamp this paperwork, so they went to other providers. Their home healthcare network saying, we'll make it worth your while. Well, sounds like a kickback to me. So we really need to investigate the Medicaid system and how much it's increased since the Somalian population came, and who really needs critical care, because that's meant for our disabled, our elderly, and people who really need it, not to just live off our system. And that's what's happening in Ohio. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's despicable. But authorities are now looking at it from the Attorney General's office to the U.S. Attorney's office. I flagged them all because this is Ohio tax dollars, and we have to take it seriously. I'm tired of people telling me, well, this is the way it's always been. It's subjective, and we can't really check. No, you can't. Audit America, audit Ohio now, and I'm pushing for that in every single state.
But y'all, the fraud crackdown has to include everybody, because believe me, all the communities are involved in it. It's not just one or two. Trust that.
The Attorney General supported a new bill to fight fraud inside publicly funded daycares in Ohio. There are about 5,000 of those in the state. However, I did ask the Attorney General specifically about more concerns on social media surrounding Medicaid and Somali healthcare aides and providers. Yost would not tell me who his Medicaid fraud unit had indicted or charged this past year. Instead, he told me to check out his website. So I did. And here is what I found. In 2025, the Ohio Attorney General's Medicaid Fraud Control Unit charged or saw the convictions of 67 fraudsters or suspected fraudsters who took more than $8.5 million combined. 3 were found to have stolen more than $1 million taxpayer dollars each. And they are Janae Corbett from Dayton. She pleaded guilty last year to stealing multiple identities to open 2 sham behavioral health counseling agencies. She billed Medicaid for $1.5 million and is now serving up to 9 years in prison. And then there's Robert Flory. He was a doctor operating Buckeye Health and Research in Columbus and billed Medicaid for more than 4,500 pieces of equipment that he never ordered. Again, taking $1.5 million of your taxpayer dollars. He surrendered his medical license and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. And Terry Cotton, she's from Cleveland. She was indicted last year, accused of billing Medicaid for 100 home-delivered meals per day for just 4 patients. The total bill, $1.2 million.
What's up, Jeff?
Now let's switch gears a little bit and talk about your girl, Ilhan Omar, and whether or not this so-called attack on her was staged, y'all. This is the talk of the internet still. Let's take a look at this.
Minneapolis police arrested Anthony Kazmierzak yesterday after our cameras caught him standing up, lunging at Congresswoman Omar and spraying something on her. She was not hurt. Investigators believe the substance was apple cider vinegar. And this comes as data shows threats against members of Congress just continue to rise.
Here you can see from X that staged is still trending number 3 after what? This happened the day before yesterday, and staged is still trending. So people are really like, yo, this is staged. And we'll take a look at this first post because this probably encapsulates a lot of the reason why people are still talking about this. This is the guy who they say
What a waste of vinegar,
attacked,
right?
quote unquote, Ilhan Omar. Here C3 says, well, the alleged Ilhan Omar sprayer, Andy K, seems to have some far left gender pronoun children. But yeah, totally MAGA. This stinks of being staged. There are 30 million reasons why. And of course, that 30 million is referring to Ilhan Omar's alleged net worth, y'all, which would have gone from negative. She owed money. She was in debt.
Thank you. Appreciate
$30
that.
million within
Thank
about,
you.
12 months or something like that.
Thank you, Pretty. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So here you can see all of these images of the attacker, and they're like, hey, this doesn't look like the type of person who would be attacking old Omar. And also, y'all, she was sprayed with apple cider vinegar, y'all, okay? So can we listen. If somebody sprays you with water, is that an attack? If somebody sprays you with milk, is that an attack? I mean, I think at some level, if you're not in any danger, then I don't think we can call it an attack. Now, this might be controversial. I'm not minimizing the threats to Omar because I think that there are people who would want to do her harm. But if she's sprayed with apple cider vinegar from a syringe, I mean, she's not doused. I don't know. I don't know if I would call that an attack, y'all. There's no danger. You're under no danger at all when you're sprayed from a syringe, from a needle with apple cider vinegar. But y'all, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think about this, y'all. Drop a comment down below. But before you do, please stop, hit the share button. Share this video out over email, text message, WhatsApp, Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram, all your favorite social mediums. And of course, if you're not a subscriber, please do subscribe. Thank y'all for watching. Love y'all. And we'll see you back in the next one.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Before we get started with this, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to make sure you know this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this.
She's gonna do what, babe?
Extra cold doesn't mind very cold weather, right? Clean. You're not allowed to say the word cold without proceeding by saying clean, beautiful cold. Clean, beautiful cold. It's not affected by bad weather. Rain, snow, sleet, freezing cold. How does it react under freezing cold weather?
It steps up and delivers big time. In fact, what coal did during this storm was deliver massively more electricity than it was delivering a month ago, because we needed far more electricity. Who can step up?
The windmills, by the way, are all frozen. You know that they don't turn. The windmills aren't turning. The windmills that these fools paid for. The fool is this country, because the people that have the windmills get massive subsidy. And they make a fortune on windmills that don't even work, and they don't produce anywhere near what they should be. And it's the most expensive form of energy there is. And by the way, Europe is destroying itself with the stupid windmills they're putting all over their beautiful areas of most magnificent landscapes in the world, and they're just destroying. Europe better get smart. Between immigration and energy, they're destroying. It's not recognizable. They've got to smarten up before it's too late. Please go ahead.
Yeah, in New England, with somewhat European energy policies, at peak demand time, very cold in New England, wind, solar, and batteries that you were just speaking of delivered less than 3% of the electricity needed at peak demand time, and that's when it matters. Because if electricity goes out when it's very cold, people die. Over 200 people died in a smaller cold snap during the Biden administration. This was massively larger geographically. We've had no failure of the electricity grid, no failure of long-distance transmission lines. Local distribution lines have iced up and come down, and we have people from all over the country working to get those back up because people need their lights back on. But your energy policies delivered just a dramatically different outcome for the American people. If we'd continued the Biden-era policies for one more year, continued to shut down coal plants, continued these crazy climate restrictions that wouldn't even let power plants run at maximum demand time,
we hadn't liberated all the backup generators that are sitting there. We gave up an emergency approval to run everything.
Plants that we're going to close, coal plants that were modern and good and threw up very little problem, and that were really powerful. By the way, China does most of everything they're doing with coal. Not that we want to copy anybody, but they make the windmills, but they don't have a lot of wind farms. Somebody ought to look at that. How many wind farms do they have? Very, very few. They make them, they sell them, they make a fortune, but they don't use them. So the coal, I understand they're using it also as a great backup. So you build a plant, but they have it as a backup in case of tragedy, in case of really bad weather, et cetera, et cetera. They actually store coal on the site of other plants so that if they need emergency energy, the coal is always going to be there, whereas other things aren't. Is that correct?
Exactly. Coal just...
This is in Minneapolis. This is crazy. 24 hours ago. Like and subscribe, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call it quits, you guys. I've been on for some hours now. Appreciate you guys. They get to the wife. Thank you. Like and subscribe. Stay with me. Sometimes I get offline. The subscribers be gone. I don't know if you guys clicked off or something happened. Don't know, but appreciate you guys staying with me. Thank you.